Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council Workshop. Today is Tuesday, August the 8th. It is 9 a.m., and we are in the community wing of City Hall. With that, I would ask you to please rise and join me in our Pledge of Allegiance, and you are welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. The next order of business on our agenda this morning is the roll call.
Mayor Alphen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Councilmember Pontieri.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. We move on to public participation. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications and Marketing Director seated in the back. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and speak for up to 3 minutes. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point, avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. So at this point, I would invite any member of the public who would like to address me in City Council to please come forward to the podium.
Good morning.
Morning.
Jeffrey Seib. An implication of financial misconduct was leveled against the city of Palm Coast at last week's city council meeting when a resident speaking during the public participation called for a forensic audit of the city's financial reporting. The purpose of a forensic audit, as I read it, is to determine if there has been some type of criminal activity that was involved in the budget process and/or in the distribution of the city's financial assets. It's one thing to misappropriate city funds in areas the public feels are incorrect or unnecessary, or cost overruns that may have been avoided. A forensic audit would not reveal unintentional non-criminal mistakes or non-criminal poor choices by the city. This wouldn't just be another look into the city's handling or mishandling of taxpayers' money. This extremely expensive audit would be conducted by a special accountant trained to dig in and find crimes like fraud and embezzlement. While no evidence of any financial irregularities was presented by the speaker, it seemed to have hit a chord even with council members that there is a suspicion of wrongdoing with the budget that could result in a negative impact on the city's reputation. However, forensic auditing is premature for the city to undertake at this time. The logical first step would be to bring in a representative of the accounting firm that conducted last year's audit of the city's books for a review and question and answer session with public input, to get a handle on or dispel any claims of possible criminal financial irregularities. After all, if we remember, the auditing report gave glowing remarks regarding the preparation and accuracy of the city's financial reporting. The key point in all of this is the public's trust that the city of Palm Coast is conducting its business and the utilization of our tax and fee dollars in a fiscally sound an honest process that strives to get the best value for the services rendered. Anything less, while not criminal, is certainly not the manner in which we, the people, want our business conducted and our money spent. Thank you.
Comment. Next speaker, please.
Stone C-section. This city council wants to try and become a big city. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. You have more businesses that close down in this city, and you continue to hit the community residents with high rates in utilities. You try to pass a ridiculous charge on the FPL bill. 5 years I've been working on the city of Cimarron for safety. Not once any one of you have responded. A lot of moving your mouths, but no action. Traffic continues to be 70 miles an hour. All over this city, you have potholes. I just got a new car, and my wife was coming from the downtown Atlanta, Daytona. She hit a major pothole. I called the city, and I said, is that your street? No, it's not our problem. It's the contractor, the developer. I said, let me have his name and number. Couldn't even give me the right name and number. And when I finally got a hold of the developer of the land, he said, I have addressed this to the city. It's not our problem. I'll send you a survey. It's the city's problem. A high-end car, and thank God the only thing that got damaged was the tire, which the developer is willing to pay for. I just want to know when you're going to correct all your problems, the nonsense of raising rates, criminals sitting on this board. And when I mentioned a statement a couple weeks ago about going to the state, you have had 4 more people have come up to this council and said they're going to go to the state. Get your act cleaned up.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Robert McDonald, Palm Coast. The first thing I want to say this morning is my name is Robert MacDonald, not Dennis McDonald. Okay. Don't laugh, because I've gotten more phone calls and more emails that think that I'm the one who owes the city the money, but I won't go into that. Okay. The first question is, I'd like to know, and we brought it up a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, about the status of the Belt Hair Bridge. It's still not ready. It's still not even close to being finished. And in case anybody doesn't know, kids are going back to school on Thursday, and they got to finagle how they're going to walk across this unfinished bridge. Now, I'm still waiting, and God knows how long this is going to take. I'm still waiting for the exact stormwater bill and how many houses we have, because in the mayor's letter to the public, he mentioned that there was going to be a 2-cent a day tax for every house in the city. But we don't know how much the bill is, and more importantly, we don't know how many houses there are. So we don't know if that 2 cents is an accurate number. And I've been hemming and hawing for a week, and I wasn't going to bring this up, and I was going to bring it up, and I said, you know what? The people in the city who like me, they're still going to like me, and the people who don't like me are still not going to like me. I think the election last week for a applicant for the Palm Coast Volunteer Firemen's Pension Board, I think the vote was a travesty, not because I lost. I have my own reasons why I think it was a travesty. I don't think the vote was fair to any of the candidates. I think when you're going to appoint a person to a board that the city council has to vote on, I think there has to be a better way to vote. Because when I walked out of here last Tuesday night, if it wasn't for the kindness of the assistant city manager, she was the one that told me what the results were of the loss, of the decision. So I think that has to be revisited. And I was embarrassed last week by all of the people who got up and badmouthed not only the mayor, but also badmouthed all of you people. And you know what the crime of it is? The majority, not all, remember the word all, the majority of the people that got up and badmouthed all of you have never even sat in this meeting. And I think that's a disgrace. You want to badmouth you? Come to the meetings.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address City Council? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Celia Puglisi. I live here since 1991 in Palm Coast. First of all, I want to say thank you for the reply of Councilman Clufas to a letter sent to the council. And I know all these big agendas that the five of you are supposed to be reading, and it takes up a lot of time because I just go for the items that are my interest. You have 400-page agenda, and I give you a lot of credit for trying to read and be updated on what you are going to approve mostly other than unapprove. Anyway, I appreciate that, and I gave him the information. I hope he uses that information. Thank you very much. Second, I totally agree here with the request of Mr. McDonald about what is the status of that bell tear, repair of that bridge and sidewalk. The kids have to go to school. What is happening? I mean, you need to go after our city administrations with questions regarding what kind of developers this city gets involved with. If that is, sadly, I don't know if it's done in-house or if it's done by a developer that we pay. But I do not trust most of the developers that come here and do work for the city and they get their bids approved and so forth and so on, because we do not get the right services. One other thing, I will ask this council here, I want to make them aware, I'm going to ask Mr. Carco-T, what is the amount of taxpayers that they were used on the detailed design of the two traffic speeding calming islands in Florida Park Drive. First of all, when we come here and we speak, we represent a lot of people that cannot make it here or are ill or they have reasons. We do represent a lot of people. We are not one speaking, no. We represent, you can find out from us. Anyway, this item with the two traffic calming islands, it cost a lot of money. I want from the records how much of our taxpayers' monies were used for the design engineering firm for a beautiful proposal that would account the traffic and will enhance Florida Park Drive, and that was voted down not by this council, but the past council on which, you know, Mayor and Mr. Clufas and Mr. Blanco are here today. This was a beautiful project that would have helped to need less presence of our sheriff department. Because when we have traffic calming items on any roads of any city nationwide, they are self-monitoring. We don't need any police presence for that. And if they save one life, they are worth to be there. So I'm asking here that we need those two traffic calming islands in Florida Park Drive. Thank you very much. Thank
you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address City Council? Yes, sir.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. With school starting up, I'm very concerned about the speeding on Florida Park Drive. There's children going to be crossing the street to go to the school buses and all, and the speeding is just, to my knowledge, has never really been controlled. It's just about every day. So I am concerned about that, and I am in agreement about the islands that the city did, the engineering company did the draw up, putting these two islands, that would help slow down some of the traffic because they're gonna have to do a little curve to get around the island. So anything to help the speeding on Florida Park Drive. It's out of control. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Morning, everybody. Andrew Palmco. So I'm just going to chime in on some of the discussion that happened over the last couple of weeks about the tax thing. So my thoughts are that separations of powers were created so that because one person having too much power is not healthy for society. I think relationship between government and the people should be one that involves communication and trust. I believe that is even one of the goals stated in our city's comprehensive plan. When elected officials disregard this relationship, there's going to be problems. So I would like to make some challenges. No insults, Mr. McDonald, just challenges, okay? So Mayor Alphen, you believe that if the city is not growing, then it is dying. So I would like to challenge this premise because it gives you too much freedom to make decisions, okay? We all love Palm Coast, but what would we do to keep something that we love from dying, okay? The answer is anything. So under that premise, you're giving yourself too much power because you feel like you're saving the city from dying. Okay, there's also a magazine you can pick up. I think it's still there in the entryway, and I suggest you read it. Has the mayor's face on the cover, a handsome man. There's an interesting interview in there where the mayor is quoted, and it says, "We feel an obligation not to only think about today's quality of life, not to pander to today's residents, but I believe we have an obligation to the next several generations." So I can appreciate looking to ensure a great future for the town, but you know who has the best interest in the future of our generations? Us, our parents, the grandparents, the relatives, the families, the ones who are current residents and who currently live and work in Palm Coast. They are the ones who vote for the next generation's best interests. The ones who voted for you, Mayor Alphen, and the ones who voted for all of the city council. So let's talk about what's being communicated to these voters. So I recently read a campaign ad for a local politician that was sent out during the last election. And it said, "As a lifelong fiscal conservative, I believe the government can operate with less of your hard-earned money." And that sounds like an agreeable statement. I like that. I'd vote for that guy. That message was sent out by you, Mayor Alphen. So I think, just in summing things up, I think a relationship requires communication and trust. And to some degree, when that's broken, we have to work to get that back. Leadership requires more than vision and implementation. It requires relational building, okay? And as a citizen, I hope to see more things like the town hall that happened the other day, direct communication with us citizens. I think that is the way forward. Building a relationship always requires listening, adapting, and providing more options. So my challenge for the mayor and all of the council is just working together to run this city. Thank you, guys. Thank you for
your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address City Council? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Ed Fuller, Honorable Mayor David Alphen, Honorable Kathy Hyder, Honorable Nick Klufas, Honorable Vice Mayor Ed Danko, I got it right this time, and Honorable Teresa Carleen Pontieri. We lost a giant in this community last week, and his name was Charlie Erickson. I had the privilege and pleasure of being with him on a campaign, during his campaign, before the campaign, after the campaign. That man came under numerous attacks. He was suffering a lot of maladies at the end of his life. He never said one untoward word towards anyone. Anyone. Words matter. They do. So, and there's another gentleman who used to come up here, and his name was Al Cryer. He came up here 90 times. I never heard him say anything untoward, uncivil. And you know what? You all, and everyone in here, we learned a lesson from that man. So let's be civil here this morning. You know, I know it's hot, but it's hot for everybody. And that's another thing I want to talk about. When I got up this morning, I took the dog for a walk. I came in, I had to change my shirt. The dog looked at me, said, "Don't ever do that again." I went there, I got a drink of water. It was the best tasting, it was better than the bourbon I drink at night. It's clean water, and it costs a lot of money to keep that water clean. And all the people that go into making that water clean, what a tremendous job. We don't have a Jackson, Mississippi here. We don't have a Flint, Michigan. That is amazing. Our water department, the utility department's unbelievable. I walk in these parks with that dog, and I got to praise whoever has those little doggy bags. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't bring them, but they're always there. And I'll tell you what, it's a public safety deal because our dog is a big dog. And whoever does that, they may not think it's important. It sure is to me. And for all our employees who are working out in this absolutely Saharan desert out there, thank you. Thank you. It's 115 degrees out there, and it's probably, if you're out on the cement, it's probably 140. And that said, I challenge anybody to be out there. It took me 4 days to do my deck. It's not the biggest deck in the world. So when we see our employees, thank them. That is just an amazing job they do. And thank you, City Council. And I just want to caution my other fellow citizens. Words matter. We're all adults. Let's be sophisticated. There's a reason why we came here. This is paradise. Sometimes we have to improve paradise. But let's do it in a meaningful and responsible and sophisticated manner that I know we can have. And thank God, and thank you, Ms. Bevan, for all you do. It is an amazing job. Thank you, City Council, and God bless you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Gene Dowd, Palm Coast resident. I normally get up at the end of the meeting because I like to hear everything that's said, and I probably will again today. First of all, thank you to all first responders, law enforcement, fire, EMTs, doctors, nurses, and especially the military. As a veteran, thank you to current serving, those that have served in the past, and to all those first responders that have given their lives. Last week I brought up a story, or not a story, I referred to a state grant from the Department of Transportation, and I just confirmed it for Whiteview to be fixed. And the reason I brought it up on the 25th Friday morning, July, 9 a.m., I was going eastbound on Whiteview, and I saw a car in the middle, the crossover, stopped. And here comes a long green tree truck up westbound. And the car just explicitly pulled right out in front of him. No way he could miss it. Why he did it or she did it, I have no idea. He did everything to avoid the accident. He ended up in the ditch. That car ended up blocking both lanes. State grant is going to help us fix that. The second thing I heard already today was that nothing's been done about Cinnamon Drive and referring to Mr. Cryer. He got up here so many times. That's not true. There was a study done. The city hired a consultant firm, and I asked for a copy of that report, and a couple weeks later it was emailed to me, and 61 streets were identified. Surprising to me, one of them was off my cul-de-sac in the top 10. What was more surprising, to put sidewalks in those 61 streets would be $120 million. Where are we getting that money? I bought my house in 2014 with my wife. There were no sidewalks. There were no lights. I don't expect them. And I don't expect the city to take abuse from other residents. And that's the last thing I'll talk about. It's hard to follow that last gentleman. He is so right. A gentleman came up here last week and demanded an audit, a forensic audit. Members of the public got up here and attacked members of city council. You guys got elected, sorry you're going through it. But what really ticks me off is when they mention city employees that can't get up here, that know they can't. And the city manager has to sit there and be quiet, and she does a great job. But you know what really is the truth? City employees from top to bottom, every day come to work. They're not all above average or outstanding, I get it. But they keep the city running. And thank you, city manager and city council.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll come back to the dais. City Manager, can you give us an update on the Belterre construction?
Absolutely. In fact, I'd like to introduce Carl Cody to come up and, or Carmelo, to come up and brief City Council and members of the public on the status I believe we're very, very close or almost complete.
Good morning, Carmelo.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Carmelo Morales, Stormwater Engineer 3, Project Manager for this project in front of the schools. I guess in summary, they still have a couple of months. And believe me, I feel your frustration, and I am probably twice as frustrated with this. We have constant communication with the contractors. There just seems to be some sort of delays just every single time, whether it be labor, deliveries, FPL. We're still waiting for some services for some street lights that have been erected. They just need to get powered up. It's endless, and I don't want to stand here and just give a bunch of excuses. That I think they could put more effort in there, and they have more people working and get this done completely. But I did want to address the school reopening, right? So on the west side, the sidewalk is already reestablished. That's how the kids got to school last year. The Board of Education actually had provided additional bus routes for those students that are too close to the school to be afforded that, but they had made an exception to allow that to work until the project gets completed. That's going to be the route we go by. So it shouldn't impede either pedestrians or bicyclists. You know, the west lane is open. They already started working on the east side sidewalk and boardwalk system. So it's just a matter of a couple of months. You know, unfortunately, now we're in the rainy season, right? So that kind of forces delay, and those are understandable. When it's downpouring, like you guys have seen, it's just difficult to get, you know, a lot of work done, and you lose hours in the morning just repairing from all the stormwater damage, right? But yeah, it's a work in progress, and I actually got an update schedule yesterday. We're still probably a couple of months out at the worst. There could be a couple of weeks period where they reopen both sidewalks and still kind of finishing up some of the details. So the conveyance system, pedestrian conveyance system, should be open before the final completion date, but that's where we're at. If you have any specific questions, I would be glad to answer.
If I have consensus of city council members, I would ask city manager to provide city council members with a weekly update, prefaced by a brief summary of what's left to do. And then each week, I'd like us all to see where we're at. So do I have consensus with everyone on that? Okay. Are there any specific questions about the project, or you want to wait and see?
Not at this time.
Okay.
I just had a quick question. Is this a contractor that we're using for other projects currently?
Yes, they're actually working on the L4 weir, which is off Royal Palms. And ironically, that one's gone fairly smoothly. They're probably a couple of weeks out before they complete that one. And then that one started afterwards, right? It's that project over in Belterre just had so many issues, you know. And next week, you're actually going to see a presentation. They were the low bidder in another future upcoming project, too.
Okay, I mean, I just would like to keep an eye on the contractor, and I'm not trying to impugn the contractor at all, but perhaps there's something that we can do to kind of maybe encourage them, so to speak, to prioritize this.
I agree.
Questions?
No, I just think it's unfortunate that in processes like this, we're at the mercy of the slowest moving component, especially when things need to happen in a sequential order. So it's semi-understandable that another project that could have started afterwards would be completed prior to this one. Just an unfortunate set of circumstances that have held this one back at almost every opportunity it could.
Thank you, Carmelo.
All right,
Well, thank you for your comments. So we're clear. A prioritization list of accomplishments and what's left. So just kind of a to-do on that. Very good. With that, was there something else?
Yes, Mayor. Actually, we heard a lot about neighborhood safety today and speeding, and Commander Reynolds may have an update to share today.
Good morning, Commander Reynolds.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Phil Reynolds, Commander with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here and just give a little bit of debrief in regards to some of the public comments that we've heard in regards to speeding, not only on Cimarron and Florida Park Drive and our main arteries throughout Palm Coast, but the Sheriff's Office is committed to provide the utmost, the best service that we can along drop-off hours and during pickup during the school year. You'll see several message boards throughout the city reading ABC. Always be careful. So just a reminder to the community for the benefit of those that are in the room and for those that are listening in, just to please be careful in our school zones, abide by the speed limit and no texting and driving. We have our traffic division along with our sector units that work that area that will be in enforcement during pickup and drop off, along with our school resource deputies to assist with visibility as well.
Any questions for Commander while he's at the podium? Keep it up, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll move to our agenda.
Mayor, can I comment on something
Please.
real first? So for the public participation, I share the sentiment about our forensic audit proposition that we were encountered with last week. And I went back and I watched our budgetary meetings, and I wanted to make sure that there weren't any situations where anyone had actually brought anything to light. And that was confirmed. I went back. It's the same sentiment that all of us have shared with our budget team. When Helena and Gwen are up here, we are always very complimentary, and we're always speaking in niceties. Unfortunately, you know, we do have to deal with a budget, so there are tensions that are strong at times, but forensic audit to me is essentially the same thing as saying fire without even being able to point to smoke. And I just want to be clear that the success of our council, I've long held, basically, it's the function of our communication and collaboration, and that's the environment that we try to create up here, is one where we can communicate clearly, and we can discuss the matters with one another, and we can identify things that are potentially quote-unquote fires, like I perceive the forensic audit asked to be. And what I also fear is that we may be intentionally or unintentionally pandering to some of the comments that are, of course, more heavily worded and potentially more intimidating. But I think this is the opportunity where I have to ask my council members to help me understand and communicate clearly to me so that I can be on the same page of why are we asking for a forensic audit and where is the smoke that is potentially in the air, and where exactly are the reasonings for these things, because from my opinion, we can't communicate outside of here. I was almost dumbfounded when we gained consensus for a forensic audit, because outside of discussions of this council, I haven't heard anything that is nothing less than positive. So I am asking my fellow council members where exactly that fire is. I do have some other comments here about speeding and Cimarron. Charlie Erickson was a great man, there's no doubt about it. The issues with Cimarron as well, I remember Al was a tremendous individual, but he got every single person in Cimarron to sign the I will not speed, flyer that he walked around with. But the problem is Cimarron's a closed loop. So if no one is speeding, but there are still speeders, who else is driving in there except for people who are transporting themselves through there? It could be people in the CDD back there, but that's another story. But more or less, I want to, at this point, ask my council members to help educate me and tell me where is the fire that you perceive to be, that it would require some type of forensic audit. Because if you Google, that's all it takes. Google how much does a forensic audit cost. And if we're talking about cutting budgets, removing programs, limiting employment in the city, things along these lines, these are very heavy consequences for which it would be irresponsible for us to throw around the words of forensic audit without at least communicating to one another on why we're asking for these things. And I fear that it came from just an individual's comment, and I hope that's not so. So I would like to give this opportunity for our fellow council members to shed some light on this. Help me understand where you're coming from in the request for forensic audit.
So I think your question is appropriate, and I think I have a different understanding as well. I'm going to ask council to kind of reel back or roll back the direction that was given at the last meeting regarding a discussion of a forensic audit, because it's my understanding that we had talked about a scope, we had talked about what does it cost, and we didn't have any of the answers. So can you kind of bring us back to the end of that?
Mr. Mayor, just one question. Again, it came from a citizen, it didn't come from us.
Right.
But we did say, okay, we'll take a look at it. We instructed staff.
Right there.
We instructed staff.
Take a
right.
look at it.
So
Just
we
those
instructed
remember,
staff.
words are important, so take a look at it.
Instructed staff to come back to us with a cost.
Right.
So that's kind of where we left it. We haven't, you know, staff needs time to come back and say, hey, it's going to cost X or Y or whatever. And then I think that's the appropriate time to say, wow, that's a lot of money, or that's not very expensive, and then make a decision as to what we want to do. But it came from a citizen's request.
Right.
We got a consensus, and I think that we
A
should just
consensus
follow through.
to ask the questions so we
got a
understood what it
consensus.
was.
Right, to find out how much it would cost was our consensus, I believe. And I think we need to follow through with at least that, and then have a discussion. Is it worth it? Is it not? And again, I don't see any fire anywhere, as Councilman Clufus said. I don't see any smoke anywhere. But we did make a commitment, so the least we can do is keep our word.
So I think what we did is we discussed, I think we acknowledged the fact that we don't know what a forensic audit is. We're not experts in that field. And we're therefore looking for information to make a decision if it was appropriate or inappropriate. At least that's where I'm at.
And I think the definition of forensic audit, since we have state mandated audits every single year that we contractually have to meet. And I've been on this council since we had Chris Quinn, was a former finance director, stud of a man, absolutely stallion of a finance director. We have tremendous staff. We're state recognized. The definition of a forensic audit is more than a general audit. So my question is, what are you trying to define as to be audited?
And again, I'm sorry, this began long before I was here. This began when Jack Howell ran for council, and he promised the citizens a forensic audit during his campaign, and then he never even requested it. So I don't know what he was thinking at the time, but I do know that if we give our word to at least look into something and say, you know, we're going to find out what it is and what it costs, we should at least follow through with our word, because I would hate for having people to come back and saying, last week you guys said this, and now you're saying now you don't want to do it.
So
I don't think we want to do
So
that.
let's ask council
Sure.
to, where are we? Can you help us so that we are now, at this moment, all on the same page?
Well, Mayor, what Vice Mayor Danko relayed was, I believe, my understanding of what the city council wanted to hear. And I think, Denise, you can probably talk to how staff is going to accomplish bringing back that information to city council, because we have a plan.
Sure. Also, and with the consensus, is there any other smoke that other council members see? I mean, Councilman Danko said that one member from the audience came up, and that's a tough proposition too, because there's a lot of members of the public that come up here and ask for a lot of things, and we don't immediately, you know, relish in the moment to hand over whatever an individual asks for, or else we'd already have the chickens, we would have the bridge built, there would be all sorts of different things going on. So the council members that gave consensus, are there other things that are indicative to you of a forensic audit being needed?
If I may, because I feel very responsible for the position that we're in, because I'm the one that initially mentioned the proposition of looking into an audit. I want to be very clear. I do not think that there is any type of criminal activity or improprieties occurring with our staff. I agree that our staff does a fantastic job, that they cross their T's and dot their I's, and any questions that I ever ask for or ask, any documentation I ask for, it's promptly provided to me by our city manager or staff. I think what our residents are looking for is transparency and understanding. So if there's a different mechanism to provide that, then I am on board with that. The request for a forensic audit from one resident did not prompt my asking for consensus or my making of the motion. It has been a culmination of a lot of concerns from residents of what's happening with our tax dollars. It's one of the reasons I endeavored to do a town hall, to try to help educate, to try to help provide transparency. So I like Mr. Seib's idea of maybe getting our accounting firm in here, or maybe doing a town hall with our accounting firm. I mean, there could be other mechanisms to accomplish the same thing without an implication that there's any type of criminal activity occurring, because obviously there isn't. And so I agree with you that, you know, I don't think there's fire. I haven't seen any smoke. But I do think that our residents are entitled to full transparency with regards to how their tax dollars are being spent. And part of that is self-initiated education on their part. But it's also incumbent upon us as their representatives to help them in that process because it is a challenging and difficult process. So if their city staff does have a plan to present us with the costs and the scope, because that was another thing that we all wanted to look into was what is the scope of this audit? What does this look like? If there's another mechanism to provide transparency and information that will allay a lot of the concerns that our residents have, then I favor that over a forensic audit. But I think we just don't know what we don't know yet. And so I share your sentiment, Councilman Clufus, that, yeah, there's no reason why we should suspect any criminal activity, but I do think that there's probably some type of middle ground that will provide the information that our residents are looking for.
So I would just ask in terms of middle ground, we conduct an audit with a top firm certified and licensed by the state every year, and that audit is available to the public every year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I agree with your suggestion that the information is as transparent as it can be. In light of, or in lieu of actually handing out the audit, which would be quite expensive, it is available through the website or certainly on request from the city manager's office on any day of the week that a resident would choose to ask for a copy. Now, if someone needed to go beyond that, then I would suggest they write to our city manager and alert the city manager to things that they do not see in the audit. So we're already spending money to accomplish that. I don't know how to be more transparent than that.
Well, I still think if we gave a consensus to the public, we need to follow through on what we said we would do. I think that we...
No, agree.
So let's find, and I'd like to know, I'd like to learn a bit more about what a forensic audit is. So I assume staff comes back and says, here's what we're going to look at, and here's what it's going to cost you, and here's what it's going to show you or not show you. It's kind of an education for our entire community, and I think we at least have to go that far with this. Keep our word.
And just so I understand, city manager, you're prepared to just, do you have a plan in mind, or?
Yes, Mayor.
And I just want to say one other thing.
Okay.
So over the last 11 years, whether it be the city of Palm Coast government, the county of Flagler government, the city of Flagler Beach government, almost every single year at some meeting in every one of those municipal governments, somebody cries forensic audit. I'm not sure if they're seeing it on TV, they're scraping it out of a social media post, but it seems to be a war cry. When you can't point to something specific, you kind of throw that out. So with that, I would ask you to update us.
Yes, Mayor. So since the consensus from City Council, we have reached out to one of the top firms, our firm, that does the annual audit, and having those conversations of the context of what council was looking for. You may not be aware of, but the annual audit process is starting now. So you can have these conversations as we do every year, one-on-one with the firm. So just probably in the context of the gap between council meetings, you're going to get additional information if you participate in those one-on-ones.
I would like to share that what caught my attention was when the comment was made by the constituent that we should conduct a forensic audit. That's something I've never heard of. I'm new here to the council, but it also seemed that it was important enough, as he explained it. If we've never conducted one, it opened my eyes to something, and I said, that might be something that we all need to learn from. And also our community and constituents will also at the same time have the opportunity to learn something from that audit. And that is why I thought that it might be a good idea for it to be conducted. Because I think it would be a learning process. And Nick, by no means do I feel like it was a fire situation. I just think that it's important that we be educated on what is going on in city council and in this city, not only the council, but also our constituents.
So, Councilman, does that get the conversation out in front of the meeting so you can get the comfort level that you're looking for?
Absolutely. I wanted to reaffirm that we all believe that we have the utmost confidence in our staff and our budgetary processes, and our tremendous audit results have been successful, and we've worked, with everyone in our possible, allowable communication. I mean, any one of us could have called James Moore. Mr. Webb came up here and gave the presentation. I know we were all here for that. I just wanted to, Ed made a great point that words matter, and they do. And perhaps I have been in this arena long enough where forensic audit is something that is touted along, generally along, I would say, I don't want to call it fringe politics, but that's something that has been brought up to the podium as more of a, a scare tactic at times. And I just want to be sure that we don't fall victim to that. And as a council, we are the insulation layer between us and our staff. And our staff do a tremendous job. And I just want to reiterate that we have absolute confidence in our staff and that this may have been a misstep or understanding of vocabulary. But a forensic audit, to me, with my experience, was the equivalent of screening fire. And I believe that we have all now come to a common ground that we are able to move forward.
Thank you.
And that means exactly what?
Well, now let's go to City Manager, who has a plan to discuss.
And again, based on the consensus delivered at the previous meeting, we're in the process of working with James Moore and Company of what a presentation would look like. But again, you have the one-on-one opportunity to become educated immediately through the audit process.
Absolutely, and thank you again for reiterating that. And that's what I thought had occurred. I thought that there was communications with some type of auditing body that I just wasn't privy to, but it doesn't seem to be the case. And I was just asking for any new information to be presented, and we are here now. So with the consensus, I was part of the minority of the consensus, so that doesn't impact, I don't have any influence on whether or not we still move forward with that. But I appreciate your responses.
So we are going to proceed and get some information from staff, including costs.
I think City Manager just
I just want
confirmed
to make
that.
sure we're still on the same page, because again, I would hate to have anyone from the public come back and say, why are you guys now trying to bury this? What the first reaction is going to be, and it's human nature, what are you hiding?
So
We're not hiding anything.
So City Manager has just
right?
confirmed the process that she is working with our auditor to bring that information forward so that we can
So
all
the
have it at the same
information of
time.
what it will cost us to do this, should we decide to do it.
As best as we can,
Best we can.
with the scope,
With a
the
recommendation.
large scope that we're
with a
talking about right now.
recommendation for firms that actually do these things. I mean, I don't know who even does these things, but I certainly don't want it to be our auditors. You can't have our auditors doing a forensic audit if we went that far. That just wouldn't look good. The optics are very bad. And, I agree with Councilman Clufus. We're not accusing anyone of anything. This was brought to us. We all just agreed to go forward. But there is a lack of trust in this country in government. It's so obvious. And that's the problem. People have no faith in their government. And when you look at all the things that are going on, it's hard to disagree. So I think we need to be as transparent as we possibly can. And I think if it reassures the public that everything's going along good, I think that's a great thing. But I do not want to see us try to now change our minds or push this aside, because it's just going to bring back a lot of bad accusations.
So we visited it 3 times now. So City Manager is moving it forward to conclude with the information that you want. And a final note, the annual audit is available today to everyone.
Right.
Not even by public record request. I think you can even access it through our website. So I would encourage every member of the community to please read through the annual audit, because that spells out everything, every dollar, and all of the parts of the government in one rather concise document. And I would also alert you to the fact that there are recommendations offered by firms, and we did not need to suffer any recommendations because our audits are so well done by our award-winning finance staff that there were no recommendations in terms of corrections, changes, or things that we should look at more carefully in the future. But we'll get to that point that you had asked. City Manager has that. Good.
On that.
Okay.
I think the only thing I'm saying is we gave our word. Let's keep our word, and then we can have the conversation and decide, is it worth proceeding or not? I mean, that's what we committed to. We didn't commit to anything more than that. So let's keep our word.
Yep. And Mr. Mayor, if I can, just one more thing. Whiteview, it was interesting that previous council member Jack Howell was brought up, but Whiteview was planned. Whiteview is one of the most dangerous roads in Palm Coast, and that has been proven through so many studies. And back in 2019, we had state funding for the better part of $4 million that the city would have only had to come up with about 10% of to complete the Whiteview Basically, we're going from 4 lanes to 2 lanes, and that was the recommendation to make that street safer. That is one of the highest ranked, most dangerous streets in Flagler, Volusia County. But I was of my dissenting opinion again. We didn't want to spend the $400,000, and at that time it was Councilman Jack Howell who claimed to be a traffic expert and didn't think that it was a problem and was able to convince 2 other members to not move forward with this. But Whiteview is a problem. It has been very clearly stated, but there have been council members who don't want to address that even when there was state funding. So I just wanted to say that specifically to Gene. Thank you.
Did you have a comment?
Just really quickly, Mayor, I know, as we're nearing kind of the end of the budget approval for next year, we have a SAP, and a lot of the things that have been mentioned by our residents are priorities for us. So as the budget gets approved and as staff is directed to then use what we have approved for certain priorities, we can start to see some real movement on those things. So just as an edification piece, I know there's frustration with regards to neighborhood safety and speed and potholes and things like that, but we've specifically taken very large steps and had a lot of workshops on ways to get the roads fixed, on ways to address the speed, and we have all prioritized those, both conceptually and financially. So as we go through this process, we will be able to deliver on things that residents have been asking for.
So I appreciate that comment because the strategic action plan itself is really the blueprint for the upcoming budget cycle. So the residents, as does staff, can use that to measure, it's almost like a metric, to measure our progress and hold us at City Council accountable that we are achieving the goals that we set forward, because those visionary pillars within the SAP do originate from each of us on City Council.
And I think we're as anxious to get a lot of that started as our
Yeah.
residents are. I mean,
Yeah, it's a long, arduous
It is,
process through
so-
the budget, so good. All right, if everyone is okay, we'll move forward with presentations. Kath, okay? Okay. So our first presentation this morning is a presentation regarding saltwater canals update.
Morning again, Carmelo Morales, Stormwater Engineer. And I'm joined with Terry Cake from Taylor Engineering. They were the consultants that, through the bidding process, were awarded the process to begin the initial investigation phase, right? This is a 3-phase approach. We're in phase 1, which is the initial investigation. That'll lead to design and permitting and eventually to construction if it goes that route. So right now, we're just going to provide an update of where we're at with this initial investigation phase, data analysis, et cetera. So I'll let Terry Cake take over. He's provided a presentation. He's going to go through some of those findings. Yeah, sorry.
It's below sea level, you just can't see it on the screen, yeah.
Get it up there.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Carmelo said, I'm Terry Cake with Taylor Engineering, and looking forward to giving you a little update on what we've been
I
doing.
am going to ask you if you wouldn't mind, bring your microphone just a little bit closer, because there are folks listening online, and it travels better to our outside viewers. Thank you. You don't have to bend over. Just bring it to you. It's just easier.
All right, how about that? Is that better? All right, great. All right, so our task so far has been investigating what exactly is going on in the canals from the original construction back in the late 60s, early 70s to the condition that they are in now. Our first task was investigating the design and permitting history of these canals. The staff here at Palm Coast provided information to us. We also did our own research through Corps of Engineers and DEP, looking to find what kind of permits, if any, were ever issued for these canals, either for initial construction or maintenance dredging since this construction. We did not find any previous permits. These canals were constructed early 70s, late 60s. That was prior to the existence of Florida DEP and their predecessor organization, so it's not a surprise that permits did not exist. They weren't required when these canals were constructed. Design documents that we looked at, we found some original design documents showing the depth that some of these canals were constructed at. They're a little bit vague, but they gave us a construction datum that converting it to a modern datum is 8.77 feet in NAVD. That's actually a pretty substantial depth for a canal. I'm working with Longboat Key for another project. Their canals are dredged to 5 or 6 feet. So this is substantial infrastructure. Since we don't have any previous permitting history on that, our next step for dredging is in how deep can we maintenance dredge these? It's going to be to do a pre-application meeting with DEP and establish what a permittable depth is for that, and find out, essentially get this permitting process going from scratch. One of our initial tasks was to do a bathymetric survey. Bathymetric survey being essentially how deep is the water for this entire 26 miles of canals. So we surveyed. Our team spent about a week going up and down every one of these canals, collecting the survey data. That was a significant amount of data that we processed in-house, and we've now developed a survey drawing set of the entire canal system, the depth of the entire canal system. The entire survey set is about 56 pages. Nobody wants to look at 56 pages of survey data in that, so I've reduced it all down into one big picture. This is a color coded. It's kind of hard to see on the big screen. The red areas are where the elevation is 0 to -3 feet. Yellow is -3 to -6, and then blue is below 6 feet. The -6 feet, that is a pretty substantial depth for most of them. And what you can see from the big picture is that most of the main canals are actually in pretty good shape. There's shoaling at the entrances, the canals that are parallel to the intercoastal, close to the entrance. Shoaling at the Long Creek Nature Preserve, there's some shoaling present there. And most of the dead-end residential canals, most of them are showing some shoaling. And then there's a little blown-up picture to see the big picture a little bit better. You notice most of the...
Could you define shoaling? I'm sorry, yeah, perfect. Can you define shoaling, please?
Shoaling is where sediment has settled in, essentially a shallow spot. If you run aground in a boat, you probably ran aground on a shoal.
Understood.
Source of the shoaling material?
I've got another slide on that.
Okay.
I've actually got some pictures
Let's
of
wait
it
till you get to it.
coming
Sorry,
up.
go ahead.
So, yeah, the take-home message there, the main canals actually in fairly good shape, shoaling along the sides of them, and up in the residential canals with a few essentially hot spots scattered around the system. Next task, we did a seawall survey, looking at the condition of the seawalls and identifying erosion, damaged seawalls, where seawalls have not been constructed, and other shoreline protection. We did that by UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, basically a drone. Flew a drone down every seawall, 26 miles of canals, that's 52 miles of seawall. That, if anyone's interested, that is 8 hours of drone video footage that someone had to watch to pick out all these features. We picked out we selected all the features. I believe we had 200 and some total features of items of interest, and we put all those into a GIS database so they could come back and identify each one. You can click on each dot and get the attributes, including a picture of the feature of interest, and show you some examples of some that we found. There's an example of erosion. You can see this property owner is losing a bit of his yard right there to seawall. There's seawall damage, and this one you can see where the seawall is losing its integrity and caving into the canal. Several instances where seawalls were not constructed, particularly on vacant lots. And a lot of properties have other shoreline protection. In this case, it's a riprap structure. Some of those look like they might actually be serving as like a living shoreline. Actually, pretty well done. Some other features that we identified: shoaling. It doesn't show very well on the big screen, but there's some shoaling right alongside the seawalls. In this case, these docks where the residents have their boat lift, they've got very shallow water under their boat lift. Same on that one. This one with without the seawall, he's got even a shallower area under his boat lift. We took all this data and we identified all the locations on the survey to say, is this erosion? Is the lack of seawalls being present? Is that impacting the canal depth at all? Is there any shoaling in the canal that's directly from that? And what we found is that any shoaling from the erosion is immediately right in front of that property owner. There's not any noticeable shoaling in the canal itself that's affecting the general population. If you think about it, these are 8-foot deep canals. It's going to take a lot of material to fill in an 8-foot deep canal. So unless somebody is there losing shoreline, putting a dump truck full of sand in there, and then refilling that every time it comes out, unless somebody's really putting some material in the system, there's not a significant impact from seawall damage to the canals. All right, Mayor, you were asking about the sediment. We collected sediment in 6 locations within the canal system. We chose some of the entrance canals, some of the dead-end canals, just to get a representative examples of what's down there. And what we found is a mixture of sand and silt. There's some pictures of it. Not particularly interesting stuff. There wasn't a surprise. The silt is very likely organic material that's fallen in and decayed over the years. Nothing especially interesting in the chemical results. The take-home message there: the material is probably suitable for commercial and industrial fill. It's obviously it's not like a beach quality material. No one's going to be throwing money at Palm Coast to try to get this material and buy it from them if it's dredged. But there are potential uses that we can do with this. And when we get to the permitting process, DEP will make us do a more substantial sediment evaluation on this. This is the information from this screenshot from this screening will be used to guide that and give us some leverage to say we need to take this many samples and analyze for this and not do a huge spectrum trying to analyze everything. We were asked to evaluate the feasibility of additional dredging to deepen the canals. There's a couple of significant issues on that. If you dredge deeper, you need a steeper side slope on the canals, and without knowing the geological characteristics of this, if you go deeper, the canal is going to naturally want to be wider. The sides are going to want to slough in, and that's going to give the potential for seawall and dock damage. Every one of these seawalls might be designed to different standards, so it'd be really hard to evaluate everyone and do something that's not going to damage seawalls and docks. It would also require removing a significant amount of material. Even dredging a foot, you'd have to dredge a foot down through every square foot of the canal. And that's going to be a lot of volume, which translates to a lot of expense. So maybe maybe it's worth looking into this to say the entrances where we're seeing some significant shoaling, where people are having issues with their boat. There's such a thing as called advanced dredging. you dredge down to the target depth, but then you're allowed to go, say, 1 foot more because we know that as soon as we get done dredging, all this stuff is going to start filling in again. So that's something we can look at. But to deepen the entire system would be a significant effort. Identifying potential funding sources. We've looked into several funding sources. This is a process that is still in progress. There's more work to be done here. One of the big challenges of this is lack of public access to the canals. Most funding sources are for where there's public access using the entire area. If there was a public boat ramp or two within the system, that would give us a better shot of those, but there is not, and there's not really a good place to put one, and that may not be what Palm Coast wants anyway. There's some grants that might be applicable for, say, the entrances off the intercoastal. There's some others that for water quality. We might look at this and the silt that we identified in the sediment samples. We might be able to look at that and say silt removal and use the water quality angle for that. We might be able to get some funding for that. But as we identify what exactly we need to do, what we want to dredge here, that'll give us a more focus to identify the proper funding sources. All right, preliminary assessments, basically the big picture. We've identified the shoaling areas, the north and the middle entrance off of the intercoastal and the larger canals right there next to the intercoastal. There's some shoaling right next to the Long Creek Preserve and the dead end canals. The input we need right now, we need to get to the DEP and get their regulatory input on what we can say is a maintenance stretch, a maintenance depth for these canals. And then we needed to work with Palm Coast and determine the priority areas and depth for dredging. Where are people having trouble with boat access now? There's some areas where boat access is constrained by a bridge. Does it make sense to dredge the canals, maintain a canal at a depth that a sailboat can navigate to, and a sailboat is constrained by a bridge and can't get to that area anyway? So kind of do a common sense look at what makes sense on some of these canals. Finding a potential placement area for the dredging material, that's often a challenge on these. There's two reasonable areas from Florida Inland Navigation District. They have a piece of property just south of Palm Coast on the intercoastal identified as FL8, and that one it's there. It is undeveloped. There's also a FL3 a little bit further away to the north up the intercoastal, and that one is developed and active for dredge material placement.
That second location, is that up north of Bing's Landing?
It is. I believe it's north of Bing's Landing. It's up there. I believe it's about 3 miles north of the Palm Coast entrance canals.
Okay, gotcha.
On the western side of the intercoastal.
Understood.
Level of effort. This is basically an order of magnitude without doing the design work to determine exactly how much material we're pulling out. These are kind of educated guesses based on previous work. There's approximately 13 miles of canals that are shallower than 6 feet at their center line. Ballpark estimate is that's 250,000 to 500,000 cubic yards of material that needs to be removed. Dredging costs are kind of varying all over the place with the cost of diesel and how many hurricanes have hit Florida and how busy the dredgers are. Ballpark costs to do that level of dredging is about 10 to 20 million. So that gives us a ballpark of what we're looking at. So our recommendations from here is to engage the FDEP to determine the permittable dredge depth and get the permit motion moving forward. Evaluate the canals areas by use and by need. Which ones need to be dredged first? Which ones are the highest priority? What depth we need to maintain? Does it make sense to maintain to the original constructed depth on all of them, or is that money well spent or not? And with that information, we can continue to identify appropriate funding sources. And with that, I'll return us to the big picture of the survey to give us something to talk about, and I'll entertain any questions.
Well, when you said 13 miles, less than 6 feet dead center, do you have a bit more of a breakdown? Like where are we less than 5 or less than 4, or where are we at 3 miles wide?
I don't have those calculated, but I could certainly come up with that. I'd have to work with our CAD folks to delineate that, and then when I first did this presentation, I just took the 6 feet one because that's a pretty comfortable depth for boating. But we could certainly come up with those numbers.
So, I mean, I think that might determine where we start dredging first, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The other thing is you had mentioned no public access to these canals. I mean, the public does have access to them. They can come in from the intercoastal waterway. I don't know if that helps us or not.
Without having a reason for them to come into the public, from the intercoastal and go somewhere, it gets back to if I'm trying to convince somebody to give us money for that, they'd say they're asking why do we need that? What is the public benefit
nicest amenities. The homes are beautiful. It's a nice little place to take a small cruise. I don't know. I'm asking. This is new to me.
That one's gonna be tough. I looked at the canal, the kayak access down there, which is that is a public access.
How much water does a kayak put off, though? That was going to be my question, too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
There's
about
the
6
problem.
inches, right?
A kayak does not need 8 feet of water to navigate.
Sure.
So that would be a tough argument to make. Further in the canal system, we would probably be better off looking at a grants for water quality, looking at the sediment, the silt that's in there, and removing silt is a legitimate way to improve water quality. That's something we might be able to.
Now, you mentioned that we've never permitted before. We don't have a history or a track record of permits.
Correct.
So I would ask, excuse me, based on your experience in other locations, would permitting to mitigate any part of the canals be tied to solving the continued addition of material through shoaling from the for the lots that don't have seawalls, or for those that are probably in disrepair? In other words, do those two things get tied together in a permit?
Is the question, does that mean
The question is, can you just dredge? Can you just go ask for a permit for the one thing without solving the other? Or are they combined with, let's say, the DEP or whatever other organizations you're talking about?
Yes, we can, the permit, we can get a permit to just dredge. That's done all over Florida. Given these canals have not been dredged in their approximate 50 years of existence, these are in my opinion, these are in really good shape. There's a lot of canals out there that require dredging annual, every couple of years, just because of the shoaling. And a lot of these shoal just because that's the way the water moves and that's the way the sediment travels. So there's not I can't see DEP tying seawall conditions into this permit.
Okay, and then just to finish off the question, you did indicate that you had some fear of liability with regard to docks. So how do you handle that? In other words, how do you forecast the liability for, let's call it spot dredging in close proximity to a dock? It's a hard question, I get it, but this is what you guys do.
It is. We would normally recommend that dredging that's been done with public funds have a buffer around private structures for that. And that could be
Okay, so you have to help me with a buffer. What does that mean?
A buffer, a distance, say 5 foot, 10 foot from private structures. So say this dredge cannot come within, say 10 feet of a private structure.
So it's not a visible buffer, it's just an understanding that the work would not be done within some radius at center point at the dock.
Correct,
Okay.
and that's to protect the the dredging entity from damage, the dredging entity being Palm Coast, protect them from damage.
And I guess I have to ask one other hard question, again, because you've done this most recently over on the West Coast, over,
We've done this throughout Florida. I'm working on another one right now in Longboat Key.
Longboat Key.
Near
So-
Sarasota.
is there a sign-off process on dredging by the property owner who owns the dock? In other words,
Mayor, I can probably answer that. So every property owner that has a dock structure on these canals have either entered into a license agreement with the city or an easement agreement previously to install their docks with ITT. So there's two different authorizations out there. Just, it depends on timing. Right now, when people come in, they get a license agreement. Previously, they got an easement agreement. Generally, those documents, they're different, but they're generally the same and allow for the city to dredge.
so there's a process in place. That's really my question.
Yeah,
I don't need to know the detail, but that's something that is considered before anybody just moves forward and creates a damage of some sort.
Right.
Okay. Councilperson Pontieri, I think you had a question?
Do you have more?
I do, if you don't
Please.
mind. Thank you. You gave an estimate, a guesstimate on what it would cost to do some dredging here. But we really need to know kind of what it's going to cost if we're going to proceed rather than just, a round off number like that. And I guess that begs the next question of how would we do the dredging? Who would we hire? Would we put in our own system, perhaps, or just do a one-time dredging? I'm curious where you think we need to be going further here.
The most common way is we would do a design. First off, we decide, what exactly we're going to dredge, what depth are we going to dredge to, which areas, and with that information, then we're narrowing down our guesstimates into real numbers. Once we do that, we can put together, Taylor Engineering, we often do the designs, put together the bid specifications so that Palm Coast could take that out and solicit bids from contractors to do the work. Some cities have elected to get their own dredge and establish their own dredging program. That has been done.
I guess in your opinion, having looked at these, do you think we need, because you said they were in relatively good shape, our canals, so I'm sensing that you're thinking we don't need a permanent system in place. We may need to do spot dredging. Is that kind of where we're headed?
That would be a good way to put it. Yeah, do the spot dredging of the areas where people where it's causing navigational issues, and that's where we need to find navigational issues. How deep a draft of boats are accessing these canals, and that might be a different answer depending on which canal we're talking about. Like for instance, the ones that are constrained by a bridge. You can't get sailboats in under the bridge, so maybe we don't need to maintain that to the same depth as the ones that have open access direct to the intercoastal.
Okay, so
that's where we need some input on what size boats are using these. What's our target here? What do the citizens need on this?
So there's a next step we need to take in this process.
Correct. We got to decide what exactly. There's the next steps. One is permitting, working with DEP to establish that depth, working with Palm Coast, where we need to dredge and how deep. And once we decide that, then we start moving forward with design and giving some more firm numbers.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and for the work that you all have done. What do you think should be the standard depth as far as when we're looking at kind of a lot of our finger canals that we call them? Should it be around 6 feet in your experience and based on similar systems?
Based on similar systems, 6 feet, especially in the ones that are constrained by the bridge, 6 feet would probably be a pretty good number to target. That would be plenty of depth for the most small recreational boats. The ones that have open access to the intercoastal, some of those we might look into dredging those down to the 8 feet. That's again, I'd kind of like to see a little more of the access, what boats are using that, and what problems they're having in the area.
Okay, and do you foresee us having a problem with that permittable depth from DEP?
Since we've got some documentation that these were constructed at that depth at one time, I don't expect to see any problems with FDEP. That said, they can surprise us, but that would not be this would not be an unusual request.
Okay. And then, this obviously has been a very time-consuming process. I mean, there's multiple steps to it. So in your estimation, if we were to dredge at 6 feet for the finger canals and then 8 for the ones that are accessible to the intercoastal, how long do you think we could wait until we have to go through this process again? Because to Vice Mayor's point, I understand that spot dredging is probably most appropriate now, but what I don't want to do is 20 years from now have to go through this process all over again, rather than setting up some type of common sense routine maintenance for the canals to upkeep them.
The ideal thing would be to work up a maintenance schedule. There was a survey done of these canals in 2005 that's, we could use that kind of as a baseline, what happened between 2005 and when we did this survey this year, to give an idea of shoaling rates. And it might be doing something like doing a survey every so many years and finding out where the hot spots are and doing spot dredging on a smaller scale before it gets to be a problem. That is something we could certainly generate.
So that's what I would like to see. I mean, I think what I'd like to see is the cost to get certain canals at 8 feet versus the cost to get certain ones at 6 feet. Make sure we can get the permit from DEP, and then look at the 2005 survey versus the survey now, so that we can somewhat estimate what we may have to do in the future, so that we can plan for it equipment-wise, financially, but also so that our residents know it's something that's not dropping off our radar, and then we're having to kind of do this entire process over again in another 25, 30 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And regular surveys they can be a good thing to have. If you have this for FEMA money, if it's in some areas that have canals, they do surveys every year. Last year was very handy for some communities. They just had a recent survey before Hurricane Ian came and filled their canals in, so they could use that to take that to FEMA and say, hey, this is what it looked like before the hurricane hit. So there's some value to the city for that standpoint as well.
Do you foresee us being able to get maybe any resiliency money for this effort, or no?
I'm sorry, repeat the question,
Resiliency grants, do you foresee this maybe possibly going into one of I'm just trying to think of, potential financial opportunities here to help us pay for this. I mean, have you seen resiliency come into play at all when people are trying to get funding for dredging like this?
It is possible. I'm not sure how well it will apply for this particular scenario, but that is something that we'll definitely look into.
Okay. Thank you.
I just had one other quick question.
Sure thing.
When you talk 6 feet or 8 feet, talking low tide or high tide?
That is actually in a datum, NAVD 88, which is a common datum they use. It's a little bit hard to tie that to water quality, but especially here when your water level is tied to Ponce Inlet to the south and Matanzas Inlet to the north, there's some buffering going on, but 0 NAVD would be pretty close to an average sea level, an average water level in these canals, and we can look back in our survey and try to get a better idea to relate to that datum to actual water level in the canals, actual water depth.
Okay.
And just one more quick question. For the public's knowledge, how long do you anticipate it would be to get the FDEP permits?
If I had to throw out a date, I mean, it's a little bit of a challenge.
Very specific, we're going to hold you to the very day that you pick.
Just as we're starting from scratch, I would like to say, I would say a year, and say we would probably be able to do it quicker than that, but I'd hate to promise less than a year.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go. Two things. One, you mentioned that you have laboratory tested the material at the bottom of the current existing canals. Now, are you satisfied that that material is harmless?
Reasonably satisfied. The DEP is going to make us go back and do more sampling.
The reasonably part, I just want to nail that down a little bit.
Yeah, reasonably sure. I mean, a common thing in residential is like the pesticides that went into like termite treatment decades ago. We didn't see any of that. It is, you know, it's fairly benign stuff. We can use that info. Maybe instead of DEP asking us to take 100 samples out there, now maybe they'll make us do 50 or 25. That's the main purpose of.
So you could get beyond reasonably, you could get to a point where you were comfortable that we would not be introducing anything in the water that we didn't want because of the work.
There are specific regulations that DEP has where they will be looking at.
And then if you could just help me with the geometry for a minute. So when you're talking about dredging, you're probably talking about dredging near the center line probably?
Near the center line to the width of Palm Coast responsibility.
So, and then my question is, so if you have folks that have a boat that have trouble getting out, that dredging is not going to help them at all because they can't get to your center line. How do you work around that without injuring their dock as well?
That's a reasonable question, and one that we really need to work with Palm Coast on that. The most common way is let the property owner have responsibility for that part of the dredging.
Okay, I'm not quite, well, we'll get to a point where I understand what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, sorry, I just have a question based on that to piggyback. It's my understanding that there's limitations as to what homeowners can actually remove from in front of their seawall. So how do we educate, or what do you suggest as educating the public and then allowing them to address what's in front of their seawall and underneath their own docks?
For educating on that, it's a good question. That's a valid scenario. There's the best way for that, like I mentioned, most communities have handled that by letting that be the property owner's responsibility to dredge underneath their own dock. That is the most common way. I believe some counties, I believe Sarasota County actually has an ordinance saying that they will not dredge within so many feet of private structures. I'm not aware of any such ordinance for Palm Coast, but there could be that I'm not aware of.
Does shoring naturally occur if you were to dredge from the center line from someone's property line? If you were to dredge from the center line, does shoring naturally occur to kind of grade down their sediment?
To an extent, yes. If you were to dredge out the center of the canal, stuff would gravity unconsolidated material, stuff that's not like a clump of something. It would very likely by gravity slide to the center.
Gotcha.
Other questions? I was going to comment that, as soon as possible, we're probably going to want the public to be able to weigh in, to hear their comments. And I'm thinking, City Manager, one component of the comprehensive plan might be written for this discussion because it's got special circumstances about it, and that way you'd be offering workshops, communication, transparency, all of that communication that would be necessary for folks to understand or to tell us where they would like to be. What does City Council think about that?
Yeah, that's part of the process. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we would have to make that a part of the comp plan review process.
We've just started
Yeah.
here. And so we're going to move forward. It's going to take a little bit of time. We do want to hear from the public on it. I mean, this is not going to be cheap, obviously, but of course, if the more grants we can get, it's going to be a slow process. But yes,
yeah,
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I definitely obviously want to hear from the public and specifically my district. I also, though, do think that a good base, a good starting point is to see what DEP will allow us to get permits at and establish kind of what that standard depth should be, because that provides a baseline both for cost, time, and then go to the public and say, based on the data that we see, based on what Taylor Engineering has provided, is this satisfactory? Because you have to consider the cost and the time and whether or not it's even doable and legal. So I think that that's probably a good baseline, and then presenting that to the public to get feedback at that point, in my mind, is the most prudent way to go about this.
So, I know, and I'll let you go just a second. Before you finish, and city manager, I assume city council has to offer some direction so that staff understands what to do next. So before we leave this conversation, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Councilman, go ahead.
I'd like to input. Excellent. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is very helpful, especially being able to lay this bathymetric survey over the GIS components for the lack of seawalls and where the seawall or where the shoring has been most heavily occurring is interesting, because those two aren't, like you said, it's not the heaviest contributor, but I think we may be approaching this from the wrong side. I think we should be collecting. We need to know who exactly is having the problems, and that's what we should be solving for, because a typical day sailor is going to draft 4 to 5 feet of water, right? I mean, that's a pretty big boat that's going to be drafting 5 feet of water. So who in our community is this impacting, and let's solve it for them. I think what I'm hearing is that this is not a majority issue. Like, everybody who basically has smaller personal boats who are not sailing, they're not going international, these are even small day sailors can travel these canals. Let's identify who in our community, like Mr. Kunez, I know has had some issues. I know that there's other members of the C-section that have had issues. If this is going to be such an expensive, cost to us, why don't we just try to identify who exactly is being impacted by this so that we can solve it for them? Because it seems like if we were to go about, a $10 to $20 million dredging process when we only have a handful of boats that are actually occupying our canals that put off enough water to be impacted by this, it just doesn't seem very, very financially prudent. And I don't think we currently have a list of all the individuals that say they're being impacted by this. If this is just a small handful of people, we should look at just solving the problem for them, because
So
this
would
is
you
not.
favor red flagging the properties that currently have the inability to access the canal on a regular basis?
Sure. I'm not certain how many properties actually have that problem, though.
Well, red flagging would mean that you'd have to identify those properties, which would also help you with the magnitude of the project, I would think.
Agreed. And looking at this bathymetric survey, though, correct me if I'm wrong, there are very few areas that are in red. Is that true?
Correct. If you look at the ones the easy answer is look at the ones that are yellow, that the yellow shading on there are the ones that have some kind of impact.
Yep. And I can see the shades of red, which I could see potentially be an issue definitely for some people with the larger vessels, and we should absolutely be paying attention to the needs for them to be able to access intercoastal. And just to clarify, for my own sake, for the grant funding, I think we got a little confused. I just want to clarify. For water access, you're saying it would be easier for us to apply for a grant if we were trying to provide water access to the ocean or to the canals through our public system. So if we had a boat ramp somewhere in here, it had to traverse these canals to get to wherever the destination was, which would be the reason we were building this boat access, that would be something that is potentially viable for a grant, because that is the impediment, no pun intended,
yes.
That would be the impediment to actually getting to whatever the end game goal is. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. If there was a boat ramp at the end of one of these canal systems, a public boat ramp, then it would be more likely to receive the funding.
Gotcha. So if we identify where the biggest problems are, that allows us to potentially maybe even be more creative and try to come up with something that would allow us to be viable for some type of these grants. If we can try to come up with a creative project that can be creatively located to potentially take advantage of these things. Otherwise, I think the most prudent way forward is to, number one, identify who is being impacted by this, and then let's solve the problem for them first before we start talking about the $10, $20 million figures.
Go ahead, please.
No, if I may, I think we need to kind of maybe split the baby on this one, Councilman, because with all the work that's gone into this and the fact that we are getting the permits, it's going to take a year. It's already taken so much time to get approval, put it in the SAP, right, to make it a council priority, and then have the survey done, look at the results, go through this very arduous process that's necessary. To then just say, hey, raise your hand if you're having issues, I think is insufficient. So in my...
Done prior.
What's that?
It should have been done first. We should have had an inventory of individuals who this was an issue for before we went through this process.
Well, I think
How
that's an idealistic way of looking at it, only because, I mean, look at what we did with POP, right? So for our parks project, we sent out how many surveys and only got 1,500 back. So we're relying on residents to even know that we're doing this process, and then B, to respond to us when they've got their own lives to worry about. So I think that, we need to come up with an objective criteria rather than somebody just saying, hey, every once in a while I can't get my boat out. And look at from an objective standpoint, okay, these are the waterways that should be at 8 feet. These are the waterways that should be at 6. Now, if and then we make a list of what that is, put that out into the public. And if somebody lives on a canal where their canal doesn't appear to be in the list that's going to be addressed, then they can come to us and say, hey, look, this is what I'm dealing with, and I also want my canal dredged. I understand the expense. Trust me, I get it. I mean, it's going to be very expensive. And, I know we rely heavily on FIND, and they've been fantastic, to say the least. And obviously, we have to look at the funding that's going to go into this. But I think we're going to shortchange ourselves and this process if we only go about kind of the uber spot dredging, which is what I feel like you're speaking about. So I think that we go ahead and make the list of everything that needs to be done, look at the expense, and figure out what we do from there.
Was the councilman, my understanding was that the two things could be done concurrently. In other words, doing what you said would not be changed in any way from addressing issues that the public brings forward while this is going on.
And that's why I said split the baby. I think that
this
it has to happen at the same time.
No, and I'm not splitting any baby. What I'm saying is that if we're going to spend $10 to $20 million on canals that no one's going to be using, why would you do that? Why would you not want to hyper-focus on the actual problems?
I'm not saying that we move forward with it. What I'm saying is that we get a list from our engineering firm that we've hired to undergo this process, see what that cost would be, and then put it out to the public to then get feedback at that point. What I'm saying is we don't say, hey, public, we're ready to move forward with this, raise your hand if there's an issue, and then we limit our scope in that manner. I think that that's a very obtuse way of looking at it, because we're going to possibly exclude a lot of people who may not even know that we're in this process right now.
But so you're saying there are people out there that cannot get their boat out to the ocean and don't know that we're going through this process?
What I'm saying, Councilman, is that we've gone through this far. We've undertaken this endeavor. We should make sure we do it right and thoroughly, rather than just relying on people who specifically tell us that they're having issues. If we have objective criteria, which is what Taylor Engineering has provided to us, we should take absolute advantage of that and say, based on that objective criteria, this is what we need to consider. Not saying that we'll move forward with it, but this is what we need to consider dredging at XYZ depths, and this is going to be the cost. And then we can undertake to decide, like we always do, what we're going to move forward with.
So while that process is going on, because it obviously takes some time, could we consider this a kind of a code enforcement type problem where somebody has an issue while that process is going on, we would consider spot dredging?
No, I think that we would go ahead and get the public feedback that Councilman Clufus is advocating for, which I absolutely agree with.
Now, I'm kind of thinking that if there were potholes out on the road, so would you study the entire road network before you filled in the potholes in front of Mr. Smith's house? I think you could do both at the same time.
I think that we'd be spending a lot more money that way, because if you think about the effort that it takes to get these barges in and out of these canals, and then the sediment removal itself. The sediment removal and placement, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a very expensive process in itself. So doing that spot, and then perhaps having to go back over it again is going to cost us way more money than I think it should.
So am I incorrect in knowing that some residents over the years have had dredging done in front of their own docks at a reasonable fee? If it has been done. Anyway, we need to move forward. I guess
I have one more
go ahead,
question,
go
though. We're talking presently the conditions of these canals, and if we don't do anything, they're not going to improve, right? They're going to fill in more.
Correct. They're not going to improve. They will fill in more. I mean, one thing to note, these things have been here 50 years. If they had even 1 inch per year of material settling out in them, they would just about be a muddy ditch right now. So these they're actually taking care of themselves actually pretty amazingly well.
That is an important sentiment for us to take away.
And that's what I wanted to know. But 20 years from now, though, what do you think, if we did nothing, what do you think the conditions of these canals would be? On your best guess. I mean, I get it.
I would say you'd look at this map and you'd see a whole lot more yellow and red.
Well, that's kind of why we...
Despite the fact that there are far fewer lots to be seawalled than there were in the first 20 years.
Correct.
So
I think the other thing, and Councilman Clufus brought it up, can we build a public dock of some sort? And what would that cost be? And what would the benefit be on the return of grant money? I think that's important to know. Because if it's going to cost you $1 million to build it, and you're going to get $1 million back, it's a wash.
And that, a good sentiment, hold on just a second, that may be beyond their scope right now, so if you hold that for a minute, I just want to ask, and maybe this will help with your question. What specific detail do you require from the city council to move your study forward to the DEP to ask them questions, if any?
We could move it forward to DEP almost right away just to get the permit process starting.
And is there a cost associated with that?
There would be a cost, and we could put that together.
Okay.
And then from the city, we would need some input. What area, what dredge, what do we want dredged, what depth, how are we going to define what needs to be dredged?
So can you make a recommendation on how we as a city council could provide that level of detail?
We could. I'd like to look at this a little closer because it's going to be different for different canals. Yeah, I think we can put that together.
And I'll get to your question. Does city council is there a consensus that we would like them to go that next step after we know what the cost of going to DEP would be?
I'm good with that.
Does the cost of going to DEP depend on how many canals we're asking to get permits from? Is this an individual thing, or is this one permit for the whole system?
I would be going for one permit for the whole system.
Okay.
That would be the first request.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, okay. So again, so city manager, you have consensus. So you could follow this through and move it towards the DEP, coming back to us and telling us what that would cost.
Yes, Mayor, but I do have a question
Go ahead.
for staff. Because we're talking about scope, services, budget. Carmelo, is there the next step budgeted in the current proposal for next fiscal year?
No.
And maybe, that goes into this, is we don't have that money allotted, but if we don't know where exactly the pain points are for our residents, I don't understand how we're talking about moving forward with this huge plan as far as funding mechanisms. Don't you think, how many homes are on the canals here? You brought up the 1,500, surveys that went out, but was a statistically biased or an unbiased survey. Those 1,500 surveys were not from a pool of the entire universe of our residents, right?
Well, no, that was a different project. I was using that as an example of.
The Parks and Recreation study?
Right, a lack of public engagement when we do surveys.
Well, it was statistically sound. So the 1,500 was a statistical cross-section of the 1,500 people who responded were chosen because that represents a statistical universe of our population. How many homes are under canals? Let's say, give me a rough estimate. What do you guys think?
I have no idea.
Thousands to like 8,000? I don't know. It's hard to look from this map. Do you have any rough numbers? My point is, why can't we just reach out to all these people and say, are you having a problem? It's not that ridiculous.
Well, let me ask you this. So if we have to get, if the permit's for the whole system, that means it's for one house or all houses. Is that accurate?
All of them.
It would be
It's not by house, it's the
I
right
understand,
of way in the canal.
but to Councilman Clufus's point.
Yes.
The answer might change a little bit after we have first meeting for DEP, but my initial request would be to do the entire permit, do the entire system. The request would be just a little bit unusual because it's a very rare thing to go to DEP with something that's never been permitted before.
So, I mean, regardless, Councilman Kalufis, of whether we take your preferred method or my preferred method, we still have to get a permit. So we still have to move forward with that. And so I think that as we're looking to go ahead and take this next step and not delay, because our residents have waited long enough for this, we go ahead and ask staff to move forward at least with the permitting process to look and see what that cost would be.
The cost of the permitting
The
process,
cost of
right.
the permit,
So I think
yes.
we've given that direction. Now, is there anything else that you could think of that you would like to know while they're calculating the cost of this permitting with the DEP? And are there any other agencies involved, by the way, in this early stage?
The Corps of Engineers will will weigh in on this as well, but DEP
Right.
will be the lead.
And you mentioned water quality as well, so does that involve anybody else?
That falls under DEP.
DEP, okay.
Yes.
I have a question too. So we have discussed with the Harborside project getting access to that ramp for our law enforcement. Would that help, to your point, Councilman Clufus, as far as having a public boat ramp? I mean, could we use that as some type of mechanism for any type of funding, knowing that it's public safety that we're trying to get access into these canals through the Harborside
I
project?
think you'd have to provide public service first, which would mean talking to the landowner. So the answer is, that's a very good suggestion, but I don't think we can answer it at this moment.
I think it's something for staff to maybe look into, because that could be a way to kind of kill two birds with one stone in a more financially feasible manner.
So I could add to council's discussion, Long Creek Nature Preserve is a kayak-based launch. However, we have a bollard that can be removed, so it can facilitate emergency access.
And that would open up the possibility for discussion on resiliency and grant money, obviously, because you'll need public access. And we can even get the fine commissioner to probably weigh in at that point. I'll give you another chance. Any other questions you need answered? And what is your timeline to come back to us, based on what you've heard this morning?
So based on what I've heard this morning, we need to go forward. We need to get you an estimate to go forward with DEP. I've got the information for that. I mean, what I need from Palm Coast is how much and what depth we need to target dredging to. What areas we need to target or not target for dredging. I don't necessarily need that for going forward for DEP, but for doing a design and getting hard numbers for.
Oh, I hate to turn it around on you, but you're going to have to pick that number, and if it has to change later, because I'm not sure City Council has the ability to provide that information.
Wait, can we just ask where we need the, wait, isn't he just asking where we're going to need to dredge?
Yeah, Mayor,
Yeah.
is the question, would it be sufficiently answered to say, for example, on the map that you have up, you know, all areas that are shown in yellow, because the areas that are shown in blue, my understanding, are to a sufficient depth and not a problem. So all areas shown in yellow or red, which is primarily those finger canals, be dredged to a depth of that's sufficient, whether that's 6 feet or 5 feet.
So that's the question.
or-
What does sufficient mean? That's what I'm asking. Is it 5 or
Right,
6,
right.
or is it 8.33? So what I'm suggesting is you come back to us with what you consider to be the correct depth based on your experience, and then we'll look at that and decide maybe it needs to be deeper or shallower, because so personally, I wouldn't know
If we don't know
what
what
depth that
size,
should be.
if we don't know what size boats are traveling these canals, though, how are we going to know how much water they put off?
But to your point, Councilman Clufus,
Is it 6 or 8 feet? Yeah.
you stated several times before that we don't want to handcuff future council. I also don't want to handcuff future homeowners. I mean, just because a boat isn't in a home now that, you know, isn't going to displace a large amount of water doesn't mean it won't be in the future.
So do we assume that every owner on the canal is going to have a cruise ship?
You don't need a cruise ship for 6 feet. So I'm trying to be very reasonable
But
here.
a day sailor can go up to 8 feet.
I understand, and that's why they usually buy in
feet.
sailboat country, which is a different canal system, so, or different canal. So I think that if we ask the expert that we've hired to make a recommendation, and then after that recommendation, we as council can determine, based on that cost, how we're going to move forward, to me, that's the most prudent and thorough way to move forward. That's just my suggestion.
And I agree with you. We don't want to handicap any future homeowners. You know, someone's going to buy somebody's house, they want a bigger boat. Well, sorry, you're just not going to have that water here for that. I mean, it's got to be fair to everyone. It has to accommodate
Even the
everyone.
people that aren't here yet?
And I live on the canal, and most people do have some sort of vessel. I mean,
Absolutely. Oh, I love the
All right,
canals.
we're
I was a boat
we're
owner.
getting very visionary here at the moment. So do you now have enough information from City Council to come back to us?
I do. I
with
can come
what
back with
the
the recommendations.
permitting would cost?
Yes, I can come back with some recommendations for depth and permitting.
And again, I'm sorry, what timeline? What do you think that'll take? Are we talking a couple weeks, couple months?
Give me a couple weeks to get it put together.
Okay, does that meet with everybody's expectations for now?
yes, thank you.
Councilman?
Sure. I just don't think it's anyway a bad idea to try to get public input on what exactly their problems that they're experiencing. And I agree that we don't want to handcuff future councils or future homeowners, but you guys are the one who have proposed handcuffing future council members. I don't understand where that, I know you are, but what my mentality is coming from. But this how can you go wrong by asking our community, hey, I have a big boat and I have a problem. Hey, 4 of my neighbors do too. Let's know about that before we go into this. So if this number comes back as being huge, which the 10 to 20 million estimate is, if we can knock out all of the problems with one smaller scope isolation, we will already have that step ahead of us before we even come back to our next discussion.
Councilman, I don't disagree with you. I think that we do go out for public comment. What I'm saying is, as we're this far already in the process, let's go ahead and get the estimates while we're here, so that there could be some type of maybe hybrid where they may say we want to dredge, 40 canals down to 6 feet, but we get from public comment that, maybe 10 of those don't really need it. Maybe nobody on those canals comes back to us and says that they feel that their canal needs to be dredged. What I'm saying is that we should not cut ourselves short at this juncture after we've gone through this much work. So
The scope is going to be the entire canal system, though, one way or another, for this next step.
for the permit, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so, Councilperson? No comment? Does that close you up, Councilman?
Yeah.
On questions? And you'll get back to us in, give or take 30 days. You'll contact city manager and get on the agenda?
Absolutely.
Very good.
And I think, Mayor, if I may, maybe further direction to staff with regards to coming up with some type of survey that we do send out to our residents that are on the canals, maybe getting that process started in order to
So that wouldn't
address
involve these
council.
folks, so
No,
maybe that's a
but-
discussion that we have, okay.
But while we're here, I mean, we do need to get consensus to ask staff to get some type of survey going out to Councilman Clufus's point, in order to kind of try to do these processes at the same time, so that we're not further delayed.
I have no objection. We use our communications, our website. We're already in touch with our residents at their pleasure, remember? So,
I think that's a great idea.
yeah,
And it's a simple question. It's nothing complex. It's pretty simple.
no such thing as simple questions, I wish. But anyway, certainly using our resources in communication would make sense, so I appreciate that. So, City Manager, you have consensus on that as well. All right, gentlemen, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
We now move to presentation number 2, which
Comments on this? I'm sorry.
is a workshop.
The public allowed to comment on?
This is a workshop. You comment at the end.
Oh, I have a bunch of questions, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, so this is a workshop.
Yeah, during workshops, we don't take public comment on each individual item. The public comment's taken before and after.
But you can comment at the end.
So I gotta wait now to the end.
Me too. So the next presentation is Parks and Recreation Master Plan Goals and Objectives.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Brittany McDermott, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm joined here by Mr. Art Thatcher, who is our project manager with Barry Dunn on behalf of our Parks Master Plan. You may recall that we were here not too long ago. Last month, we provided an update on a finding summary. Today, we'll focus on goals and objectives, and Mr. Thatcher will take you through that today.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Art Thatcher.
Hold on just a second, hold on. Let them clear the room. Gentlemen. Very good. Please proceed.
No problem. Thank you very much. Art Thatcher with Barry Dunn. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present the next step in our master planning process. As Brittany said, we were here a month ago and went through all of the data and gave you all of that. We've now kind of synthesized that and have come up with our goals and objectives and begun to develop action steps to address those. So again, just to, I have a few slides that will kind of give those folks that are in the audience that may not have had the opportunity to see the previous presentation, kind of some background before we jump into the goals and objectives, but I'll focus mostly on those. As you see, we're in this 4th step, the action plan, have developed recommendations, our goals and objectives. Through this process, we did a mixed use and a mixed use of engagement processes through the plan, did focus groups, stakeholder meetings, did virtual and live presentations. And so kind of give you a little bit of that background. We were here in February with our public engagement. We held 8 focus groups, did 18 leadership interviews. We did a SWOT analysis with both the county and the city staff. We had 54 of the staff members participate in that survey and outcome through this process. We also had our online social pinpoint site, which we had 308 unique users overall that participated in our ideas wall, our budgeting tool, our Trails forum, and then another 74 unique users in our mapping tool. So following all of that, we did a statistically valid survey, which was a random sample mailed survey, which we mailed out 4,500, received 471 back, which is greater than the 10% that we anticipated. And then we also provided that same survey on an open link and had another 1,085 for a total response to the survey of 1,556 responses. Additionally, we had our staff go out and go to all of your parks, both within the city and within the county, did a physical inventory, walked them all, rode on the trails. It's a GIS component-based inventory, so not only do we look at acres, but we also looked at those components within those, did a grading on those. And so as we begin to develop our level of service, we're able to do that both with a lens of equity as well as distribution, access, and gaps. So all of our recommendations through this process are evidence-based and data-driven. Through all of that, we developed a series of recurring themes that we saw coming out of all of those data points. And again, these are not in a priority order, but so maintaining your current parks, beaches, facilities, and amenities was one of those priorities that came out, one of those recurring themes. Additional access to the water was another. Developing new athletic complexes, adding additional restrooms along trails, athletic fields, and playgrounds, developing additional recreation, rectangle and diamond fields, preserving your open space, your beaches, your conservation lands, wildlife and heritage sites, developing new facilities and amenities such as disc golf, bike parks, and lighting and shade at some of your existing structures. Continuing with current and developing new collaborations. As we mentioned earlier, this process with the city and the county doing this process together is very unique. So continuing those opportunities involving the school divisions as well. Developing additional trail connectivity, expanding on your system, and then improving communication by offering existing facilities and activities, and then developing additional programs for seniors, adults, teens, and also in outdoor recreation. So through that process, we developed a series of goals and then objectives to meet those goals. So the first goal was to invest in your current infrastructure and address your aging facilities. So maintaining your existing facilities, parks, trails, beaches, and open spaces, renovating and replacing outdated and failing facilities, amenities, parks, trails, beaches, and your open spaces. Expanding your open spaces and parks, exploring opportunities to add trails for walking and for biking, developing additional outdoor recreation facilities and amenities, providing improved signage to make it easier for citizens as well as visitors to find your parks, facilities, beaches, and trails, and then also exploring opportunities for non-traditional sports and activities. We also had some additional, this is the kind of the largest, since parks and facilities are a great asset here to the community. Developing new amenities at existing parks based on our level of service analysis. Adding an indoor recreation space. Upgrading your comfort and convenience and customer service amenities. Those are your restrooms, shade structures, those things, water stations. Creating park identities in existing and new parks. And one of the things that we noted when we were here before was that a lot of your park signage is of different ages and of different styles, and so creating that brand that brings it all together and creates some unique identities. Addressing your current and future needs for athletic fields, gathering feedback and data on your facilities for utilization. So you currently do a lot of that, that data collection, but kind of keeping that up current and taking use of any additional opportunities that you have. And then monitoring your ADA accessibility for your parks, trails, beaches, and facilities. So our second goal is to improve and enhance your programming and your outreach. So improving the departmental marketing and communication, utilizing technology to improve customer service and efficiencies, exploring opportunities for non-traditional recreation, continuing to grow your programs and your services accessible to citizens of all abilities, continuing to address your recreation programming and activity needs for the community, enhancing special events, also partnering with other service providers when possible to develop programs and services to meet the demand and trends, knowing that you can't be everything to everybody, so looking at those other service providers to assist with that. And then gathering feedback and data on your program participation, increasing what you currently use, making sure that you're staying current with those data collection opportunities. Our third goal is to improve organizational operations. And so staffing appropriately to meet current demand and maintain established quality of service. I know as part of this package you received the operations and maintenance study that we had done, so it gives it more detail. Re-examining and documenting departmental policies, procedures, and processes. So keeping current with those, making sure that you're updating with the times and with the new opportunities. And then reviewing your current operational agreements and to make sure that they benefit the department in order to maximize your potential. So as you look at those partnerships that you have, making sure that you're getting an equal potential out of that with the process. And then finally, increasing your financial opportunities. So exploring additional funding through the pursuit of grants and philanthropic opportunities, and also looking at developing and implementing a cost recovery and pricing philosophy and practice. So looking at how you're currently subsidizing your current programs and how your revenues can offset some of that subsidy. So those are our goals and objectives. And so following feedback, what we'll begin to do is look at our action plan and put the draft plan together with bringing that back to you in about a month or so. So now I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Councilman, questions?
I would just like to ask, you referred to non-traditional sports and activities. Could you let me know what type of non-traditional sports you're speaking of?
Sure. When we talk about non-traditional sports, we're talking about your pickleball, bocce ball.
Oh, I feel attacked. Non-traditional.
It's very quickly becoming traditional, but it's not.
It is.
Yeah. It's being very popular. It's not categorized.
It's got a great personality. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been something I never heard of.
Sorry?
I thought it may have been something I've never heard
They'll
of.
invent something.
But thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no questions.
Councilperson Pontieri, questions?
When you're looking at, I think it was goal number 4 or 5, grant opportunities, philanthropic opportunities, and then ways to also earn monies, and I'm assuming that's through like membership fees and pavilion rentals, things like that. Is there anything else that you've seen be very successful in municipalities that has a low cost but can have a pretty high return that we're not doing?
There are some opportunities that we have identified, and we're kind of working through making sure that they're legal and it's something that you would be interested in pursuing. And then I don't have anything specific right now that I could kind of give you.
Sure, no, that's okay. I just want, as long as it's being looked at. And then the other question I had was, have we analyzed as a part of this process private-public partnerships? So in other words, getting something else in here that would address some of these needs that, in other words, wouldn't be on the city's dime, and so that we, from an economic development standpoint, can maybe go pursue those rather than, building our own.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that we kind of look at and we've identified is there are, those opportunities with, say, the YMCA's and others for those public-private partnerships. And we see also, in a lot of instances, counties and cities working together where, and you do a lot of that now with your programming, where the county may invest in the capital of the infrastructure, and then the city takes on the operational piece of that. So, there's like with a recreation center, the county I did a project in South Carolina where the county builds their facilities, and then the cities actually run them and operate them, generate the revenue.
And that brings my last question with regards to our what we do versus what the county does. When we get to the point where we're going to determine what we actually want to focus on, and Brittany, this is as much a question for you as well, how are we going to really determine what we're going to take on versus what the county is going to take on, and is it worth it to maybe have some type of joint meeting so that we can ensure our dollars are being used in the best way, and not just either building or improving, but also, as you stated, sir, ongoing maintenance, and whether or not the county has the resources versus the resources that the city have in order to A, make a good park, and then B, maintain it.
One of the things that we're doing is we kind of put our action steps together through this. So the final step in this is that we are identifying those things that are specific to the county, and then specific to the city, and then those that are joint that we can look to do together. And so we're identifying those individually as opposed to being general at this point.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I just wanted to add to, for the joint opportunities, I think it's really up to us maintaining the relationships we've built through this process and making sure we continue to communicate and work together. So for example, I attended the county meeting yesterday, and Mike Lagacy said to me while Mr. Thatcher was presenting about the consistent trail signage, and he said, wouldn't it be great if we really made sure to work together on that and had a cohesive look throughout the county, and that we continue to work together on that. And of course I agreed. So that's just a small example, but those would be opportunities we'd look to continue to work together on.
Councilman?
Thank you.
My question, and this was more literally my experience, my family had been visiting for a few weeks, and my nephews and niece, bless you, when I'm at these facilities, it is super hot out. It's a literal zillion degrees, and I know that's not a real measurement. I think it's a metric measurement. But the zillion degree heat made me think, are we adequately prepped with like cool zones compared to other cities or municipalities where I see people walking dogs, and it's great, but it's hot. Some of them had umbrellas and everything. I'm thinking to myself, do other cities or municipalities handle emergency like misting stations or just cool zones? Not necessarily emergency, but it is so hot out there that I almost feel like it's of detriment to individuals who stay out there too long. And have you seen anything in other cities where they have like cool zones like misters where they're stationary and it's almost like an emergency cool down station? Pardon if there's a better representation of it. But that's what I
Las
would call
Vegas,
it.
for example, when you walk down the strip.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they have misters, literally, yeah, because
I
it's
think
like an
that's a
oven.
great question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen, other than in like town centers where there have been misting stations, but most communities that I've worked in that are in those high temperature areas do have cooling facilities. So they open up their recreation centers, their libraries, even some of their public buildings as cooling stations. So when you reach record heats and long stretches like today, they do open up their facilities for citizens to come in and get out of the heat.
That may be something that, we just ponder as a council, because even some of our water fountains are they're literally out in the open, so you're dying while you're, rehydrating. But that's just something that I personally experienced this past few weeks. I just wanted to bring it up to council.
And I think it's one of the reasons that one of the things that we heard was the addition of shade structures in your parks and around your playgrounds and those things to get that relief from the heat.
Hey, I took the heat for that 6 years ago. No pun intended.
Let me ask a last question. In your timeline stepping forward, I didn't see a step where the city and the county come together to discuss the numbers. So ultimately, there'll be a budget, and there'll need to be some formulation on how investments or expenses are taken. Is that not a part of the process, or are we not there yet, or?
It was not something that was identified in the RFP, but it is something that we could do kind of as we do the final adoption of the plan. We could schedule it in with a work session with the two bodies.
Well, I'm suggesting, and I'm not looking to dampen the spirit of the collaboration, but if you don't get into the numbers in terms of who pays for what early on and create an expectation, then you're liable to get to a cliff that you don't want to jump off of at the end.
Sure.
As you've done this in other places with a city and a county, have you not come upon this?
As I said kind of at the beginning of this whole process,
Yeah.
this is the first time that I've had a city and a county.
Oh, I'm sorry, first time, okay.
Combined to
truly
do
unique.
a project together.
Very good, okay. And City Manager, I would just ask you to keep that forefront, because if we don't set the expectation, it's going to be a surprise, and none of us are looking for a surprise down the road.
Understood.
All right, well, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next presentation is the 2023 legislative session overview and 2024 legislative priority discussion.
You're going to sit here.
It's nice to see you here on our home turf and not in Tallahassee today.
Agreed. Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Jason DiLorenzo, Chief of Staff. Today we have Laura Beamer and Oscar Anderson from the Southern Group. That is our contract state lobbying firm, and Laura is going to provide a post-session update and discuss some key legislation and also talk about dates for next year's session.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing us to be here this morning to present to you the 2023 post-session update and also a 2024 session preview for next session. I am joined here by, like I said, Oscar Anderson, my partner. We are team leads in Tallahassee. And I would just like to say it's been an honor to represent you in Tallahassee, and we appreciate the honor. So that will start. You have this in your backup, so I'm going to kind of go over it high level. And if there's any questions, please feel free to stop me at any time. So these are just our session bill statistics this year. There were 1,873 bills filed this session, and that was the fewest bills filed since 2016. But one of the reasons is previously we had to file every appropriation bill as every budget appropriation request, as a bill. And Speaker Renner stopped that process, so there were obviously less bills this year than in previous years. And as you can see, there were only 356 bills that passed both chambers, and that was the most since 2006. And these are the bills that the governor vetoed, just real high level. I'm not going to go through them all, but as you can see, there weren't that many of them, and he obviously line item vetoed the appropriations bill.
Was there a theme in the vetoed items that we should be aware of looking forward? Or were they just all over the place?
They were pretty all over the place.
No theme, okay.
Not a real theme. So some budget highlights. Again, I'm not going to go through and read everything, but the total budget for the year was $117 billion, which is a 4.5 increase over last year, and that includes nearly $11 billion in reserves. Some budget highlights here that I thought were of particular interest to us. Obviously, they funded the Resilient Grant Program again at $356 million. They funded the Wildlife Corridor land purchase for $850 million. There's the grant program for wastewater technology grants at $10 million. Florida Forever was funded again for recurring at $100 million. As you see, he did veto the Rural and Family Lands Protection Program. There's $40 million in there for cybersecurity grants and 112 million, in there for broadband. They did fund Visit Florida, which was a little bit of a controversy this session, but at the end of the day, they did fund it at 80 million. Once again, they funded the Job Growth Grant Fund at 75 million, and there were over 400 million transportation projects funded. And as you can see, and I know maybe Oscar can speak to this a little bit. Oscar is one of our housing experts. If you want to talk a little bit about the housing funding.
Sure, I'm happy to. The Senate President had really two priorities this session, and they're like my issues, so I got to spend a lot of time with her. One is her affordable housing bill, which passed very early in session. The governor signed Senate Bill 102. It was about 700, 800 million, depending on how you count it, in funding for affordable housing projects. Kind of covered the watershed, created some really unique programs that have never been tried anywhere in the country to see how they work around the state. We spent some time trying to kind of protect the properties here in Palm Coast as a part of that bill because of the limited amount of commercial you all have to try to exempt ourselves out of that. Some of the preemptions in there, which was great. But overall, it was a very well-received bill. Everybody's excited about the additional money for affordable housing for the places that really need it.
Okay, so here's our favorite slide. The City of Palm Coast budget priorities. And I'm sure obviously you know, almost all of them were funded. I mean, they were all funded, but obviously our one fire station was vetoed by the governor. So we had a very, very good session thanks to Speaker Renner and Senator Hudson. So much appreciate their help with these. Senate Bill 250, this was the natural emergencies bill that was the Senate President's priority after the hurricane. And there were a lot of things included in here, but just one thing I wanted to mention particularly is that, as you can see on the slide, it says, following a state of emergency declared for a natural emergency, local governments impacted by the emergency shall approve special processing procedures to expedite permit issues. So this is very much about expediting permitting, rebuilding after a natural emergency. And as you can see, there was some funding included in this. There's $50 million for the local government emergency bridge loan program, and it's non-recurring. Senate Bill 346 was the public instruction bill, and it preempts local preference ordinances when there are public works projects with state funds. Everyone knows about this bill too. This was the public safety bill that eliminated the need for concealed weapon licenses in the state of Florida. Residential tendencies, this was a reaction to some local governments who were trying to regulate the landlord-tenant relationships. So this now prohibits local governments from any type of regulation, including screening, security deposits, rental agreements, disclosures, fees, etc. This is the local ordinance bill. So a similar bill was passed last session, and it was vetoed by the governor. This bill was passed and signed by the governor this year, which requires cities and counties to post on our website a business impact statement for certain proposed ordinances. There are certain exemptions, and these are the ones you see here that are required by state or federal law relating to the issuance or refinance of debt, relating to the budget, emergency ordinances, ordinance related to procurement, etc. I thought this would be of interest. We actually were just talking about it yesterday. They did pass this bill, much like the red light cameras. This authorizes cities and counties to use speed detection systems to enforce school zone speed limits for violations in excess of 10 miles per hour over the applicable speed limit, and that is up to the city or county's discretion. This bill, the land use regulation bill, it just increased the two planning periods to a 10 and 20 year period from 5 to 10. Two other bills of interest here. This requires DEP to issue reciprocal licenses to utility workers and other jurisdictions and those who perform this work in the military. And then the ethics requirements for public officials now requires municipal elected officials to file the full and public disclosure of financial interests, not the form you were required to file before. This is the local government comprehensive plan bill. It just provides attorney's fees to the prevailing party in a comprehensive plan or plan amendment challenge, including small-scale amendments. And then this is the Live Local Act, which Oscar referenced. I don't know if you want to get into it, you know, in any more depth, Oscar, or kind of covered it.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, I can
If you guys
answer
have any questions, we can address those. And then just some other key legislation that I thought was of interest, some passed, some did not. The FRS bill, which it changed the number of retirement date for special risk class members to age 55 with 8 years of service. I know you guys are not FRS, but it is was a very big deal to many local governments. The sovereign immunity bill, this bill's filed every year. It hasn't passed yet, but this year it would have increased the liability limits for local governments from 200 per person and 300 per incident. I'm sure it'll come back next year. They file it every year. And then again, the vacation rental bill, it didn't pass. We've heard varying opinions on whether or not they're going to keep trying to pass another vacation rental bill, so stay tuned for that one. I know that it was a challenge for the sponsors this year. And this is our tax package, just some highlights here. It reduced the sales tax on commercial leases from 5.5% to 4.5% beginning in December 2023. As you know, there were 6 sales tax holidays. There's a 1-year sales tax exemption for certified Energy Star appliances. It requires future levies of tourist development taxes to be on referendum and increases the population cap from 225,000 to 275,000. And it appropriates $35 million to reimburse local governments for property tax refunds issued to property owners whose residential property was rendered inhabitable by the hurricanes. And there are the tax holidays. So what's next? We have early session this year. So we actually are back in Tallahassee in committee weeks in September, which is next month. Regular session begins in January. So Jason actually has a agenda for you, a draft agenda for 2024, because we need to be ready to go. We assume our appropriation deadlines will probably be November. So with that, we'll take any questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to
So
Jason.
if I may just quickly, I understand that when we combine our voice with the county, it's better received or perhaps louder in Tallahassee. So I guess my question really is, City Manager or Jason, have we already begun that collaborative effort so we end up with a single list of asks that satisfy both county and municipality?
Yes, sir. City staff met with the county last week to discuss their proposed legislative priorities. We will have a combined booklet like we did last year with all municipalities in Flagler County represented in that legislative booklet. In addition to that, I know last year we didn't produce a rack card as was requested. However, the communication staff is already designing that, and as soon as we have consensus on your asks, we will complete the production of that, and we will have a rack card that will be Palm Coast specific. So we'll have both pieces, the Palm Coast specific piece and the countywide piece.
Thank you. Questions from City Council?
I have none at this time.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation on that part. I would just maybe remind council and staff, we had discussed the Airbnb kind of assessment. I think that we should probably readdress that. There's a lot of action going on in Tallahassee. If we can prevent ourselves from kind of being preempted and entering some resolutions or ordinances before, so that these grandfather kind of, if we can be grandfathered into something rather than the state telling us how to mandate our own vacation rentals, it might be a better position to be in.
So what I would recommend is, I guess you have to do it with each city council member, is kind of an update on where the county is. They kind of started the project where it is now and bring us all up to date. Is there a better way to do it?
Mayor, traditionally, the City of Palm Coast role in the legislative priorities is not policy direction. It's more infrastructure, capital improvements, and you know, we do communicate with our county partners routinely, almost weekly. But I'll look to Jason and our team here from the Southern Group today to add any further detail.
Only
on
because
that.
the council person is correct. It's becoming, so we do listen. And we do know that folks in various neighborhoods throughout the city are troubled by short-term rentals. So I think it's obvious, well, I shouldn't say it's obvious. There are two sides to the subject, but at the very least, we should be educated so that we understand where Tallahassee is and on what side of the argument we want to be.
Well,
So,
and for clarification
yeah.
too, I'm not asking that we engage in any policy direction for our lobbyists. What I'm saying is that we should probably readdress our own regulations for the city, for our Airbnbs and vacation rentals, so that in the case that we are able to enter local legislation that can then withstand anything that comes down from the state, we can be in charge of our own fate, in other words, maybe now, rather than waiting on any state, because I know there's a lot of push back and forth on the state level. So I just want to kind of insulate us as much as we can, and if we're relying on the county to take steps, then maybe we need to motivate our friends over at the county a little bit, because that's what I was told last time, and I haven't seen any changes. So, I'd like to see us address this issue sooner rather than
It brings up
later.
a good question, if I may. Jason, can you help us with this? So, are we able to create rules and regulations regarding vacation rentals within the incorporated city of Palm Coast outside of HOAs?
Yes, but to a point. And
That to a point, can you help me with that?
because there was a 2011
Right.
Date when the preemption occurred, so you had to have your regulations in place by 2011. Now, we haven't changed our regulations, and we did not have any in place previous to that.
Right.
Okay, or nothing particularly strict. We haven't reviewed them to see, to compare them to recent changes in law. There was some changes a few years ago. So what I would suggest is that we can bring you back a presentation of what our current, how we currently handle them, and we can do a little analysis to see if there's any gaps as compared to what's available in state law now. And then you'll have a little bit more information about it, and we can.
And it sounds like this might become another priority for our comprehensive plan review as well.
That is true.
It could roll in there as well. Good. So we'll attack it with two different prongs. Would that work for everybody
That would
else?
be fantastic. I'd appreciate that.
Good. Very good.
If you'll give us a little time, we'll start to put together a plan for when we can bring you back a
Since
presentation on that.
our lobbyists are front and center present, are you able to make any suggestions on how staff or city council might work with you in the upcoming session, because it's coming very quickly? Did we learn any lessons from the last session which we could apply going forward?
I mean, honestly, your team's fantastic. I mean, Jason and I are in constant communication. I mean, whenever a policy issue would arise, he would call and we'd address it. I mean, I wish I could say that there was something we could improve on, but
So
great.
I had hoped you would say that, because in addition to your fine efforts, we all understand that staff is really the foundational information and putting together the projects on timelines which are rather short and quite frankly scary, and staff got it done. So I would applaud them as well as your own efforts, so thank you. Any other questions?
I would just say thank you for another successful session. Thank you, guys. Keep up the great work.
Very good.
Thank you for your presentation.
So Mayor, I'm going to remain, and I'm going to change over presentations to our 24 appropriations discussion, okay?
Okay, so then thank you very much.
Thank you all for your hard work.
The next presentation will be the
On
contract
the
with...
same agenda item, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, another part to it?
Yep.
Good, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor and Council, staff met a couple times to discuss some and brainstorm some priorities for next year. These are in no particular order other than we're using the same format for layout for last year, which breaks them into two groups. smart growth, and resiliency, but otherwise they are in no particular order. This goes back to your council priority D, sustainable environment, or I'm sorry, pillar D, sustainable environment and infrastructure. And as I mentioned, safety through smart growth and community resiliency initiatives with a further drill down on risk of flood, environmentally sensitive areas, protection of water supply, and protection of water quality. Last year, we successfully received $25 million to support our transportation access to the west, and early next year we will begin construction on the Matanzas Woods flyover. You recently approved funding to design the remainder of the loop road, and in this legislative session we would suggest that we continue to ask for support for construction of the loop road. And Mayor, I'm going to ask for consensus for each of these to make sure we're clear, and because there's a lot of work that has to be completed after this, so we want to be as efficient as possible here. So,
so what is your request?
Yeah, this is to we will continue to work with the legislature to fund construction of the loop road.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that these aren't in any order of priority or anything like that in your presentation, correct?
No, ma'am. We will work all of them that you are interested in. We will work and equally to work through them and be as successful as we can.
Perfect. Thank you.
And my understanding is that would be in terms of submission as well. So there is no order. They're just picking them out of the box right now. So you have consensus. Please continue.
Thank you. If you'd like, I can wait till the end, or you can do each one. It's up to you. If you feel that there's some discussion, maybe we'll do that way. Okay. You'll remember that we received funding for Phase 2 of Old Kings Road widening. That was just north of Palm Coast Parkway to approximately Farmsworth. And so we are going to, we suggest that we pursue Phase 3 funding that will complete the widening all the way to Forest Grove, and we will be 4 lanes from Palm Coast Parkway to Matanzas Woods Parkway.
So does anyone have a question about what steps are necessary to complete that next phase?
This project is already designed. We have all the right-of-way. It's a construction project.
Just to make sure, I think we spoke yesterday, and just for the public's confidence that timing-wise, we'll be okay with these monies coming in.
Yes, that was one thing we did discuss internally when we put together this list, the ability for staff to actually produce all these projects, and we're comfortable with the projects that are on this list.
And I think a good point for the public's attention is that this is the next stage, which was originally part of the plan. In other words, we are progressing through a plan that was created how long ago?
I think it was a long time.
Okay, so anyway, this
I think it was previous to 2009.
Uber specific.
So this is the next step.
Yes,
this is the next correct step.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
And the first priority and the second priority we feel have regional significance. The first priority having to do with the economic growth of the region, and this one being a parallel facility to I-95 and for evacuation routes. So we would suggest that we submit these to the Northeast Florida Regional Council for inclusion in their legislative booklet as well.
Would you make a note with city manager so I can see that before I go to the next meeting?
Yes, sir. Oh, and I should mention, we're going to bring this back in a resolution as well, and we'll have those identified on there as well.
And I didn't specifically hear the word. I heard evacuation route and whatever. Is the word resiliency attached to Old Kings as an escape route as well?
I think that's a good idea, sir.
It is?
Yeah. We will include that in the write-up for it.
Okay. So everybody's good with the Old Kings? You have consensus?
Next, we have support funding for the Maintenance Operations Center. I know you are all aware of the condition of the facility. To maintain a level of service and a safe workplace, we need to replace the facility. There's a lot of dollars tied up in the CIP to complete this. If we can get some state assistance on this, we would be able to relieve some of the pressure on the CIP.
Questions?
No question.
Okay, I have a question. You have consensus. We have the opportunity to take a brief break around 1 o'clock if you'd like a bite. We still have quite a few items to go. I just have to put that in motion. Does that sound reasonable?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Take a quick break then, at 1? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Next, this is one as a carryover from last year that we weren't able to get completed. This is support funding opportunities for Blair Drive and Colbert Lane flood mitigation and flood map study revision. This is in the Woodlands area, the old B section if you prefer. We need to do a pipe capacity expansion that would help the stormwater flow more quickly. Also, the maps, we have an opportunity to revise the maps because we have better data now. So this is a twofold project. It's already been designed. It's ready for construction.
And would this have relieved some of the issues we saw in the past storms?
Yes, sir. That is the intention, is to protect the woodlands from when Graham Swamp begins to fill.
Okay. Questions?
I would say as my district, I had a bunch of people reach out because we were near that threshold of emergency in some of our previous weather events, I'll call them. But this is great news, and I strongly encourage this one, specifically because it's in my district, but also because there's a lot of homes in the old B section that are kind of at risk when things would go catastrophic. So thank you.
So you have consensus?
Yeah, you'll remember Public Works did an amazing job, set up a sandbag site right at the end of the street, and we had a bunch of staff out there.
I was up to my ankles, yeah.
Yeah, right. So this would be to help assist that part of the community. Everyone in Palm Coast is aware of the tree canopy on Palm Coast Parkway east of Florida Park. This is another carryover from last year. We did quite a bit of work on it. We made some advancements. We understand the path forward. We will be asking for Florida Forever dollars to flow to the county so we can use their ESL process for the potential purchase of these lands to protect the tree canopy in perpetuity.
Questions?
No questions, but I'm very excited about this, and I'm going to will this one this time. I know we've been trying for this, so hopefully it'll come through.
I will tell you, I'm not sure if he's still here, but the landowner was here earlier for something else, and we've already had a meeting with him, and we have another one scheduled, so we continue to work on this and some of the other lands in that area.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Comments or questions?
No questions.
Nope, I would just like to extend my appreciation to the landowner still in the audience. I appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you. We have consensus.
The next one is the Bulow Creek Relic Dune and Burial Mound. Again, a carryover from last year. The Relic Dune is a unique environmental piece in Flagler County. It has an elevation of 42 feet above sea level at its highest point. It is basically an ancient beach, is where the ocean was previously. The site also includes 3 Native American burial mounds. Unfortunately, they were looted years ago, but they still have a historical significance. And we will work to acquire this piece as well.
And let me just ask Southern while you're here, did you have any sites throughout the state that you worked on that might have any similarity to this? And the reason I ask is because, when something is new and unheard of in Tallahassee, it tends to get a different look or not as close a look if it's the first time around.
Yes, sir. I'm not familiar of any, at least recently, where they've gone after properties that are of this kind of nature. I know there's some unique programs in the historic preservation grants and things that but they're not big grants, right? They're not the size and scope of this project. So I don't know. I can check, but.
But there is a program that exists to purchase properties that this might fall into the category that the governor has put monies aside for that, correct? Yes. To preserve lands in perpetuity, I guess. And that would be the goal. Okay. Questions? It's another pot, so
No questions.
you have consensus.
Thank you. As you can see from this LiDAR picture, this also borders Bulow Creek, which is sensitive as well, but already protected. It's in Flagler County, so this would just add a piece to that, and I think there's a path that way to make that work. You know, as we discuss that with the state, we'll show the regional significance, you know, from the Bulow Creek. The next one is new. It's Indian Trail Sports Complex irrigation conversion. So the Indian Trail Sports Complex has several ball fields for public recreation and sports clubs. The existing irrigation system is supplied from 4 shallow irrigation wells. The wells have been steadily decreasing in raw water production and have had fouling problems. Reliable irrigation for the ball fields is critical for maintaining the playing surfaces and attracting sports clubs and tournaments. This project will extend a reclaimed water main approximately 1 mile to a stormwater irrigation pond to level in the pond and offset the drawdown from irrigation use. The pond will be outfitted with an irrigation pump to replace the shallow irrigation wells. So essentially, this is going from 4 wells that are using, you know, potential drinking water to using reclaimed water, effluent water, to go into a pond and then irrigate from that. And this is done in several other communities, as you can see from the photograph.
The only question I really have, why did we choose this particular site?
Because we need to irrigate the fields, but the wells aren't producing as much, so we need a solution. This is a solution instead of that also helps with reducing the amount of effluent we
So
have.
it fits the agenda in Tallahassee and also solves a local issue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there other locations besides this one that should be put together in one larger ask?
I'm not sure. I can talk to utility about that.
Because I don't know how many times you can, and you'll love this, go to the well. But you might want to combine them if there are other situations that are somehow similar. I think you make a bigger program that way. You're adding resiliency to the community at large.
You're going to see 2 more coming up here that have to do with rib sites, you know, for aquifer recharge, which is a little bit similar to this, right? We're using the reuse water, we're putting it in a pond. Some of that is going to infiltrate back to the aquifer. Some of it we're going to use for irrigation.
Questions?
I agree with you, and trying to package this as something larger if we can kind of address more of these issues at once.
Yeah, no questions. All right.
Very good. You have...
I'll have a conversation with utility and see if there's other opportunities to extend reuse and put together a larger project. The next one is land acquisition for rapid infiltration basins. This request is to acquire land in the western part of the city to provide additional inland disposal and storage of treated wastewater effluent to accommodate growth, protect natural waterways by avoiding surface water discharge, like the intercoastal, and provide storage and recovery for irrigation needs when irrigation demands are at peak levels. Utilizing treated effluent reclaimed water for irrigation reduces aquifer and potable water consumption. When demand for irrigation water reduces with increased rainfall, it becomes necessary to dispose of excess treated effluent and reclaimed water. And disposing of the excess reclaimed water in RIBs, or rapid infiltration basins, helps replenish the superficial aquifer. So here we are looking for towards our future. We will need to acquire lands. We already have a RIB site. This would be for future RIB sites. RIB sites are the most efficient way to recharge the aquifer and also to store wastewater effluent, which is part of the water treatment process.
Is Southern aware, is this a popular ask around the state? I can't imagine that's unique just to Palm Coast.
No, I don't think so.
So we are either very creative or very ahead of the curve?
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to think back. We just talked about this. Yeah, looking at old budgets, and we look at budgets every year, right, in great detail, and I don't remember seeing a whole
This
lot
seems to be at the very heart of the discussion on resiliency in terms of moving a city forward.
I mean, generally speaking, the governor's very supportive of water supply.
Right.
You know, and quantity and quality projects. So this would fit in that universe for sure.
Good. I'm glad the team has spotted this and put it forward. Questions?
No, this one's very important to me, and I'm glad to see it on here.
No questions.
Very good. You have the consensus. And just if I may, the reason we're asking for consensus is because we have a shortened timeline to session. So what we're not voting today, of course, because this is a workshop, but the consensus signifies that we are all in agreement and not going to change direction as they begin to put the details together on these asks, because we have learned from the past that if we're not first and foremost, there's a chance that we move to the bottom of the pile, which is not a good place to be. So we want to make sure that we're timely and using staff efficiently and effectively.
Yes, sir. Next is the expansion of wastewater treatment facility number 1. This is to expand the wastewater treatment facility from 6.83 million gallons per day treatment capacity to 9.1 million gallons per day treatment capacity, improve the electrical and control systems, and upgrade processing equipment needed for replacement. The facility is the city's primary wastewater treatment facility and currently serves most of the city's residents and businesses. This is on Utility Drive. It's our first one. Recently, you invested in expanding wastewater treatment plant number 2 out on PV grade. It is now time to make that investment as at facility number 1. You are going to hear this again shortly as part of your rate study as well, because it needs to be included in that. But you know, we may have the ability, if we can supplement with some state funds, we may have the ability to advance other projects, utility projects that are in the future rate study.
So just help me, the reason you chose to put it in this year's legislative ask, because we knew it was coming, because what accelerated the decision to put it in this year?
Well, I would say the capacity is going quickly. However, this aligns very closely with what we've heard on the legislature and the governor will be focusing on, which is water quality, water supply, and infrastructure.
All right, so it fits the politics. Good, very good. Questions?
No, again, thank you all for the foresight, and this is really important. And when our residents are concerned about kind of necessities rather than bells and whistles, I think this goes to the heart of that. So I really commend you for this one.
No questions.
None.
Very good.
And the final one is, again, about a RIB site, but this is about our current RIB site. This is a study for a resiliency plan for the rapid infiltration basin site is complete. The study revealed that converting the spray irrigation to rapid infiltration basins is feasible and will increase the much-needed effluent capacity and storage. The RIB treats the effluent as it infiltrates through the soil and at the same time replenishes the aquifer. The process can treat a much larger volume of wastewater than above-ground high-volume irrigation on small land areas. This request is to convert approximately 43 acres used for treated wastewater effluent wet weather disposal from spray fields to rapid infiltration basins to increase disposal volume to accommodate growth and reduce discharge frequency to the Matanzas River. From this image, you can see our RIB is in the middle, but the other portions to the left and to the right are our spray fields. So this project is to convert the spray fields into additional RIB sites.
So there's no new science or technology here, right? It's just a natural progression of our wastewater treatment program?
That is correct.
Okay, again, driven by growth?
Well, yes, and just it's a more efficient way to recharge the aquifer than the than the spray field.
Okay. Questions? None. All right, you have consensus.
That is the final one I have. So I will now ask if there's any other priorities that you think that we missed that you would like us to explore as a group.
What is the window of opportunity to bring forward individual additions, should there be any? I'm not suggesting there are. What is our window of opportunity?
Today would be great because I have to prepare your agenda item for September the 5th. That'll be the resolution that will, bind this. And however, I suppose we could go as late as your next meeting next week if you needed a little bit more time. But, we would need consensus, right, from the
Yeah,
board?
so I'm not suggesting that we develop an additional list. I just want to make sure that we haven't overlooked or missed a priority of a council person within this framework of legislative asks. Because I can't know that. You each have to kind of speak up.
So there's a couple, well, I had a question with regards to the land acquisition for Rapid Infiltration Basin. Are we going to add that also to the regional impact asks?
Yes, we could definitely do that. That would have a regional significance.
I mean, if we have more of a chance of
Yep.
getting approval based on that, and obviously this has regional impact, so I would maybe make that suggestion.
Yep, we can definitely do that. If the board agrees, we'll add that to the Northeast Florida legislative package.
Any comment from Southern on that helps, hurts?
I totally agree.
You totally agree?
Regional, yes.
Okay, so if you would circulate that through city manager so I can be aware of it for the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
And then, Mayor, the other two that I was curious about where council stands is Fire Station 22, maybe getting some historical preservation dollars for that, and then the YMCA. I mean, I know we won't get enough money for the YMCA, but I do think that as we're looking at, especially right now, looking at kind of readdressing all of our parks as well, maybe doing an ask for a YMCA in Town Center.
So you mentioned two things, so let's start with the first one. So the experience with historical preservation, museums and the like, go ahead, tell me.
Maybe I can help describe it. So we have, well, let me start with what was vetoed last year was the construction of a new Fire Station 22, and what you're asking about, Councilwoman, is the preservation of the old Fire Station 22. So there's not a conflict there, because I'll just remind you that if you are vetoed on something, you cannot come back for 2 years, okay? So there's not a conflict there. It's a separate project. So Fire Station 22 is our original fire station, and there's some consideration being given to restore it and use it for the Historical Society's home or some other municipal use.
I guess I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know the requirements to become deemed historical from the state off the top of my head, but I can surely look into that and see what the opportunities are there.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I would also ask you to review the county's, no, not the county, the Florida Ag Museum's process, and if they would be looked at in the same way.
Yeah, and we've had experience getting line items in the budget for historic preservation projects, and there's also a grant program, so we can look into both of them.
So I think it sounds like we have to look into the criteria, see if we meet the criteria, and then we can.
So do you have time?
Pursue it. Yes, I think we have time to do that.
Okay, so how you come back for consensus at our next?
Well, we can just add it if you'd like. If you have consensus, we'll add it to the resolution, and we'll do the work in the background. And then if it turns out that that's not a viable action, we'll just let it go.
And y'all don't feel it's a black eye to attach that or make that an ask, that it won't have an effect on any of our other?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
As long as we fit the criteria, then there's no.
As long as what?
We fit the criteria.
Okay. All right. Questions? So do we have consensus to let staff go ahead and add that?
Yeah.
Okay, I got everybody.
Yes, sir. We'll work on that. And then I think Councilmember mentioned something else.
I just wanted to get council's position on the YMCA ask. I know right now, and in my discussions with the Southern group yesterday, it seems this could be a good time because of who is specifically working on these items with us in Tallahassee. So I would hate from a timeliness perspective for us to not put this in there and maybe lose an opportunity when this is kind of a hot topic, I think even in our Tri-County area.
So like the last request, so that there was an ask in place which affected us in the last session. So I think you might want to research it and come back to us so that it would have to dovetail with that, I would think, right?
Yeah. The Volusia Flagler YMCA received an appropriation
Right.
last year. A portion of that appropriation is for planning for a permanent Y facility in Flagler County. But, you know, the funding of construction is currently not available. So I think you're asking, you know, to pursue construction dollars.
Yes. And I mean, I don't know what the viability of that is, and I'd hate to see any of our other priorities be negatively affected, and if that's the case, then of course scrap it,
I
because
don't
there's
think
a
that's
bigger
the
picture.
issue. You know what I think the
but-
issue is? So I think we'd have to be more specific about where it is, how big it is, and the timeline, and I'm not sure. Hold on a second. Jason, how much detail would you need for an ask? In other words, I'm assuming you need to know where it is, how big it is, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we'd have to determine some sort of dollar amount if there's a match. So my discussion, just sidebar here, was that it's less familiar for a city to go it alone. However, you know, partnering with the Y, if they were willing to, might on the request may be beneficial or would not be out of the ordinary.
Would you be comfortable if we, if staff connected with the Volusia Flagler Regional YMCA group on how we can get funding?
The sausage making is up to you guys, however it gets done.
Is that a good approach? Because they're going to be involved.
Yes, so if you have consensus of your board, you can just add it and we will do the work in the background, and if it doesn't, you know, if that partnership doesn't come to fruition, then so be it, you know.
Good, everybody?
Yeah, I'd say the location of it, I thought long ago would be to our westward expansion, but anything that you can bring back to us, I think would be terrific.
All right, everybody good? So you have consensus to go forward with that request?
Okay.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? You have a little bit of time left before the window closes, but then staff really needs to put their details on the paper so that we're kind of first in. Any other broad areas? No?
I have nothing.
Well, I congratulate you all on covering all the bases. It's rare that we don't ask for more than we can get. But I know that, let's see, last year was the first year, so this is a repeat before we get to the three-peat. Okay.
And just one more thank you to you all, the work, and Jason, you as well, obviously, and also our amazing representation in Tallahassee. I don't think we can really thank them enough from here.
Very good. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now move to the contract with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. Chief, we thank you for your patience this morning.
All right.
Good, still morning. I think there's only 2 minutes left. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Lauren Johnston, Assistant City Manager, and I'm here with Chief of Staff Mark Strobridge. We're here to present our law enforcement service contract. The city's had a contract since 1999, and we have renewed and kind of cleaned up some language for a best foot moving forward. So our contract is a partnership with Flagler County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office is the largest and only full-service law enforcement agency. And as I just mentioned, we've had a contract with the Sheriff's Office since 1999. What's included in the contract for services to the city is patrol services, traffic enforcement, special event details for our community-wide special events. There's a list of enforcement to city ordinances, which include traffic, parking, various city park rules, enforcing minimum wake zones on the canals, and so forth, located in Appendix B. Also, attendance at city council meetings and workshops, and city board meetings upon request by the city manager, and all other duties and functions customarily rendered by municipal police departments. Services that are provided to us at no additional cost are obligations enumbered in the Florida statutes, 24-hour comprehensive dispatching services, crime scene investigation, aviation, prisoner and jail services, criminal investigation, marine patrol, and other support services. Identified in the contract is the personnel assigned, which includes 200 hours of those special event hour details, and that's for, you know, any type of holiday parade or our July 4th event, those really community-wide events where we organize and need assistance from the Sheriff's Office. And then in Appendix A, which is the personnel assigned for services to the city. And it's indicated commander through deputies. We also have one school resource officer deputy and a partnership with the Town Center CDD where we are a pass-through. And that's indicated in Appendix A. The Sheriff's Office provides monthly reports to City Council and Administration. Those will continue throughout this contract. Those are identified as emergency calls and types of calls, non-emergency calls, civil and criminal traffic citations, arrests made, and traffic accidents and location. And the Sheriff's Office will come and present an annual crime report to City Council during the budget presentation. The terms of the agreement, which this agreement will start in October 1 of this year and end on September 30th. If it's not renewed, then each party has the obligation to submit prior to May 1st. And then any type of additional compensation and staffing will be addressed annually before July 1st each year, and a mutual agreement will be reached and reflected annually and revised. And that's that Appendix A.
Okay.
So our next steps is city staff will continue to coordinate the public safety 5-year plan with Flagler County and Flagler Sheriff and the surrounding cities. We kicked off our first meeting last month, and it was a great meeting, and we've agreed to meet on a monthly basis to try and come up with that additional staffing plan, as the sheriff referenced in a letter to all of you and the Board of County Commissioners. And then council's actions would be as a resolution on your next business meeting to approve the law enforcement services contract with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office.
So does this represent year one of a 5-year plan?
Yes.
What we're talking about today is the first of
Yes, sir,
what
it is.
becomes a 5-year plan.
Right, and one of the more critical revisions that have been done insofar as cleanup is, as she mentioned, since 1999, the service has been provided. I think the original contract that we just cleaned up was there since 1999, didn't have provisions in it for ordinances and such, but all that has kind of been wrapped into it, streamlined it, and both attorneys have looked at it on both sides to make sure that the language says what we want to accomplish in providing services.
So let me start with City Council questions.
I have none.
What was the total increase again in the contract for this year?
It was about $700,000 off the top of my head.
Yes, this is the new number. I think you'll see that further in our budget presentation. I believe that's not the next item on the agenda, but the following.
Okay. I only asked because, you know, we did do a rollback, and a lot of our departments have been asked to just kind of readdress their budgets and see if they can give something small to the cause, so to speak. And I know our Chief Berryhill endeavored to do that, so I would just ask that if there's anything that could be given to that effort from Flagler County Sheriff's Office, that you all maybe just work with us in that regard, if it hasn't already been done, because I know this is obviously an update as well.
Right.
Councilperson Hyder, comments?
No comments.
Councilman Clufus.
No comments. I would just like to say that I think as a council, it's important for us to go over these contracts and just understand one of the things that I want to make sure is that we take care of our employees the same way that we take care of the employees of the sheriff's office that we're contracting through, the same way that, that the sheriff takes care of his employees.
Right.
Just for reference, like cost of living increases and things like that, I think it's fair that when those discussions come up, that we look at the services that we're contracting with to make sure that we're taking care of our people the same way that the services we're contracting for are taking care of theirs.
Councilman Clufus, is that a reference to the fact that we have a 4% COLA in the city and that they have a 5.3% COLA, or?
Correct, yep.
Okay. So, I mean, and that's the kind of thing that maybe we're on the same page with as far as giving a little bit to the overall effort to lower our property taxes, that maybe we look at some small, very small reduction in our contract with Flagler County Sheriff's Office just as a kind of holistic teamwork at lowering our taxes for our residents.
I was hoping to go the other direction, to be honest. That's why I said that, is that I think a 5% cost of living increase isn't ridiculous, especially in today's world. Just for clarity and posterity, I was trying to say that I would support a higher cost of living increase in the city to match what the sheriff's doing.
And if we can find the dollars for it, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you in that sentiment at all. Just looking at this, again, from a holistic approach and making sure each department is contributing adequately.
Chief, well, congratulations to both of you. I know that you have spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get this dinosaur cleaned up and ready for the future. The one place that I'm struggling with is that city council members are regularly, assaulted, correctly assaulted by the community on Leo presence or we have issues, we want to see more visibility, the things that I spoke to the sheriff about when he made his presentation here. So I am going to ask you to help me, not today, but going forward. It's not specifically written into the contract, but I would like to know that through our assigned personnel that we are able to tune up the visibility when we feel residents are making a loud and clear statement. Does anybody have a problem with that?
No, and I think that that was heard loud and clear from here a few months ago when we added, you all added 2 motorcycle units, and I know I've seen them, and I appreciate that, and just staying in tune with our needs and our residents' needs.
Yeah. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to rewrite your schedule or anything like that. But we're going to hear it, and I would like to know that we have a process, a way through communications to let you know that that focus could help us all.
Mayor, we currently do have that pathway, and it's certainly through our liaison here. But as we go to the future, one of the reasons we've come together on this 5-year plan is because we've already gotten studies from the University of North Florida saying that we're behind. And that behind constitutes and is present and the lack of presence in some of those areas. So I can tell you this, yes, it's been a long process, but the city manager and staff have just been phenomenal to work with to get us to this point, and this is why we're taking the initiative to put this plan together comprehensively with the county and the other municipalities involved to make sure that we get our staffing levels where they should be so our presence will be greater within the community.
Ms. Johnson, do you need a more specific consensus, or are you good with where we're going with this now? Because we are agreeing to move this forward.
Yeah, this will come back to you
Right.
at a city council business meeting, and you'll vote on the agreement. So this is really just to update you on the new agreement, the terms. If you have any questions on the terms, I'm happy to answer them too. So yeah, this will be coming back to you in a regular business meeting, and we just wanted to make sure if you had any issues with the agreement or anything that we need to address in addition to what's already been in there, you can do that now.
I think the issues Councilperson Pontieri has kind of raised it. The rest of us are in agreement, so we appreciate the work that you've done and look forward to you bringing back that contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now move to, let's see, the presentation, the 2023 Summer Intern Project. Right. So I sense a bit of excitement and nervousness in the air, so just calm it down and pretend that we are here. I would challenge City Council. There are upcoming Florida League of Cities meetings. You'll see lots of people. I would challenge each of us to ask other cities and other municipalities what kind of intern programs, if at all, they have, because I'm going to guess you're going to find out that ours is really very special and something that we can kind of boast about.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
I'm Dylan Oddie. I work with the city manager.
My name is Madison Jurska. I work with the city manager.
My name is Gerald Hines. I've been working with the fire department.
My name is Mason Keltner, and I've been working with Public Works.
At the beginning of the summer, we were tasked by the city manager with a project. The main goals of the project were to evaluate the current levels of employee satisfaction within the city of Palm Coast, determine avenues to increase their job satisfaction, and to improve recruiting to our local government.
A survey was sent out to all City of Palm Coast employees that received around 140 responses. The data from this survey was organized into a spreadsheet and used to determine the significant factors that could affect job satisfaction. The factors that we measured were commute distance, age, experience, education level, wage, department, 4-day work week preference, and whether employees felt they had the proper resources to complete their job effectively. These are variables that we believed could have a significant impact on the level of job satisfaction that employees had. To improve job satisfaction at the city, finding out the major influences of it was a start to how we could approach our goal. Before diving deeper into some of our findings, it is important to understand who the city employs. The average age of the employees at the City of Palm Coast is 45, meaning the employee here is slightly older than the national average. There is a wide variance in age. We have some workers in their 70s and others that are in their early 20s. Most workers are a 15-minute commute away. This means that the city is hiring people within or close to Palm Coast. Higher paying positions have slightly longer commutes on average. Most people are willing to drive a little farther for a better job. Employees have worked at Palm Coast for an average of about 7.5 years. Based on this, we know that there's a low turnover and that the employees at Palm Coast are generally experienced with city practices and procedures. Out of all the variables we studied, there seemed to be minimal correlation with job satisfaction. We also found that every department had very high job satisfaction on average with our current work culture. Every department besides 2 had on average a 4 or higher when rating job satisfaction on a 5-point scale. These are great results because it tells us under the current conditions with no change, there is already great work culture and most employees are satisfied in their position. The 2 departments with below average job satisfaction tended to have more employees that would be considered blue collar, and being that it is currently the middle of the summer, we believe the heat from working outside could have affected these results, and we would need to evaluate again in the winter to see if there's any variation. These departments are also more reliant on capital to complete their job than people who work in an office. People in more blue-collar roles have a bigger need to have updated tools and proper staff to complete their job more effectively. The current economic state must be considered because when the interns were given the opportunity to tour different departments, we found that much of the capital these departments needed was on back order or delayed because of supply chain issues. Public Works, for example, is behind up to 2 years on many of their vehicles and equipment, which may have an effect on their employees' job satisfaction. This could be an opportunity for the city to evaluate its investments as Palm Coast continues to grow. Both of these graphs show average job satisfaction graphed on salary range and age group. The graph on the left contains salary range and the graph on the right contains age group. As you can see, regardless of age or pay, the job satisfaction is somewhat similar for all different salary ranges and age groups. This is similar for all of the other variables as there was no factor that stood out when compared to job satisfaction. There seem to be different levels of satisfaction at all ends of pay, age, experience, commute distance, and education. This means there is no clear trend that fully explains where job satisfaction stems from, which led us to the following conclusions. Based on the results from our statistical model, we found that there were no major systematic trends in the data. This is a good signal because it means there's no significant differences between the variables we measured. People who made less had different years of experience and education, different age ranges, as well as different preferences, all showed variation in their job satisfaction. There is no singular variable that stood out across the departments that would be a good indicator of job satisfaction. From our qualitative questions, we found that people in every department expressed some sort of lack of resources or labor. Many felt the workload and production expected of them was unfair given the current sizes of their crew and the quality of the equipment they used. This was not discriminatory of age, experience, or any other factors. Employees felt that they might be able to do their job more efficiently with an increase of capital or labor. While it would be difficult to draw strong conclusions from these questions alone, I believe from touring the city's facilities that there is an issue that should be researched further. Job satisfaction for the entire city was very diverse regardless of pay, position, experience, or any of the other factors we measured. This means that people at the top all the way to people at the bottom had similar job satisfaction, even if they were paid more or had different experience. This led us to the conclusion that in general, job satisfaction is more dependent on the individual rather than the factors at work. This does not mean that these factors have no effect, but rather that individual and personal factors explain much more of the variation in job satisfaction. Someone who's good at their job with a good mentality and attitude may be more satisfied in their position, even if it pays less than another position because of their own individual preferences. Now, Gerald will talk to you about recruitment.
This section of our presentation will be going over improving recruitment for the city of Palm Coast. During an interview conducted with Faith Bryant, a career coordinator at Daytona State College, we concluded that peer referrals are one of the main factors in increased intern engagement. However, referrals are not only effective for promoting internship positions. According to a recruitment study performed by Yellow.co, across all generations, employee referrals are the most trusted job search source. HR professionals agree. 60% say referrals are the top source to hire entry-level talent. Deploying monetary or non-monetary incentives to help encourage employee referrals may be a system that proves to be beneficial for recruitment. In the same interview conducted with Faith Bryant to gain insight on improving our recruitment amongst the younger generation, she stated that the city of Palm Coast can and should attend events on campus like the Welcome Back events put on by Student Life. They can also connect with professors to connect with students in ways that are more organic. That way, when it's time to recruit interns or new hires, the students are more familiar with the faces they will see during the process. This could help the city with recruiting fresh talent who are eager to grow and stay within local government straight out of school. Spreading awareness of positive qualities and benefits that come with working for the city may help with making our job postings more appealing. This is something that will be touched on more in What Other Cities Do in the What Other Cities Do section of our presentation.
For this section, we'll be talking about expanding job outreach. After doing research on multiple city governments across the state of Florida, we found that having multiple routes of employment, as well as a modernized website, is a common trend in many of these city governments. The top 2 reasons people apply for state and local government roles are job security at 61% and benefit packages at 58% across all age groups per a survey conducted by govpilot.com. Millennials also rank career advancement and professional training high on the list of things that would attract them to apply for a local government job. So for the upcoming examples of cities that do this, we chose Naples, a city that shows a positive percentage growth rate in population, Plantation, a city that already had a similar size and population as Palm Coast, and Jacksonville, a city that has a much larger population than Palm Coast. What other cities do? A common trend that we found among other city governments in Florida was the use of third-party websites to post job openings, such as governmentjobs.com, careersingovernment.com, Indeed.com, and LinkedIn.com. The city of Palm Coast uses some of these websites already, but can utilize them further by advertising more on these websites. This will help the city gain public acknowledgement for the job opportunities we provide, not just from our residents, but by people looking to move to Palm Coast as well. Another trend that we found when conducting research was having all of the benefits listed on or easy to find from the job applications page on their website. Since the benefits package is a major factor for a majority of applicants, having the benefits coexist with the job applications page will only give more reasons for the applicants to want to join the city of Palm Coast. All right, for our first example, we chose the city of Naples. Some big takeaways are how benefits for employees are listed even before any job opportunities, as well as the 12 reasons why an individual should work for the city of Naples. They also list the significant benefits that are included in a non-PDF format that is clear and precise for applicants to view. For the second example, we chose Jacksonville. In the pop-out on the City of Jacksonville's website, there are two key sections: why choose the City of Jacksonville and employee benefits. They are listed right by the current job openings link and the apply for a job link on the pop-out. This pop-out also shows up on every page throughout the website. For our third example, we chose Plantation. The City of Plantation's website has an employment tab, and in that tab it lists the employee benefits, with each benefit having their own individual link, which will then describe what they entail. The tab also has a link for retirement and employee relations and labor management. Now to discuss what we have currently. As of right now, the city's main source of recruitment for job openings is on the city website. The marketing department does create social media posts for these job opportunities, but is department specific. The City of Palm Coast website also has a PDF with the benefits in which we offer, but it takes a little digging to find and isn't located with the job opportunities and/or the applications. And this is our website. Now, the examples that we just presented were not to discredit any of the work that has been done on the city's website. We acknowledge the fact that the city employees are currently working on updating the website. These examples were simply just to show how we can improve and expand upon what we already have created, as well as to show visual representations on what our website could look like in order to expand our job outreach for years to come.
This section of the presentation will go over how we can increase retention rates. Acknowledging the importance of the internship program and giving college students valuable experiences is essential for attracting the next generation. By building upon its track record of running the program over multiple summers, the city can foster leadership growth through an effective mentorship program, nurturing future leaders among its workforce. According to LinkedIn's 2022 Workplace Learning Report, the main reason for employee turnover is the lack of career development and advancement opportunities. To address this, the city has dedicated the past year to crafting career advancement roadmaps, customized to employee growth and experience aspirations. However, the city should take the roadmaps to the next level. Our proposed mentorship initiative will exclusively target current employees, with a primary focus on early career roles and specific guidance from diverse executives. This strategic approach aims to bridge the gap among employees at different levels within the city. Instead of a one-size-fits-all approach, we encourage customization from each department. Mentors will focus on specific roles, anticipating retirement or vacancies to be filled. Limited to current Palm Coast employees, the mentorship will entail coaching from their superiors for 1 to 2 years, equipping them with the necessary experience to step into their desired roles. This initiative will enhance our retention rates, allowing employees to witness career advancements firsthand.
We will be wrapping up our presentation with our overall recommendations. The first recommendation that we would like to make is to update the current website's job postings, as well as advertise more on third-party career websites. The second recommendation that we would like to make is the implementation of an adaptive mentorship program that caters to departments' specific needs. Our third and final recommendation is for council to further evaluate the city's resources as Palm Coast continues to grow. Here are a few slides which showcase all the city interns who contributed to the project and helped create this presentation. Underneath each picture, you will find their name, which department they worked for, the college they are attending, and their majors. Thank you for the opportunity you have given us to work as the City of Palm Coast 2023 summer interns. Many of us grew up here, live, or have attended schools in the area. This program has truly given back to the youth of Palm Coast. We are grateful that the city has helped develop our careers as we enter the workforce and are excited about the future our internships have laid the foundation for. We will now accept questions.
Round of applause. I guess I would beg each city council member to have a question. They worked really hard on this, and I think they're here, if I'm not mistaken, because you all want to be tested. You all would like us to test you on the project and the product that you've just presented. So I would ask questions.
Questions or advice? Questions. I mean, first of all, my takeaways are that you provided actionable items from your experience here and actually surveying our current employees. I think that's tremendous. And I think if we abstract out some of the real meat and potatoes out of those results, is that individuals who are probably working pound for pound the hardest physically out in our field require and deserve better equipment, nice equipment. I cannot say that enough, is that the people who are working the hardest in our city, and this has to go back with fleet management and everything, it's if you are out there dealing with brutal conditions, having a nice piece of equipment in your hand can make the difference between being satisfied at work and not being satisfied at work. Number two, questions. I would ask each of you guys, is there anything that you experienced that you wouldn't have foreseen in the beginning of this event? And I would preface this with also saying my words of advice are, in the future, don't be afraid to be the change that you're looking for, and always invest in a future that you believe in. Those are financial advice that's worked for me, and the first one's still kind of working out. But what's a question for you guys, or sorry, what's an experience that you guys have had that you didn't necessarily expect to take away from this?
I guess I'll start. I didn't expect to go on tours. I really, really liked that because I got to see like the whole city firsthand.
Just like Citizens Academy, that is so huge. When our citizens go to Citizens Academy, they come away with the same takeaway. It's so hard to fathom what millions of gallons of water look like without actually seeing it.
And thank you for the advice as well. I want to touch on something similar. Even within the tours, the communication between all of the different departments was something that really impressed me, and something I wasn't aware took place as often and as seamlessly as it does. It was pretty easy to get in contact with other departments to gain information for other projects I was working on, and I really enjoyed that.
Nice. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's great.
I also thought the tours were super valuable, especially in creating this project, especially because it was cool to sort of have that experience with the tour and then see the data tell a story. So for instance, I think the three departments that expressed the most lack of resource were utilities, public works on average, and Parks and Rec. And so actually seeing those facilities and sort of how they function, I thought that was valuable in helping see how the data told that story.
For sure. I think your population growth also showed a story that we are asking our employees to do more with the same or less resources than we have today, and our population growth is rapidly outpacing that of Plantation. Of course, Jacksonville is a different beast altogether, but we're asking our employees to do the same with less or more for more people. So, I mean, we're asking them to do more, I should say.
Yeah, and I honestly wasn't expecting to be able to sit in front of council and present a presentation that we created. I thought it was just going to be an office job, inputting numbers and all that, but having this opportunity to present the information that we gathered and present it to you guys is really something I was looking forward to the entire internship, so thank you.
I just want to thank each of you individually. It is a huge, huge component that we're able to hear from fresh voices, fresh minds, and keep you guys hungry. And I want to say thank you to our city manager, Ms. Bevan, for facilitating such a phenomenal environment to have interns that can produce literally the takeaways that you have produced. We should take as consideration because you are hands, boots on the ground, literally interacting with our employees and getting this feedback. So I just want to thank all of you individually, and thank you for taking this seriously.
I would just piggyback, if I may, on you. So, and I've said this before, I think I've said it to some of you, is that, the way I learned how to do things is a certain way, and it's fine. The way you look at and the way you do things looking forward is the way things will happen going forward. My ways will not be the ways going forward. So we truly look to you for your comments and advice, but I would ask one question. The one term I didn't hear throughout the presentation in terms of the quality or what was the term you used, the quality of the job? Job satisfaction, sorry. I never heard family mentioned as an important component with regard to the city of employees that we have. So I just leave that to you to think about for the future, that it would seem to me that's an essential component to job satisfaction, is that there be a component that looks and prides itself in family. Not just family amongst departments, but real family as well.
I'd just like to say thank you so much for that presentation. And I think you young people did an absolutely amazing job. And I hope that you enjoyed it while you were doing it. Can I get a yes on that?
Yes, we
Yes, we
did.
did.
You learned a lot?
Have consensus.
You met a lot of people from the city, and you were able to talk to them and extract ideas for your own future and moving forward. And I believe this experience is going to be great for you in your future. So carry all of this with you moving forward in your own future, in your life. And I think that you guys came up with some absolutely great ideas that we should actually think about implementing in our city and what we're doing here and on our website. So thank you so much, and congratulations. And thank you, City Manager, for all the hard work. I watched them outside of your office many a days, working on their projects, and I think they did a great job. So thank you so much.
So I just want to echo all of the comments you've just heard, but I do have one question. From a scale of 1 to 10, how was your job satisfaction here at the City of Palm Coast?
I would say about like 8 or 9, probably.
I would say a 9.
Is that with inflation or?
How many of you would actually like to pursue employment with the City of Palm Coast?
How many
Great.
of you would like to be an elected official?
You're all very smart.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, so it should be no surprise that this was eye-opening to some, if not all, of the interns. And some of them, I think, have come to a conclusion that, being an elected official working in municipal government may not be a path, but I think that's also a big plus. So we have helped them make a huge directional path for their careers for the future. So where else could they have learned that this may or may not be a way forward? So, and again, the other thing I would ask is, and I think every council member would say the same, don't be kind of one and done. You're finishing up the project. I know you're all heading back to school, but I would suggest that you try to stay in touch some way, somehow, so that this learning experience, if it's been as good as you've ranked it, that's about as high as it can get, may continue both for you and I think, as the council members had said, for us as well.
And also, I'd just like to add, never hesitate to reach out for letters of recommendation or any type of, insight that you would like to peer into any of our minds. This is bilateral communication.
I'd like to just make one last comment. One of my favorite sayings is, I just love young people. Because anytime we older folks up here need help, ask a young person, because they usually have the answer. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I want to congratulate you guys on a great project. I really do see some things in your final presentation that I would like to see our staff implement, specifically with our website and some of the ways that we're reaching out to younger generations and whether or not, the website is user-friendly and accessible and attractive. And so I think this is just a really good project. I commend our staff and our city manager for all the work with these young minds and helping them decide whether or not, sometimes you do an internship and you realize it's what you don't want to do. And so it can be valuable in a lot of different ways. Definitely, I want to echo Councilman Clufus's comments. Reach out to us if you need anything. We've been in your shoes, maybe not literally, but have gone through the process as well. So as I often do, I'm going to ask you a question from here, and that is there anything that you all saw that we could do? I'm sure in this experience you've realized that we are hyper-focused on our budget and how important it is to be responsible with taxpayer dollars. So out of your presentation, is there something that you found that we could do that would be fiscally conservative, that would improve the process of recruitment and retention?
I think in terms of recruitment, one thing that I found when kind of investigating the benefits is there's a common trend, especially for our age group. A lot of students coming out of high school, they don't understand how important benefits are, only because they've never been taught on how important benefits are. And I mean, the schools don't teach that, and if parents don't work in a city government, they're not going to know either. So I think when kind of putting the applications out there, maybe if we do career fairs or job fairs or whatever it is, teaching the younger generations what they get with the 401k, dental insurance, all of that. I mean, I feel like that's a major pro in working for the city compared to a private sector, is the benefits that you can get. So maybe teaching the younger generations about these certain benefits is a major thing for recruitment.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Very good. So any last comments today?
Thank
So-
you guys for listening to us and giving us the opportunity to be here.
So I'll give you a fair warning, get your press quotes ready in case the media wants to ask you for a quote on your performance and your internship. So thank you all very much.
I'd like to thank you all for your kind words and also your offers for letters of recommendation. I'm sure when I say this, I speak on behalf of all of us interns. We've learned so much valuable information, things that we were looking to learn, things that we didn't even know we needed to learn. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
We thank you.
Mayor Alphen, if I could ask to disrupt the meeting just a little bit.
Sure.
I think the interns would love to have a picture with City Council.
Of course. And if City Council is okay, following the picture, we'll go ahead and take that break for 15 minutes is good? Because I've got sandwiches back there, good. Okay. So if you all come up this way. No, we'll go down there. No, it's too big.
What do you say? He's like, why are you okay? Yeah. He's a council member, and I have to go present him.
There's some gaps we could fill in. We're a little off-centered, but I won't make you move. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. Ready? Oh, well, you stepped just, you looked a little far away, sorry. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, awesome, thanks.
58. And we're working on the presentation, bless you, for the proposed fiscal 2024 general fund budget. So Helena, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Helena Alves, Financial Services Director. I have Gwen Ragsdale with me, and we're here today to present to you the proposed general fund department's budgets for fiscal year 2024 with the approved maximum millage rate of 4.2570. We will focus on changes made to the budget subsequent to your presentation from July 18th. Our city manager will review with council the summary of budgetary changes, and we will review proposed, not sure why this is not going to the next slide, okay. And we will review proposed personnel changes and expenditures for each department. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Bevan.
Thank you, Elena. At this juncture of the budget process, City Council has taken action with setting the maximum millage of 4.2570. Per Article 5 of the City Charter, it is the responsibility of the city manager to submit a balanced budget. With the change in the millage, the general fund budget was reduced $2.7 million. The affected departments have done an excellent job combing through budgets to find areas to reduce while minimizing effects on strategic plan priorities and public safety. However, the changes do have an effect on services provided to the community. Overall, we suspended select programs, positions, and activities across all departments, including enterprise fund departments. To reflect on what the interns shared today, it is important to continue to support our staff. They are our most important resource. I sincerely appreciate the interns' efforts today and dedication to our organization during their brief tenure. They truly brought an innovative approach to their assigned project and other projects that they worked on. Retention, recruitment, and succession planning has and will continue to be a top priority for administration. With this in mind, the Performance Merit Program continues. Funding is set for a 4% COLA, but can be up for discussion based on what I've heard today. Medical benefits remain stable for employees, and the threat of layoffs are eliminated. To achieve this goal, the following is proposed to be implemented starting October 1, 2023. Out-of-state training has been suspended. Attending conferences and other training has been suspended except when an employee's license or certification depends on participation. Select vacant positions have been unfunded. Select proposed new positions were removed from the budget. And select parks and recreation functions, resources, and programs have been unfunded. In the presentation, you will hear from Gwen and Elena the finer details of these cuts. Elena?
Thank you, Ms. Bevan. We will now move to general fund expenditures. And our clicker doesn't work.
Okay, this is the big picture summary of the general fund expenditures. These will be covered in the following slides, so I will not go into detail at this point. But as you can see, our budget at the rollback rate is approximately $55.8 million, which represents an increase of 5.8% or $3 million. The City Council's budget has been reduced by approximately $32,000. This was accomplished by removing the proposed strategic action plan facilitator, as well as reducing travel and training budget. The city manager's budget has been reduced by approximately $37,000. This was accomplished by removing the intern from the budget, as well as reducing travel and training, books and subscriptions, reducing operating supplies and equipment. The city clerk's office budget has been reduced by approximately $32,000. This was accomplished by freezing an open position, as well as decrease in training and travel. There were no changes to the city attorney's budget. Communications and marketing has been reduced by approximately $93,000. This was accomplished by freezing an open position, as well as several decreases in advertising, combined with the removal of travel and training and the removal of a fleet replacement allocation.
Excuse me, just a question on the on the advertising end. What are we removing?
We can get the specific detail of what was removed from advertising and provided to council.
Thank you.
You're welcome, of course.
The human resources budget has been reduced by approximately $106,000. This was accomplished by freezing an open position as well as reducing travel, training, and operating supplies. The financial.
I'm sorry, may I stop you? What position was removed?
That was the risk management coordinator position.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The financial services budget has been reduced by approximately $15,000. This was accomplished by removing the intern from the budget as well as reducing travel, training, and operating supplies. The construction management and engineering budget has been reduced by approximately $18,000. This was accomplished by reducing travel and training as well as reducing books and subscription and operating supplies. The planning budget was reduced by approximately $172,000. This was accomplished by removing the request to add a planning manager, removing the intern from the budget, reducing budgets for contracted services, advertising, travel and training, as well as decreasing office IT equipment. The code enforcement budget was reduced by approximately $40,000. This was accomplished by reducing contracted services, specifically as it relates to demolition of structural removal, wildlife hazard mitigation, driveway apron repairs, and wildlife management. There were also reductions to travel and training, as well as operating supplies. Business tax budget was reduced by approximately $4,000. This was accomplished by removing the fleet replacement allocation. There were no changes to the economic development budget. And I will now turn it over to Helena to present the rest of the general fund budgets.
I'm sorry, can I just stop you on one more time? Of course. For economic development, does that mean that we kept the incentives that we were discussing?
That is correct.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. So the fire department budget was reduced by approximately $159,000. This was accomplished by removing the interns from the budget, also reducing travel and training. There was also a reduction in the fleet communication allocation. Since we received the information from the county, we needed to finalize that budget, and you'll hear that budget in your next presentation. And that was approximately $109,000, made up pretty much the balance. There was no changes to the law enforcement budget from the one that was presented to you on the 18th. The streets maintenance was reduced by approximately $279,000. This was accomplished by reducing the position transfers from facilities fund from 5 to 3, by freezing open positions, removing the interns from the budget, also reducing travel and training, and reducing operating supplies. Parks and Recreation budget was reduced by approximately $162,000. This was accomplished by reducing seasonal hours and reducing allocations for recreational activities and programs that will be offered to the public.
That one hurt specifically to me after seeing the success of our summer programs. That is tough. It's hard to hear that we're taking away money from Parks and Recreation. That's my only comment on that.
What's the line item on that, the cost?
It was $162,000 reduction.
Just for that?
Budget.
Okay, but I'm sorry, is that the only cut that was made from Parks and Rec?
No, ma'am, that's
I
just
wasn't referencing I'm sorry, I wasn't referencing an actual cut. I'm just saying the success of our Parks and Recreational programs, the fact that they're going to have to deal with excess of $100,000 smaller budget is not the intention that I would hope that we all kind of agree with, that we want to expand these type of programs in our community.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I was just looking for a line item, amount that actually reduced the budget by.
Yes, this is Parks and Recreation General. So next we have the Aquatic Center. So the Aquatic Center budget was reduced by approximately $44,000. This was accomplished by reducing seasonal staff hours, reducing operating expenditures, and the respective reduction in hours of operation. So after analyzing attendance data, It was determined that low usage is associated with the months of December through January, so we are proposing to close the facility on those low usage months. The Southern Recreational Center budget was reduced by approximately $98,000, and this was accomplished by removing the request for the second customer service representative, reducing the amounts allocated to advertising and promotion, reducing operational supplies, and amounts allocated to recreational activities. The Palm Harbor Golf Club's budget was reduced by approximately $110,000. This was accomplished by reducing seasonal staff hours, removing rental of tree trimming equipment, reducing repairs and maintenance allocations, reducing advertising and promotion, and removing the planned parking lot grading improvements from the budget. Parks maintenance budget was reduced by approximately $137,000. This was accomplished by removing the intern from the budget, reducing travel, training, rentals, repairs and maintenance, as well as a reduction in operational supplies. The non-departmental budget has been reduced by approximately $1.1 million to reflect the removal of the miscellaneous fee study, postponing it to fiscal year 2025, the removal of the additional funds that are no longer available due to the millage reduction, as well as a reduction in the city manager's contingency. So that was a review of the budgetary changes. Now we are still updating our numbers, but on the 29th, we will come back to council and you'll have your final presentation that includes all of the budgets put together. And that's what you will see at your first public hearing. Do we have any questions, feedback?
I have none for the moment.
I just want to commend all of our department heads. I know this was a tough endeavor, and again, to our city manager as well for getting us there, you know, to the cuts that we need. It's never fun, I understand that, but with everything rising around us, including our costs, I get that. You know, I do think that it's important that our residents see that we are trying to make sacrifices and be very fiscally responsible. The one thing, and correct me if this needs to wait until the next budget presentation, did we put $2.5 million from our general fund towards the mock?
That is correct. That is still in the non-departmental budget.
It is still in the non-departmental?
Yes. I only went over things that changed between the presentation on the 18th and today, so there was no change to that item.
I understand. So I guess I kind of want to know what City Council's thoughts are on, rather than putting that $2.5 million to the mock, to putting those monies towards our payment management. I think that we are in a kind of a triage moment, and a lot of money is going from a lot of our other funds into the mock. We're asking for appropriations for the mock. I think that if we can take what we currently have in our payment management, which is around $3.3 million for the next 2 years, and maybe split 2.5 up into fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, we can get a lot done for $4.5 million. So I don't know what the appetite for that is, but I think that would give Carl Cody, you know, some room to really get a lot of roads paved over the next couple of years.
So I guess the first question for staff would be, if monies were taken for the mock and moved forward in the future, how much of an increase, how much more is it going to cost us to do that?
And just
So
for clarity,
Carl
MOC
Cody-
is Maintenance Operations
Yeah.
Center, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think
Sorry.
anybody else calls
In
it
other words,
MOC.
in today's world, moving any dollar forward, you have to add some percentage to it. So just like with the roads, if we wait on the roads, it goes astronomically. So I need to hear how much it would cost if we delay that.
So
Sure.
your next presentation is going to review the capital projects budget. It'll have a 5-year timeline.
Okay.
So maybe address it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
So, Helena, what do you need to hear from City Council today based on the work that you've done? You're not looking for consensus today.
So when we come back to you on the 29th,
Yes.
that will be the budget that we will review. I mean, we will review each department budget again but that will be the budget that you will see at your first public hearing, which is the 7th. So the turnaround time between the 29th and the 7th is fairly quickly, and there are a lot of numbers
So
to
I would,
calculate for.
yeah, so I would ask city council members, Vice Mayor, if there are detailed lines, you have to kind of get through those in a relatively short window so that we can keep up with the process, if that's okay. And that would go for any of the changes, or for that matter, any of the other budget accounts. I mean, we only went through the changes today. I mean, just as a general comment, I would say that you were able to make these changes by shaving away what will become the growth component for the future. So we will end up paying for it, because what we're doing is we're kind of bare bonesing it so that we're not allowing any of these departmental budgets to account for growth for the future. I mean, that's a comment. If you guys want to challenge it, that's okay, but that's what I see. City Manager, do you want to comment on that, or?
I think the comment that I'd like to leave with City Council today is that your term shaving on programs that really bring innovation to the city and challenge our staff to excel in different places. So just want to set the expectations that we are basically at that almost below baseline that we pride ourselves to be at. So looking forward, just want to leave you with that sentiment looking into next year.
And I guess this would be a good time as any to challenge ourselves, myself, city council members. In our strategic action plan, we have a pillar defined by alternative revenue sources. So I would challenge each of us, because we've kind of thrown 2 pitches as strikes, so you get one more turn, to figure out what these alternative revenue sources could possibly be.
I've got one. Electric car chargers. No? Oh, okay, my bad. That was in the strategic action plan, additionally with alternative sources of revenue, but if we don't want to address the elephant in the room, does anyone else have any additional revenue sources?
I'm finding the electric car charger thing is just way
You're right,
out of
electric
base.
cars are
I'm
not going to
sorry.
happen.
You know, Ford just laid off a ton of people.
Who?
Ford, in their electric car division, their EV
Make
division.
150,000 EVs a year.
Yeah,
That's nothing.
there's a reason. People aren't buying them,
They can't.
you know?
So we've passed on that. So again, challenging ourselves to be as creative as staff has been. So staff has been very creative to get to this number. I think we should take on the responsibility to look around and figure out where we are not earning a revenue that we might well earn. I don't have the answer.
As long as
but-
we're not competing
No,
with free
so-
enterprise. I want
so
to make
you're-
sure we're on that page.
Well, so let's take it right there.
Open up a bowling alley.
So every dollar that could be a potential revenue source, no matter what the dollar is going to be potentially exploited by the private sector. There are no special dollars. So we did all vote unanimously on an alternative revenue search so that we could broaden our tax base. So should we have an economic downturn, should there be a financial crisis, we have a healthier or a more sustainable revenue source to draw from. So I don't have the answer yet.
It comes with growth.
Yeah.
It comes with rooftops, workforce housing, attracting businesses to our city. I think that's a push that, we've been pushing.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to push harder, but that's where your alternate revenue sources are going to come from. And so it's vital that we're focused on that. We need to be the most friendly business community on the planet. And how we do that, I don't know, but I think we should be thinking
So
along
that adds
those
to the
lines.
ad valorem property tax. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just going
So,
beyond that. What else can we look to?
But I don't want to see us competing with our local economy. Now, there are some things, that we will compete in. Obviously, we have a golf course. Obviously, there's some opportunities there. But we have to be very careful not to cross lines.
So are we being realistic in maintaining the strategic action idea of a alternative revenue sources? Is it realistic?
you know, I'm willing to look at any alternative source, but we just can't be taking money from the same place, and we can't be competing drastically against, like I said, you're not going to open a bowling alley. You know, we're just not going to do that. So we need to look for some creative ways, and I think we'll find them. But again, you know, I mean, it's a tough spot. The whole world is in a tough spot. It's not just us. I mean, Mick Jagger said it best. You can't always get what you want.
Right, so-
And that's kind of the
Who's that?
situation we're in.
And just drilling down a little bit deeper, good governance would mean.
Nick doesn't know who.
Mick Jagger, never heard of him.
Okay.
So I think good governance demands that we look for as many other opportunities for revenue over and above our ad valorem, because if we continue to rely solely on ad valorem tax, that real estate market's going to turn. You know it will. None of us can predict when, but this is the right time to be thinking about how to broaden our lens for potential revenue sources.
Well, that's down the road. Let's get through 2024. We've made some painful cuts here. So we got to tighten our belts and just hang in there like everyone else is doing at home. And then we'll see what the future may bring. We don't know what the future is going to bring. But I do think we need to be very, very focused on new businesses coming to our city, new opportunities for our kids to have employment here. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to be focused on, and that to me is the priority. But go ahead, Councilwoman. I know you're ready to speak to it.
No, I agree with you as far as bringing in business and industry, and I think I really commend staff on, I know it was tossed around for a little while, removing the incentives from economic development, and I commend staff for leaving it in there, because I think that that's really important, and it's a larger way to get to this goal of bringing in money that doesn't come from rooftops. I agree with everybody up here that we need to find the alternative revenue source, and I'm going to say the F word, the franchise fee. That was a way to do it. Unfortunately, the messaging, I think, from up here could have been better as far as getting out and educating prior to really moving forward with it. But I do think it is incumbent upon us to educate if we are going to put it on the ballot, because just like with the half-cent tax that went for our schools this past election that people voted for, if our residents know that it's going to infrastructure in their current city and that it will help their roads, it will help the potholes, it will go to a place that provides visibility as far as how it's being spent, the residents very well could vote for it. We don't know, but I agree with you, Councilman Kloufis, that, you know, money could be made off of EV charging stations. How we do that without also charging our taxpayers to put the stations in, and I know your position on the grant. You know, we just had a fundamental disagreement on, you know, what pocket of tax dollars has come from. You know, I remain open, though, to that, and looking at how we can make money from EV charging, if it's possible from, you know, wherever these stations end up being. We do have to get creative. What I will push back on, Mayor, is the fact that what we have done is stunt growth. I don't think that's the case. I think that that's a very negative way of looking at it, because right now we are in a really hard spot in this city. Everything from our drainage to our utilities to our roads, it's all kind of exasperated right now, and we're getting through a tough spot. A staff member said to me a few weeks ago that this is the toughest time to be on city council right now, because we are having to make really tough decisions. So I'm optimistic. I think that if our staff can do what it's done this time, at the toughest place that we're in, that it only goes up from here, and that if we can operate successfully on what they've provided, that it can only get better. So I am going to provide pushback from that standpoint. I remain optimistic, and I think that as we look at economic development, to Vice Mayor's point, that we will bring in more revenues for the city, and that we're going to get through this. We're going to be fine.
It's refreshing to hear. I'm usually the half full guy. I'm the half empty guy today. So it's refreshing to hear that. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that. And I'm sorry to be the half empty, but I'm trying to be very, very realistic, because I know that we're working on this year's budget. I have to be honest with you. Next year's budget scares me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm unable to project it all the way forward, but what we've done to help us get through this year, I promise you, will affect us next year.
But if
so
you look
be ready for it.
If you look at Mayor, look at the things that we were able to do, though. I mean, with Carl Cody endeavored to cut our payment management in half, and he did it. I mean, you have to create a little bit of discomfort in order to really maximize the potential that we have, and I think that that's what we've asked for, and our staff has proven they can do it. And I'm not going to ask for it, I mean, every year, but it's doable, it can be done, and you never know, you could stumble upon, like to Councilman Clufus's comment, he didn't realize, how many options we could have for paving. Sometimes when you get uncomfortable, you learn and you figure out a better, more innovative way to do things. And so I think that that's what we've done here.
I accept that, so I just want each of us to be prepared to be very uncomfortable on the dais during the next budget cycle.
I've been
And I don't
plenty
mean that,
uncomfortable.
I just mean that realistically trying to forecast and project forward, it's going to be a while before we feel comfortable. And I do accept the fact that challenging everyone does spin up things that we may not have thought of or things that we didn't consider as carefully in the past. So I would hope with you, although I still will keep the half-empty side, that this does make us a better government for the future.
I just want to respond. I'm blown away that there's so much irony of the positive mindset coming from the, you guys are looking to cut this budget and do more with less. And the positive mindset's great to have, but in all reality, doing more with less is near impossible. And Councilman Danko, Vice Mayor Danko, I just wanted to clarify, Ford cut 150,000 jobs so they could focus on electrical vehicle manufacturing.
That's not what I read.
Read again, double check, okay?
All right, this is a long meeting. You guys
But
can
I'm not
save
done,
that
I'm not
conversation for
done,
outside
I'm not
here.
done. The education component for our franchise fee could have enabled us to not be in this situation right now. That is a huge problem. The fact that I spent all my political capital on our last meeting waiting to educate the public on what the franchise fee actually was, instead of counterpointing the forensic audit, I had to make a decision because I didn't think I would be able to get both done. And I've had people tell me they didn't know that they would be paying less in overall taxes. They didn't know that our hospitals don't contribute to millage rate. They don't know these things. This was our chance to get some money back from the people in our community who weren't actually contributing. I think the communication component in education is so critical, and I hope that in the future we can do a better job as individuals, communicating how our services and fees are actually laid out so that we don't put our staff in a position where they have to make more cuts like this. The one question I had, we're going to staff one person at the Southern Recreation Facility?
That is correct.
Is that one person total on the property? Or is that one person for the new facility? Because I know the tennis center right now, we have George and
Those were
George
there was
Miller.
two
Okay, gotcha.
requests for the
Okay.
new facility to start April 1st.
Okay.
So what we did was reduced it to one person and going to supplement it with part-time hours.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't one person on property alone.
No, I think it was the 2 new CSR positions, they went from 2 to 1.
Gotcha, but it's a new facility,
That is correct. It was new requests, not existing positions.
Gotcha, but there won't be a single person alone at the facility is what I'm hearing, right? Just from a safety standpoint?
That should probably be a question for James
Okay,
or
understood. No, that's fair. I get that.
Brittany, but I'm sure that they supplemented with part-time hours.
Yeah, gotcha. Oh. Okay. It is a long walk. Yeah.
Hi, Brittany McDermott, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. To answer your question, we do currently have staff at the tennis center, and we would take those positions with us.
Okay.
The requests we had were for 2 new customer service reps. That's been cut down to 1, but we are planning on bringing the current staff from the tennis center over.
Okay,
And
understood.
we have just filled a Southern Recreation Center supervisor position too that will oversee the entire new facility.
Excellent. And I think as long as our safety is a priority amongst all of us up here and making sure that there's no way that we can compromise any type of employee safety with any of these cuts that we're making, and I appreciate you for clarifying that.
Absolutely. We do maintain a policy or procedure in our department. There are always 2 people closing down the facility together. We never have one.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good, thank you for that. Helena, any other questions or direction that you're looking for from City Council
No.
today? City Manager, any additional reference to this agenda item?
No, I have heard of no recommended changes other than Councilmember Pontieri, so we'll move forward with the budget as proposed.
All right, very good,
Thank you.
thank
We
you.
just want to remind the public that you can access our presentations, budget worksheets, and previous presentations on the city's website by clicking on the tile
So
2024 budget
let's-
preparation.
Let's reinforce that. So every single worksheet that comprises our budget for the next fiscal year is available to every resident online.
That is correct. They're posted once the presentation, once the agenda is released.
And just for those that might not frequent the site, you would go to our City of Palm Coast Connect, and where would you go?
That tile right there.
Can't hardly miss that.
2024 budget
It's right
preparation
there.
takes you right to the
So
tile.
every line item is spelled out, every dollar is accounted for in those worksheets.
That is
Great.
correct, as well as copies of our presentations.
Very good. I appreciate that, so thank you very much.
You're
And
welcome.
you'll be getting me that number on what we're
Absolutely.
spending on advertising?
Yep,
Across the board?
yep.
Thank you.
For the communications department,
For
the
the
reductions.
communications
Yep.
department. And,
Yes, sir.
well, I assume it all goes through the communications department, right?
Well, it's probably an
That's
allocation.
probably, there's required advertisements for like, you know,
Legal
public-
notices,
legal
property, but I'm
notices.
talking about actual advertising, advertising to promote us, to promote the city.
Like communications?
Yes, like
Okay.
communications, yes. Thank you.
All right, ladies, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Looking for our
Oh.
next presentation, but it's not in my little folder here.
It was cut from the budget. I'm kidding.
Couldn't resist, could you?
Where?
Can't.
Why does it say 731? Doug? I double-clicked. We need the capital, this one.
Do you know why a computer is well behaved? Because it always listens to its motherboard. It's true.
Appreciate that.
What? Why?
Time I got $1 million.
So what do I do? Gotta drag it over here?
No, spare me.
Okay. So, sorry about that. So we're going to move to your next presentation, Budget, Internal Services, Capital, Special Revenue, and all remaining appropriated funds.
Okay, so the presentation overview for today, staff will present the personnel request, your 5-year capital improvement projects, budgets, and all remaining special revenue funds. This is a summary of the requested new positions. Personnel requests will be presented in more detail during the requesting department's presentations. Carl Cody, Director, will now present the capital funds.
All right. Good afternoon, Carl Cody, Director of Stormwater Engineering Department. Today we'll go through the various funds in the 5-year CIP regarding those funds. We'll start with the Capital Projects Fund. This is the discretionary sales surtax, the small county surtax. Half percent of the 7% sales tax collected in Flagler County is committed for construction and improvement of public facilities pursuant to an ordinance enacted by Flagler County and expires 12/31 of 2032. So on this page, we'll go through the various revenue sources. So the top line is what that small county surtax brings in for revenue per year. We have a line item funding from sale of city land. That is pending. So you'll see when we go through the expenses, we are not looking at projecting of using those dollars unless those dollars come in. So that's kind of a placeholder for potential dollar revenue coming in. Same with the Holland Park settlement. We have that out in a future year, knowing that that is pending and there are some dollars out there. What those dollars are and when we receive them is unknown, so we do not project expending those dollars.
Carl, you're talking about the splash pad, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
We have interest on investments, which is very minimal. We have some transfers coming in. Recreation impact fees, there are some, the original Phase 2 construction was fully funded from the Capital Projects Fund, and a lot of it was associated with capacity improvements. So the Recreation Impact Fee Fund is reimbursing this fund those dollars, so you can see those revenue dollars coming in. We have, then those other transfers are really tied to the portions of the MOC from other revenue sources, utilities, stormwater, building, and then we have the general fund allocation, that $2.5 million that was mentioned earlier. So
I'm sorry, Carl, I just want to make sure I understand. The transfer from the general fund, that's what I was just asking Elena
Yes.
about? Okay, thank you.
So the expenditures here, this is a summary in your agenda packet, has the true line item breakdown of the various categories. Some of the major projects are identified in here specifically, but if you really have questions about any particular project, they are in the backup. We'll go through this here just to cover the various topics. Holland Park Phase 2, that is the splash pad. So in our coming budget, you know, our attorney for the project indicated some of the benefits of moving forward with construction now as opposed to waiting. You know, there's some pros and cons to both. So we did plug in some dollars to move forward if that was council's direction with that option. Park rehab and renewals, those are various projects. Obviously, in the 24, 25, the next couple of years, we were trying to stick to critical projects. In 24, we did provide funding to rehab the fields at Ralph Carter Park. So we did fund that in 24. Path trails rehab and renewal is the same thing. We have some shell paths, some paved paths. So we have some dollars out in future years until they become more of a critical safety issue with either ADA or fall safety hazards. We may have to move some of those up, but we do identify some funding need for those at some point in time in the 5-year plan. Our trailheads, trail signs, commercial district wayfinding, you know, that was more one of our nice to have projects, so it's further out there with some dollars, you know, to do some signage or some replacements of existing items. Information technology capital upgrades, these are items associated with items citywide that affect the city IT system or the network citywide. We have some major dollars coming up in 24. Some of those, a lot have to do with updating and replacing and creating a new data center, server room here at City Hall for IT. Then we have some future upgrades for various components and replacement of old outdated parts and components of that system. Saltwater canal assessment, you know, we saw we had some money in the current year budget, but we didn't show any dollars in future years. City Hall, we have some various items to do some improvements this year. We have some future ones in upcoming years. Most of these are either tied to safety, security, and then there are some areas where they're addressing staff needs and growth. Fire stations, these are more maintaining our existing fire stations, painting, roofing, carpeting, AC systems, those sorts of things. Public Works facility, that's, I think, their AC system, that's the existing Public Works facility. So again, minimal dollars here in the 5-year plan. The maintenance operations complex, you can see it's a major dollars. You know, as you indicated, you know, as with all our construction projects, costs keep going up. You know, so that $2.5 million is probably not even addressing the cost increase that hit that project, you know, because we would have loved to be under construction a couple years ago, you know, but as you know, costs are increasing, so no matter where you put those dollars, costs are going up across the board. It doesn't matter which project we're talking about. Wetland Mitigation Bank, we hope too, though, in 24 in the MOC, you know, sticking with that, is to begin and come to council early in 2024 calendar year to look at moving forward with the site work for Phase 1. So we can begin all of the infrastructure, the site improvements, in going forward with getting that project moving. Wetland mitigation, that is the land north of Matanzas Woods Parkway and east of I-95. That was land the city purchased, but it has wetland impacts that the city's on the hook to restore, rehab. We've obtained permits. we do need to start doing some work to address those permit conditions and get us in compliance. Energy improvements at city facilities, you know, those are various components tied to addressing, I guess, energy efficiency for the most part with all our facilities. You know, when things age out, putting in something more efficient, or looking back on our energy study that was done to go ahead and replace items that are going to have a cost life payback of the 10 years or less was really our original target that we were trying to identify. This also has dollars in here for placeholders for seeking potential grants with either solar or other projects. We're currently looking at, you know, getting some dollars for our Southern Rec Center. You know, we didn't anticipate that, but we're pursuing some cost recovery on that particular project. Facilities ADA transition plan. So we do have an ADA analysis that was done of all our facilities, and we do have to show progress on that plan. We've done quite a bit. We like to do a lot of those when we have other work done at those facilities, so we can, you know, combine work, better cost savings. We've done what we could in-house, so there's a little bit of dollars in there to address those items. Facilities contingency, we always know things come up. AC unit, you know, fails. We thought it'd last a couple more years. It didn't happen. You know, those sorts of things that we have to address. So we make sure we always try and carry some dollars in the upcoming budget for those items. And then transfers to other funds. This is really tied to providing that fair share component, because the impact fees, whether they're fire, park, primarily, it cannot fully fund new capacity improvements. So that match has to come from existing residents or some other funding source, and we've been using this fund as that match, you know, for as long as that's been in place. So these are for projects that are in the 5-year plan. When you see those impact fee funds, that's where those transfers are tied to. So any questions on the capital projects fund before we move to the next fund?
The reclamation of the wetlands up north of Matanzas there is, you say we have to be in, what was the term you used, compliance? Is there a calendar to that?
I know we have permits in place. I do not know when that permit expires, so I'd have to go back and check into that. If we show progress, we probably would be able to request an extension. I'm not sure if it's kicking off some of the work. We've done a little bit. You know, part of it was securing the site. Part of it was, you know, filling in some areas that were, you know, dug out. Then we have to undig out some areas that were filled in and those sorts of things. So I would have to get back to you on that.
But we're under a requirement to do that work on some timeline.
Correct.
This is not a voluntary project. This is something that we have to do to maintain ownership or to prevent being fined?
Correct. At some point in time, either Water Management District or Army Corps can come down on the city and force us into compliance.
Okay.
I have some questions. What do we currently have saved up for the maintenance operation complex?
Saved?
Yeah.
I would have to double check those funds because we've done some internal transfers from the fleet fund, building fund, transportation utility fund. So and we have some proposed transfers coming in. So I'd have to look at that. I want to say it's close to probably what we're proposing to spend in '24, right around that $12 million.
I'd say 12 to 15 million.
If I had to take a quick stab at it, but I could get you more specifics on that.
So have we all been to the Maintenance Operations Center? You've been out there. It is a safety issue. And we're pushing off $2.5 million, which will inevitably end up costing us more than $2.5 million. Do you disagree that it's not a safety issue?
I'm not saying it's not a safety issue. I think I understand what you're saying, and I agree 100% in the concept of the Maintenance Operations Center being redone and really combining all of these different departments. I think it's a great idea. What my position on the 2.5 specifically from the general fund is we know that we have a roads problem in this city, and we have constantly talked about how our road program has been underfunded. It's just getting worse and worse and worse, and it's going to continue to get more and more expensive the longer we wait. So when I look at what the mock and how this is going to be a long-term project. And next year, we're looking at engineering in step one, and then, onward, like we do all these other large projects. I'm saying that just 1 year of $2.5 million to put towards management so that we can actually get significant roads paved, specifically with Cape Seal, like Carl presented to us, that when we're looking at triaging, this is just a smarter way to go. That's all.
Sure. But again, at the end of the day, you're triaging, it's not going to change the long-term price of the total maintenance of our roads.
It absolutely will, because the worse they get, the less the ability for us to engage in either microsurfacing or Cape Seal. We'd have to mill and resurface, because now we got water going into the foundation, into the base, which is, as we know, how it breaks down, and then it costs more money.
Sure, I'll go back and relook at the presentations that we were presented, but the long-term 30-year maintenance cost of the roads, my interpretation was that it would be unmaintained. My problem with the maintenance operation complex, the $2.5 million being moved away, how do you intend to refund that $2.5 million? Is it at the end of this in 2029, or how far out do you foresee us being able to get that $2.5 million back into the funding? And then what are the costs that are going to be involved with borrowing that $2.5 million from the maintenance operation complex today, which we have been working on for the last 6 years now as a council, not this one, but councils prior, which we stood to our guns and realized that it is a safety issue and it's an environmental issue. And these are the hardest working people in our, I'm sorry, physically the most demanding, besides the fire department, of course, on the day-to-day basis of having to go out there and bust their tail to make Palm Coast the place that it is. Now, we have identified this as a council, as our priority. How do you intend to get that $2.5 million back without kicking it forward at least 5 or 6 years? It's going to be, just with regular rates of inflation, it would be about $3 million, right?
I don't plan on putting it back into the mock. I plan on getting our roads paved. So we have different priorities, and that's okay. But the way I'm looking at this is, if we continue to do what we're doing with our roads, we're never going to get into a position where we can actually engage in a normal maintenance process of global solutions. We're always going to be milling and resurfacing, and we will never catch up. So now's an opportunity. We don't even know exactly what the cost is going to be, according to what Mr. Cody just said, as far as, how much it's going to cost for phase one. We don't know that yet.
But we've had everything that we've had up to this point was trying to project what we needed to save to complete phase one. Of course, we don't know the exact dollars yet because it was so many years away, and it's such a huge undertaking because we don't have a true maintenance operation complex today. You guys do a tremendous job back there with dealing with what we have, but we don't have one today. So you're not going to put the $2.5 million back into the maintenance operations center. Instead, you're going to use it to repave. I just think it's sad that we put ourselves in a position where it's either repaving our roads or providing a safe environment for our maintenance operators to conduct their
Councilman
business.
Clufus, we're not asking for any money for appropriations either, except for Old Kings on pavement.
Yep.
So we have a real ability to get monies from the state for the mock, and that's a very plausible thing that we probably will get, because it is a necessity, to your point. But what I'm saying is, this is a long-term we could even extend this 1 year and stretch these dollars out over 1 year. And other than inflation, that's not going to cost us more money.
Well, cost of construction, if you push this project off a year, would definitely, you're going to say cost of construction is going to go down?
No, I just said, I understand the inflation. I get that with costs of construction.
Well, that was inflation separate than cost of construction going up.
Either way, I understand your point that costs of construction have been consistently going up. So have the cost of paving roads. And not only that, the roads are deteriorating. We don't have a current mock center. Yes, what our workers are using now is not the idealist conditions. I get it. I agree with the project. It's not that I disagree with the project. I just think that we are in a position where we need to put money towards roads, real money that's going to make a real difference. We have half of the people that were in these chambers complaining about the franchise fee were simultaneously complaining about roads. It is an issue here. We have 1,200 miles of roads in this city. Yep. We have got to maintain them on a routine maintenance schedule. And the county didn't pass the half-cent tax for the monies to go towards that. We have zero other funding mechanism to get this done. Meanwhile, we've got every fund under the sun in our budget contributing towards the mock. And I think when we're looking at general fund dollars, those monies should go directly to what our citizens have to drive on and experience on a daily basis, because that's the heart of their ad valorem taxes.
But don't you think the priority for which our city councils have put on establishing this maintenance operation complex is integral to the necessity of it?
I absolutely do, and that's why I'm not complaining about all these other funds throwing millions of dollars towards it, because they are. Every other fund that we've looked at is putting millions of dollars into the mock, where it could be putting millions of dollars into other projects. I'm simply asking that the 2.5 that's coming from the general fund go into paving. That's it. I haven't asked for anything else as far as what's getting put towards the mock. I'll be honest, and I've been very vocal about this with staff, I'm not thrilled about the mock being on an appropriations ask, but I agree that it's been a council priority for years and that I should stick with that and honor that. And so that's why there was a consensus that an appropriations ask should be for the mock money as well. But when I'm looking at general fund monies, specifically the 2.5 million, and what we can get done paving wise over the next 2 years so that it's not costing our residents that much more money down the road, that this is a fair allocation.
Sure. I just feel like you're compromising the safety of our employees. After touring that complex, you're laughing, but are you laughing at their safety?
No, that is such an inflammatory statement.
That is not an unsafe environment over there, even with the disposal of fluids and things?
I understand that we need a mock. I'm not saying to scrap the mock. I'm not saying to affect funds in any other way. But to an inflammatory way, that would be, Councilman, that would be like me telling you that you're putting our residents at risk because you don't want to fix their roads. I would never make such a statement because
that is a fair statement to make. If we don't maintain the roads, they would be dangerous.
they are dangerous. You're absolutely right. That's part of the problem.
So wait, that's a confusing statement. You said that would be, I just want it to be known that we are not prioritizing the safety of our maintenance operations center, which is going to push it back at least another year. That $2.5 million could inevitably end up costing us maybe $1 million in addition. I hope we get appropriations for sure, but what appropriations can cover even partially the total cost?
We don't know how much this first stage, this first amount of money, we don't know what that figure is yet. So we're talking about hypotheticals, which is.
With appropriations, I agree.
Well, even without, we just don't know what the amount is that we'll actually need for phase one. But we do know what we need to fix roads. And we do know for a fact that the PCI has been dropping and that it drops yearly. And we do know that it's going to continue to cost us more money if we don't address it. So I'm asking for 2 years, $2.5 million in a $328 million budget when we're putting all this other money towards the mock. And I do think it's important, and I am not sacrificing our employees' safety for this, that we need to focus on the roads right now. That's just my position. It's a different priority than yours. I understand that. That's why we're doing this, but that's what I'm asking from council.
Understood.
I just want to chime in that I agree with you, Councilwoman Pontieri, and I'm on board with this, and I understand. We don't get everything we want. It's really that simple. So we're going to have to do a little bit of juggling, and we're going to have to push some stuff down the road a little bit. But I think our roads are an absolute priority, and I think that's one way to address them. And I am supportive of this approach.
I also agree with that, Councilwoman Pontieri.
Thank you.
Good to know.
So, Councilman Clufus, you bring up obviously a very difficult argument, weighing a safety, perhaps, I don't want to say safety issue yet, that issue versus road safety. So actually there's safety in both sides.
Yeah.
So I have to be honest, I don't think I'm prepared to weigh those two against each other because I don't know how. But what I will ask, with your consensus, is I would like the city manager to come back to us, at our next meeting and give us what staff's concern is regarding safety at the mock. I'm not current on that, and I would need to understand, are we putting ourselves in some kind of perilous jeopardy, or are we delaying the inevitable a bit? I would need you to speak to staff and come back to us and tell them,
And also the cost of allocating the $2.5 to other initiatives, long-term impact on the cost of the maintenance operation complex. I feel like calling it the mock kind of makes it a little harder for people to understand.
That's just what staff has said to
Sure.
me. That's where I got it from. I didn't make that
I don't
up.
care for the term either, but I'm not prepared to weigh in until I understand. I can't judge those two. I can't measure
we
the
do
difference
fleet
in
over there?
safeties.
Mayor, could I propose an idea?
Good.
And I know many council members have toured our current facility, and maybe having another tour and navigating from our operations side the elements that
Absolutely.
we're looking for to move forward might be beneficial to council versus
I think
just
it would
an
be
update.
beneficial for staff as well to see that we are, doing our job and making sure that we take an eyes-on look. So I think that's an excellent suggestion. I certainly will participate. Anybody else that can find the time to do it. I mean, it's important enough that we ought to be sure and do an eyes-on. I think that would serve us, and the relationship building with staff could be very, very helpful right now because, Vice Mayor, as you said, everybody hurts a little bit. Let them know that we're there too. You can't argue with that. I think that's an excellent suggestion.
I mean, it's what we're dealing with, and these choices are tough.
And the future value of money, they can calculate that because it's going to be staggering.
Now, if Councilman Clufus would go out and buy some lottery tickets and win $1 billion, he could help.
I did. It was called Tesla stock.
Carl, you have more?
Just to
just one
weigh
more.
in on phase one.
I'm sorry, Carl, hold on.
No, go ahead. That's what I was going to ask you about was phase one.
Phase one is specific to the fleet facility, so it's really tied to the fleet operations at the Public Works facility. The site work obviously will expand beyond that because it has to get all the infrastructure in the site and stormwater ponds and the future fuel depot. We have current issues with our fuel depot and aging tanks and infrastructure. So, the longer we wait, the more we're trying to Band-Aid our existing systems and spend dollars on those systems too. So just trying to throw everything out there, for you guys to have more information.
And I appreciate that too, because there's a lot more that goes into the Maintenance Operations Center than just where we keep our lawn equipment. And sometimes that gets lost.
No, I understand the expanse of what the center is now and what it will be and what the vision is. And I sat with Don Traeger about this a year ago, and it was important a year ago, and it's important now. What I would like to know is what do we legitimately think the estimated cost will be for phase one, the exact dollars that we have saved right now versus what we're going to put in or what we're projected to put in for fiscal year 24, and then what the real life consequence is of taking the 2.5 and putting it towards roads versus keeping it where it is now.
Now, currently, we have 60% design plans coming. I want to say it's mid-October, November timeframe. I'd have to double check the schedule. So that's when our construction management firm will be doing a much more detailed estimate. So at that, it won't be until that time where we have a pretty narrowed down, a more refined cost estimate. We did indicate we wanted to, move forward with the site work phase one, which we intend to do probably in March of next year to at least get true pricing, actually go out and he'll get bids for that, So you guys always would have the option, if you wanted to leave it in the budget, wait till March when we have real hard numbers and then say, hey, this is where we're at, this is how we're moving forward. And then at that time you can say, no, we want to wait, we want to put the money into pavement, or we're going to move forward with the project and do a budget amendment and switch funds there too. I think now is too premature to give you a real number. Yes, it's probably going to be between 20 to 30 million if I had to give you a range right now to build out the building, do the site work, but that's just right now. We're in the middle of permitting, have to do wetland impacts, those sorts of things. There's working with FPL, where's power really coming from, how far, there's a lot of variables that are still in the works, so, it won't be until later this fall before I have a more refined.
So you're suggesting we might consider it as a placeholder for now and be able to reprioritize when you have some hard numbers?
Because in the streets fund, when we do get to that, we have some dollars in the budget, and we have Whiteview coming up, and some of those funds, 1.8 million of the streets fund, we were using to resurface all of Whiteview as part of that project. So to combine the project and take care of all the resurfacing of that corridor. So there will be some additional funds to spend. If we do then decide we want to transfer more money, it's going to be a different bid than resurfacing, because that resurfacing will be done with the contract. So, I'll leave it up to you guys how you want to proceed and move forward, but we can give you the information we have currently, and you guys can go from there.
I mean, I would like any information that you have currently so that we can, and I guess it would have to be, I understand what you're saying about a placeholder. I mean, even if we take half of it and say because the charts that you and I have looked at as far as what we're able to do with certain monies for paving, $4.5 million is a good place for us to be, and it would give us a good amount of roads to get done. So even if we only took 1.25 from this 2.5, and next year, say we can really make a dent, no pun intended, in the roads to resurface. Any way that we can start to really attack our roads, rather than continuing to be in this pattern of what's never going to be enough, that's just not sufficient.
Right, and that's kind of been the trouble all along. The Streets Fund has received general fund reserves in the past. You know, we've put in $500,000 here, some other funds here. We've increased the percent rate transfer. You know, that $4.5 million is on top of the 2.1. So that plan I presented was a halfway plan. You know, it didn't get us to where we needed to be. It was, okay, can we do a phased-in, scale-back approach? Can we incorporate global treatments, which, you know, over the long term, you know, your ultimate costs end up being the same, but it gives you less upfront costs and gets you to the same finish line. So it's really an additional $4.5 million per year. So this $2.5 million, you know, is drops in the bucket over what the need is over the 5-year plan. So it will have some impact, yes. It will help fix some roads and keep them from going down the road. Maybe we can extend how much for, you know, the time of when we need to mill them, so it will buy us some time. Yes, it will do that. But it's not going to fix the problem of the revenue. There's a revenue problem with streets funding. We need to identify a permanent, long-term revenue source for streets resurfacing or pavement management program. So that's really the dilemma we're in right now.
So you'll be able to provide some estimated information for Councilperson Pontiera's question?
Yes.
Thank you.
So our Streets Improvement Fund, we have the local option fuel tax, 6 cents per gallon, purchased in Flagler County, distributed per an agreement based on road miles that are maintained by each agency. It's restricted to transportation expenditures. Then we have the Streets Improvement State Revenue Sharing. That's a portion of state sales tax and use tax collections and 1 cent municipal tax. So as you look at the revenue source, we have the two top line items are those two taxes or revenue sharing that comes into this fund. Grants, we have very few grants in here. We typically seek grants for beautification projects. We continue to pursue potential grants for any items that may be associated with streets improvement, but they are hard to come by. They're not very prevalent. It's not something that we typically would qualify for, but we definitely keep our eyes open. Operating expenditures, I don't recall what that line item was for. We have safety improvement projects. Those are just some miscellaneous enhancements at intersections, making corrections for typically our signalized intersections. Path projects, those are ones that we delayed and pushed off to fund our pavement management program. We do have some path projects potentially in the future. We may seek some DOT dollars in the future, but we do still have some path projects on our sidewalk master plan that was developed back in, I think, in 2008 that we still have not accomplished yet. Beautification projects, again, that was another one we deferred all funding on unless we receive grants. Continuous street lighting, we are looking to wrap that program up in the current 5-year plan. Actually, it'll be before the 5-year plan is over. Our bridge rehab, those are typically based on our bridge inspections done by FDOT. We get multiple reports, you know, dozens and dozens of pages long per bridge that identify the ratings and issues or various components of the bridge. So we try and stay ahead of those and make maintenance repairs, and that's what these dollars are here. So those could change drastically over time if something major is uncovered with spalling concrete or something with the piles of the bridge or slope embankment. So you know, in the past we've spent millions of dollars, you know, on specific bridges. So right now this is hopefully we're on track and staying ahead with maintenance. Traffic signals, this is really to address our existing traffic signals, and as we know, as they age, we have some current ones here under design. The span wires are getting old. The electrical wires are, during heavy winds, the power goes out, the signals stop functioning. So this is to retrofit, I think, 8 of those strain pole traffic signals. Those are the ones with the wires across the intersection where the signal heads kind of swing in the wind. Then our street rehab program, that includes more than resurfacing. That includes guardrail replacement, pothole repair, striping, traffic cabinets, things to deal with street maintenance. So any questions on the Streets Improvement Fund?
I have none. Councilman? No, please proceed.
And just in the current program, I think I wanted to make note of is the street rehab renewal program. That resurfacing is, we're only resurfacing arterial roads. This will almost get us to maintain our current PCI, assuming we don't have major issues with deep base repair work that we may have to do in some of our arterial roads. So this will address no residential roads and hopes to keep our arterial roads where they are today. Impact fees. These are restricted to growth-related projects, only for projects that are adding new capacity. Fees cannot be used for existing system deficiencies or operations. So there's a transportation impact fee, a recreation impact fee, and a fire impact fee. The transportation impact fee, you can see the funds coming in are just over $3 million. Interest on investments, again, is minimal. This fund receives lots of grants. This is where a lot of our FDOT grant dollars are, as well as all those state appropriations we got. They are actually funneled through FDOT, so they actually come through DOT. So there's a lot of dollars in here. We have some current grants as well as future grants that we'll be seeking. So there's some very big dollars in here. A lot of projects you saw today, big projects. But when we go to expenditures, we can touch upon some of the current active projects in the upcoming year. Oak Kings Road widening, that is the state appropriation we received for phase 2 construction. So that will begin next year and then move into 25. Belterre State Road 100, that is to look at that intersection. We are currently in discussion with the TPO and DOT to see if we can obtain some assistance from them. Belterre, Palm Coast Parkway to Pine Lakes Parkway, that is a mandated project from the state that we need to keep in our 5-year plan. Belterre Safety Improvements is another state appropriation, so that is one we want to begin this coming fiscal year. Again, it'll extend into 2025. Citation Boulevard Improvements Extension, this is one that's handled by the CDD. That's going to extend Citation from it's off of Belterre all the way over to Seminole Woods Parkway. So that's currently under construction. We have Matanzas Woods Parkway Connector Loop. That is the appropriation received $25 million on for phase 1, and then we have future dollars to continue the loop. We have Matanzas Woods Parkway 4-laning phase 2, so we have some right-of-way we've been purchasing and seeking. We still have one additional easement that we would like to obtain that we're currently working on. Seminole Woods State Road 100, that's another intersection that we're currently working with DOT on. As part of the resurfacing, they will be adding right turn lanes on 100 in both directions, but there's some improvements with all the development happening on Seminole Woods that we may need to make some improvements on Seminole Woods. Whiteview Parkway extension, that is looking at whether that will be a potential future connection to the west, because there's a property owner currently developing or looking potentially that developing his property on the west side of US 1. So we just want to look at, is this going to be another potential connection or not? Whiteview Safety Improvements is a DOT grant. That one here, we're waiting for DOT to sign off on the bid package, and we'll be going out to bid for construction. So as soon as we have that, the go-ahead, that will be advertised. Traffic signals, we know at some point in time we're going to need to add some traffic signals. So we have some dollars out in the 5-year plan. And then we have some transfers out. So we have the Special Assessment District. So this is for development that happens within the Special Assessment District of Old Kings Road. So when they develop, those impact fees stay within that special assessment district, and we will go over that fund in the future. So first they pay back the loan, and then any excess fees stay within the district so they can go towards future roadway improvements of Old Kings Road. Town Center transportation impact fee, and the same holds true for Town Center. Impact fees within Town Center stay within Town Center, so there's a separate funding, I guess, checkbook for them as well. So this is just moving those dollars out as we collect those fees. It goes into this pot and then gets moved over to the appropriate account. And transportation impact fee study, that is one that is coming before council to do an update to the study. It's been 4 or 5 years, and it was identified that it must be redone in, I think, in that time period. So you'll see that come before you here shortly. So any questions on the transportation impact fee fund?
Questions from City Council on any of the individual funds?
I'm good.
So this is the Town Center Transportation Impact Fee Fund. You can see there's some dollars in here. We were looking at the Royal Palms Parkway portion of the roadway and the Town Center connection to Old Kings Road and how that could get realigned and potentially 4-laned. It's also in combination with a stormwater constriction under the I-95 that is causing, that would benefit from an improvement, I guess is the best way to put it. So that we were looking to combine this with moving forward with the Old Kings Road South Phase 2 project. So now we look at the Recreation Impact Fee Fund. So our impact fees here are just roughly $2.5 million or so. Grants, we have various grants in here, fine grants. We have a DEP grant. I think those may be the two that we currently have that are active in this. We have a DOT grant too for Lehigh Trailhead. Transfers in, those are the transfers that primarily that come from either the Capital Projects Fund or the SR 100 CRA Fund to help fund some of the projects. The Park Impact Fee Fund share funds roughly 70%, so that 30% cost has to come from another source, and that's what those dollars are. So the expenditures, Recreation Impact Fee Fund study is in here. In the future year, community center parking, that is one here that we are putting some information together. I know we made a presentation to council that I'll come back to you here with some better cost implications of how we may move that forward. Lehigh Trailhead, it's under construction. That's a DOT funded grant project. Trail was just reopened, but they're still actively working out there. They'll be done here this fall. Grand Swamp Trail Phase 2 is on the TPO list to continue the trail from the trailhead south down to Lehigh Trail. So we have an application in to do the design work. Long Creek Nature Preserve is the next phase is a grant funded project to do additional overlooks, some boardwalk, and some path. The future phases are tied to our obligations. When we purchased the property, we received funding from the state as well as from the county, but the state has some requirements that the city had to construct some various improvements. We've done some, but we need to complete those improvements to stay in compliance, or the state could ask for that money back. Waterfront Park Phase 1 and 2, the current water access project, I believe we're having a final walkthrough at the end of the week. So that project is wrapping up, and we have an application in this year to add parking there with another grant. So we'll know here shortly whether we've been awarded that grant. Community Park Town Center. So actually, there's nothing in the 5-year plan for that. Neighborhood parks, we have some various studies to look at neighborhood parks and potentially move forward with some design, but all that will be tailored to what the final recreation park master plan is. So in these outer years, those projects will be to be determined for the most part. We have our ITSE parking expansion, so we show that in 26. We have a permit that's going to expire that year, so that's really our timetable we're trying to hit is not having to re-permit the project to construct those improvements. Cultural arts facility, town center. So that's really do some preliminary analysis of what that would look like for that particular project. Southern Recreation Center is under construction. Things are going fairly smoothly. Looks like we'll be done here near towards the end of the calendar year. Canoe kayak launch, that is out in a future year. And then transfer to capital projects fund, that's the repayment of the impact fees to the capital projects fund. So any questions on these?
Carl, generally speaking, the impact fees are calendarized or scheduled to be reviewed by study at different dates in the future? And is that calculated into your forward-looking CIP plan?
Yeah, we showed in 2026. Typically, they're done every 4 to 5 years.
Right.
Or if there's some major change in either our capital plan or something that causes it to be re-looked at, revisited.
So I mean, my real question is it possible that there is a big variance in terms of what how much a future impact fee might go up, which is not shown in a conservatively planned budget? I mean, because we're experiencing growth, so I don't know what the mechanics of the impact fee analysis are.
Yeah.
I was going to say, there's been some legislation that's been passed that maximizes the increase of impact fees as well, right?
Yeah, there are restrictions to impact fees, how much they can go up, how often they can go up. Currently, when we do this particular park impact fee, we didn't include any parks to the west of US 1 with the 2 DRIs because we knew they were so far out and their timing was unknown. So we basically looked at projects that were in the park master plan and identified all those. And those may be over like a 20-year time period or whatnot. And we factored in when we did the study what those inflation costs will be. Now we've seen, excuse me, we've seen a big increase in construction costs.
Right.
So those could play a role in there, but due to the fact that we did a phased-in approach on our last impact fee, where we had that 50% discount for many years and we phased out the discount approach, we just, I think, came to a full fee, I think it was last year. So we still have a couple more years probably before we would be eligible to stay in compliance of reenacting a new impact fee study.
Okay.
The fire impact fee. So again, this one here doesn't bring in a lot of money. It's less than $1 million per year. The CRA owes the general fund some dollars, and it's $1.2 million that the general fund used to purchase some land, and we were identifying that to help fund Fire Station 22 replacement. So those dollars are shown being transferred in here from the CRA. Then you can see there's a non-capacity portion of 9.2% that needs to come from other sources. So that's coming from the Capital Projects Fund. And then since Fire Station 22 is kind of a special station because it's new capacity, but it's also replacement of existing facilities. So only the additional capacity of that new station can use these fire impact fees. So we identified what those costs are in here. And we also have a legislative priority for Fire Station 26. So we show those $5 million coming in for that. The American Rescue Plan is also $3 million, and that is going to help advance Fire Station 22 and 26. So you can see this one here, we identified a fire impact fee study in 26 as well. We just recently did one in here just a couple of years ago. This one's fairly new. Fire Station 22 replacement and 26 replacement are kind of working in tandem together. Our goal is to get a cost savings to construct those both together. There's some expansion at 23 is out in a future year. And then we have a mini station on Whiteview that we have some dollars in the current budget because our Whiteview is under construction. We want to make sure that our median's in the right spot, that we're not going to have to go do any work on Whiteview when we do go build that mini station. So we do have the consultant taking a look at that. So any questions?
So back to the fire station again. So we're claiming that it's obsolete and not usable for the future. So is there no way to describe it that we could get 100% replacement? Because this is a unique situation. We're not just moving an A-class fire station to another location. We're replacing an entire fire station, which is obsolete. So it has zero, we're not adding on to something. It has zero value to us because it's obsolete and unusable now.
You could make that argument, but there's no impact fees to pay anyways.
There's nothing there.
You can see the bottom carryover is $200,000. So even if you could win that argument, make that case, the impact fees just aren't there.
Okay, all right.
I'm thankful that none of my fellow council members up here have anything against the American Rescue Plan. $3 million is coming in. That's good to see.
And here's the American Rescue Plan Act fund. These show where those dollars were spent: fire equipment, life pack, life safety operating cost, Fire Station 22, the stormwater London waterway expansion, and then water and wastewater centrifuge replacement. So they have to be obligated by 12/31/24 and expended by 12/31/2026. So the SR 100 Community Redevelopment Agency Fund. So you'll see that there's some, you can see the revenue in here and then the tax increment portion. You can see some of the expenditures operating. We have some incentive agreements that are going to be ending in '24. Then we have some debt service for a lot of the land purchases that were done initially within that district. And then there's transfers to the general fund, that $1.2 million we talked about, that's going to the fire impact fee fund. And we have transferred a recreation impact fee for the trailhead and the Southern Recreation Facility, and as well as Central Park. So if there's projects within there, we've been using these funds. And then the utility fund, the Kickstart program that was in place, that this fund has to repay or pay the impact fees to the utility fund. So that is shown here over the next few years to pay those utility impact fees. Our goal is towards the end of the 5 years that maybe this fund will have some dollars in the maintenance area that could go towards some resurfacing of the roads within town center.
What are the efforts to market the properties that are off of 100 versus properties that are inside the core of town center? I know there's been kind of this strategy of get in the core of town center sold before we offer these prime properties off of 100. But to me, when we're looking at really economic development being a highlight and a priority and bringing in monies to the city, are we full bore on trying to get those properties sold, or are we still kind of holding on to them until the core is sold?
That would be.
I think you first have to ask the question on the ownership of the properties, right?
Well, and I understand that I understand the core is privately owned. That's not lost on me, but I just want to make sure that we're not holding on to our prime property that the city owns off of 100, waiting on the core to take off when the core hasn't taken off.
Jason DiLorenzo, Chief of Staff. We have signage at the properties indicating that they are available for discussion, but beyond that, we are not marketing them at this time.
And is that because we're hoping that the core is going to sell property, even though it's not ours? We're hoping that it's going to take off?
I think as we described during the land assets meeting, the thinking behind it is that you have a lot of trips on State Road 100, right? And really trips is what drives commercial development. We have less trips on Central and Bulldog and Town Center Boulevard. However, that's increasing because we have more residential units in Town Center. So that's a positive. And if you've been here, in the mornings and in the afternoons, plenty of of traffic, but not to the significant volume that's occurring on 100. So, you know, having more land available for commercial development on 100, just using basic logic would, you know, if someone's making a decision between the core or building on 100, you know, depending on lots of variables, price, this, that, and the other thing, you know, they would likely take the area with the trips before, you know, selecting the one with fewer trips. So that's the basis that we've been working under. You know, we're open to a different direction if that's what you prefer, or if you think that the strategy is incorrect, incomplete, or, you know, could be better.
Well, what I fear about the strategy, I think it would be different if we owned the property in the core and we owned the property on 100, but we don't. So we're trying to control a fate that we don't have full control over. And that's what makes me uncomfortable, because we're in this time where we're talking about, you know, additional revenue sources and how we could put these monies to good use, yet we're half reliant on people who aren't us to sell their property and to, you know, there's a lot of things going on in Town Center, as you know, with regards to what those property owners would like to do anyways. So, I mean, I think the strategy should change. It's my belief that we've been under this kind of strategy for a few years, and we need the money. The city needs the money, and we've got prime real estate off of 100 that I think we need to aggressively market and get sold.
But would you disagree with the sentiment that developing the periphery would hamstring the development in the core?
I don't think it would, only because there's a supply and demand thing. But here's the thing, Councilman Kloofus, if we owned the property in the core, absolutely, I would agree with you, and I would agree with the overall strategy, but we don't. So we can hold on to our property until we're blue in the face, hoping that private owners in the core are going to sell, but there's nothing that we can do to force that.
Well, we have in the past. We've incentivized. We had the Kickstarter program, which I remember those credits got eaten up, you know, very rapidly.
But they did by residential, not by commercial.
Correct. But what I'm saying is there are things that we can do. But if the strategy, so you not supporting the strategy of developing Town Center?
No, I want to develop Town Center, but that's not up to us.
Sure, but if we sell those commercial lots on 100, that'll hamstring any commercial development inside of Town Center.
It doesn't hamstring any commercial development. What it does is says all the prime real estate is sold on 100. That's ours. If we want to sell our real estate to another developer and let them all hold on to it and sell it the way that they want, by all means. But for us to hold on to property that is prime real estate and prevent the city from making money in the hopes that a private seller inside Town Center is going to agree to sell theirs, I don't agree that should be a strategy that we should engage in any longer, because we've tried it for a few years and it hasn't worked.
Sure.
So has there been any interest in the city-owned properties on 100 over the last 3 years?
Yes, sir. Actually, we were contacted, I'm going to say, maybe a month or 6 weeks ago, and we have a meeting scheduled with a development group out of Atlanta that would like to come down and have a discussion about the properties on 100, not the one on Bulldog.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess my position is that, you know, if whatever we can do to bring in revenues to the city right now, I think we need to do, and not be reliant on private sellers inside Town Center to finally allow their property to be sold or developed or whatever. And I get it. I agree with the Kickstart program. I thought it was a great program, but it was not taken advantage. And you can look at the numbers. It was not taken advantage of from a commercial standpoint. It was taken advantage of from a residential standpoint, which is why we've got a ton of apartments in Town Center now and no business. So I think it's great that we have these people coming down from Atlanta to do this meeting. If this doesn't go forward, I would like to see us market more aggressively that property on 100.
But you would agree that it would exacerbate the issue of commercial development not coming to Town Center if we were to sell these parcels?
I would encourage you, Councilman Kloofus, and I don't know if you have or not, but to talk to the owners of those properties, because that is actually not the larger issue. The larger issue is some infrastructure that's not in Town Center currently. Like if you look at what's required for restaurants to be in Town Center, there's no gas line. I mean, it's things like that. There's other issues that are preventing, it's money, whereas, and we can't make those those private owners put in the money or sell it to developers who are willing to put in the money that is needed for commercial in town center.
Sure. I just think it's almost reverse incentivization because the land in here is what, $5 a commercial square foot? $4 a commercial square foot?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I don't. No, I don't know that. I do not know that number.
Well, okay, understood. I do. Selling those lots on the outside, I just don't see it. And I would be very curious what Barbara would say as well, as far as, like I said earlier, hamstringing the commercial development, which we have tried as much as we possibly can to try to incentivize town center development, because that's kind of the vision of our city, right? Is to develop town center.
And we've done everything that we can, and it's still sitting here.
Yep. And if we do this, then you will hamstring it almost completely. You'll eviscerate it.
I don't think so. I think that the property owners inside of town center know that we need more rooftops in order to incentivize people to bring in more commercial. Until they get those rooftops, they are going to hold on to that commercial. They are holding us hostage, and that is a fact.
I mean, it's
I've
for
spoken
sale.
to them.
Yeah.
I know, but they have the choice to sell it. My point is, if we can sell that property on 100, now you're forcing commercial into the core because there's nowhere else to go. It's supply and demand.
Correct. And you're filling the demand or the supply, whichever way you want to look at it. Why would there be more commercial that would then take the core? If the development has been occurring so slowly, you're acting as if we have a line of people who are willing to develop the lots around the periphery. Any real person who would develop around the periphery is no longer part of the pool or universe that would develop inside of town center. So unless there was an overflowing demand, like you're saying, the supply isn't an issue, then that would hamstring or eviscerate the development of commercial lots in town center.
No, I'm not saying that there's an overflow of demand. What I'm saying is that the owners of town center want there to be more rooftops in order to incentivize the people that would put businesses in here because it's not as profitable for them. They need more rooftops in order for that ROI to be there. Right now, they don't have the entitlements for those rooftops. They are working on from a global perspective to get what they need in order to provide the profit analysis that is needed for commercial to come into town center. In the meantime, because we don't have control over that fate, we need to develop and sell, or at least sell that property on 100 and get money into the city. That's my position on it.
I just think it's, okay, that's understood.
Okay, so Oak Kings Road Special Assessment Fund. So these are the funds I mentioned that stay within the special assessment district as they develop. And we have some funds in here. This is one, the city received the state appropriation of $500,000 to look at a study of moving forward with continued widening of the roadway. So we have a project in here to take that on and do the study and then potentially do some design work for that. So that ends the capital funds. So any additional questions?
I have none, Carl. Thank you.
No, thank you.
I don't have any questions, but Councilman Clufus, I would say that we might think about redefining the vision that had existed for inside of town center. I'm not sure that all of City Council is on the same page about what they see 5 to 10 years from now.
Yep, and that's why
And I think this is a good time to do that because I think we all are agreed that what was originally forecast or envisioned for town center is probably not the reality today. And it might be a good time after we get through the budget to redefine what our goal is there, what we want that to look like.
I concur, and I think the commercial landscape has completely changed, but I don't think the fundamental underlying methodology of how a free market works has changed, but I'm in agreement with you.
But the overall vision, it may make the other points irrelevant at that point in
Yep,
time.
and that's why I asked, because I was just going forward on the vision that we have set.
Carl, thank you.
Thank you, Carl. We will now move into the city's internal services budgets. The city has 4 internal service funds. Basically, this is how we budget for departments that provide day-to-day services and support to other city departments. We will review these individually. I'll turn it over to Public Works Director Matt Mansell, who will present the Fleet and Facilities Fund.
Good afternoon, Matt Mansell, your Public Works Director. We'll start today with the Facilities Management Fund. Just as a reminder, this fund is responsible for the day-to-day maintenance of existing city facilities, as well as currently the landscaping around those city facilities. Over this next fiscal year, we are proposing outsourcing the landscaping operations for our fire departments and our utility sites to the commercial market, and we're working with those departments to put those together for a smooth transition. You do see here the outlay of those personnel tied to that outsourcing. There are 4 positions that would transfer to other departments to take on new roles for current workload to maintain our
I just want to
expected
stop
levels
you
of
here
service.
for a moment, because I'm
Yes,
a little
sir.
confused about this. We're going to outsource those jobs and pay someone to do them, and then retain the 4 employees someplace else. How does that save us money?
So I would say through multifaceted approach. It saves us money currently because we have found through a market analysis that we can outsource that at a cheaper rate than we're doing it currently in-house. So
And I
that's
assume
one
that
side.
includes the equipment maintenance and everything on that,
Correct.
right? They'll be using their own
Right.
equipment.
So the other part of that is we're currently below expected levels of service in other areas, including streets maintenance with litter pickup, repairing manholes, repairing potholes and street repairs, as well as our special projects areas, as well as we're well below our expected levels of service within our fleet department. We currently have 8 mechanics and over 700 pieces of equipment, and we just can't keep up with what we
Right,
have.
but
So
the
in
people that
lieu
you'd be
of
pulling from basically lawnmowers, right? Mowing?
positions, yes.
Right. They would have to be retrained in a lot of different skills, correct?
So the current employees would be absorbed into current operations within their specialty, which is landscape. We have a lot of landscape positions.
Okay.
So we've done this through keeping some positions open so that when we cross fiscal years, these people can move into those positions and have like jobs.
So they would still be doing landscaping?
The 4 personnel that we would be retaining would still be doing landscaping, but in other operations. But this would open up positions that would now be reclassified into those 4 new roles. And we do have some people in-house that would compete for those, but we also have people in the pipeline that we would look to hire into those open positions.
So how would that save us money? I'm still a little confused.
It's less expensive
You're not
to-
going to be doing the maintenance on certain pieces of equipment, or are those pieces of equipment going to be used someplace else, and you'll still be doing the maintenance?
Is it less expensive to outsource because we're not reaching our level of service is what I'm hearing? It's less expensive to outsource because of all the costs that's is a burden by the employer, which in our case is us, which we've seen all those costs. It's less expensive for us to outsource that for this service while we take, instead of hiring.
We're not losing those employees, though.
No, but it would take more employees that we have because we don't, you cannot fit 2 from 1. It doesn't make sense. The level of service needed isn't able to be provided by the number of employees. So it's supplementing the number of employees with additional workers via contractual work. Sounds like it would be less expensive.
Well, I would also add that we've gained a lot of new areas of responsibility.
Absolutely.
Throughout our city, including increasing the detail areas like Old Kings Road extensions. We're looking at Whiteview. We're bringing on a new facility at the Southern Rec Center that has infrastructure associated with it. So my original budget proposal included new position requests. None of my budgets now include any new position requests. So that is a money savings there.
So the last time you didn't have a number, maybe you do this time. What is the cost of outsourcing this?
I don't have the recompeted outsource costs. I have quotes that we received, but they're doing a full bid process now to get the best competition out of it.
We've received some,
So
we're in that bidding process.
correct. The original quotes I got was around 200,000 for the utility sites per year, and I'm sorry, I believe it was around 45,000 for the fire, 50,000. 40,000 a year for the fire stations.
So around $250 a year.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to know.
Right.
Thank you.
So that is a net savings then?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
well, that's the cost of outsourcing.
That's cost of outsourcing, but you can see here, so our budget actually decreases by over $500,000, and we've actually added some work in this budget as well that we're responsible for.
I just wanted to know
And
how
we've
this
had
all,
contractual
I was
increases.
confused
so-
on how this all added up, so
Correct.
that's why I wanted a little
Yes.
more detail. Thank you.
Of course. So moving on, this also includes our, this also includes our janitorial contract that we manage throughout the city and our security contract throughout the city. So that is within this budget as well. For our fleet management fund, we do have a net decrease of 13.8% going into the next fiscal year. So we've maintained this through responsible replacement of our fleet, making sure that we have newer equipment on hand that costs less to maintain over the years. Also, just through efficiencies in some of our competitive contracts, we've worked very diligently with our purchasing department to get some contracts in place to piggyback so that we get the best prices on some of our parts. And we would be transferring one of the positions into the fleet department and then reclassing that into a maintenance. That would bring us from 8 to 9 mechanics overall for our 700 pieces of equipment. So the slide you see now is kind of an overview slide of our new fleet purchases as well as our fleet replacement purchases that we have planned for this next fiscal year. This will come to you later in the budget cycle as a full agenda item that identifies each one line by line, as well as the purchasing source that we intend to utilize for those items. And pending any questions, that's what I have for you today.
Questions for Matt?
Trucks have certainly gone up.
Yes, sir, they have.
Have we looked at other brands besides Ford?
We have definitely had to do that. We've gotten a couple of onesie-twosies here and there just because of the supply chain issues that we've had. We try to stick to Ford as our primary brand for white fleet because we want to standardize the parts supply chain for that. We also have a very good vendor relationship for warranty repairs as well, but we've taken on a few GMC items and a couple of Chevy trucks along the way as well.
On the parts aspect of it, I assume these Ford F-150s, they're in warranty during most of our use of them, correct? Or do they fall out of warranty?
They definitely fall out of warranty, so we try to keep them 7 to 10 years, and they have the regular manufacturer warranty of 3 years for
3 years?
bumper to bumper, and I believe it's 5 years, 60,000 for drivetrain.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Also, we piggyback some of these contracts as well, right, for the F-150s?
Absolutely. All the contracts that we currently use for the Fords are piggyback contracts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions, Matt. Thanks for all the work that you do. I know you worked hard on this. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Matt. The next set of internal service funds cover our IT operations and the emergency management communication infrastructure. Director Doug Akins will now present these two funds.
Good afternoon, Council. Doug Akins, IT Director. The IT Internal Services Fund supports all the city's technology, including hardware, software, GIS, and technology-related projects. This fund is seeing a 6.8% increase this year. Aside from the rising healthcare costs we've heard throughout these presentations, other increases to the IT budget come from increases in software and maintenance contract costs, as well as dollars allocated to specific departments related to requested projects. The IT department manages a sizable number of projects across a wide spectrum of disciplines, which include deploying new hardware, business process improvement, cybersecurity projects, and website enhancements and citizens-facing technologies, and projects to keep our core infrastructure sound. This year, the IT department is requesting a project manager to provide centralized oversight and prioritization to the department's projects. This centralization will help to ensure that personnel and resources are being used as effectively as possible, and that appropriate focus is given to projects that provide the largest benefit to the city. We are also requesting an infrastructure administrator position that will be shared with the IT enterprise budget, which was discussed during the IT enterprise budget presentation. For IT internal services, this position will take on day-to-day maintenance and system administration tasks. Any questions on this budget?
None.
Moving on to the Emergency Communications Fund. This fund was created to account for costs related to the 800 megahertz emergency communications network. The 800 megahertz network is relied upon by field crews and fire department for communications, and also allows the fire department to communicate with other first responders. This fund covers the contract that we have with our community partners at Flagler County, allocating for new and replacement radios and the annual subscriber fee we pay per radio unit. This fund is seeing a 55% increase due to an increase in the per radio subscriber fee the county charges all organizations that use the network. And are there any questions on this fund?
How much, how much is that fee, if you know off the top of your head? Is it to use a radio?
Per radio unit, it is $875 per unit.
Gotcha. And I assume that that $875 goes to maintain the 800 megahertz system. Is that kind
The
of?
whole network and their staff costs, et cetera.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. So now we will talk about the remaining funds. So the CDBG fund accounts for several programs, including housing rehab assistance to the community. Community development will be presenting the council in great detail the items that are included in the CDBG plan later this morning. This is the budget to support that annual plan as approved by council. This is the balance left in the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund. Community development staff is currently working with the respective state agencies to transfer the CDBG program. The Police Education Fund is used for specialized deputy training. These funds are collected from fines within the city through the clerk of courts and then submitted to the sheriff's office. The Special Events Fund is funded by the recycling revenue from our solid waste contract. Staff has identified events programs that will remain in the fund and have identified those events that can be moved to other budgeted areas. Some of the current events planned from these funds are the Holiday Parade, Arbor Day, July 4th fireworks, and tree lighting ceremony. Usage of this fund help continue to provide quality events and programs for the residents of Palm Coast. The Disaster Reserve Fund is used to account for emergency response, typically events subject to federal assistance. The federal government declares a state of emergency and makes available funding to local governments at a certain reimbursement percentage. We are currently in the process of closing Hurricanes Matthew and Irma from 2016 and 17 and are actively working with FEMA to seek reimbursement for Hurricanes Ian and Nicole from 2022. Council has established a reserve to mitigate the potential cash flow issued that would be created between the occurrence and the actual reimbursement from FEMA. We analyzed the budget and the balance in the Disaster Reserve Fund as outlined in your July budget presentation and are proposing to transfer $1 million. Our last internal service fund is our health insurance fund, where we account for costs related to our employees' health benefits. Includes claims, admin fees, stop-loss insurance, wellness program, and other related expenses. Council received a detailed presentation on the health insurance fund on June 13th, and this is the budget to support the benefits outlined in June. In closing, again, as Helena mentioned earlier, we want to remind the public that we have all the budgets for fiscal year 24 on the preparation link on the website. This is where we post all of our presentations and any supporting documentation. We will be back on August 29th to present the budget as a whole for review and preparation of your first public hearing on Thursday, September 7th at 5:15. This concludes our presentation.
So I just want to go to healthcare for a minute. Sure. So we had a presentation done. I don't know how old those statistics were, but they were shocking in terms of the increase. Does that get looked at again before we commit to the budget because of the magnitude of the increase that was represented as the industry standard? How do we feel comfortable that that number isn't overestimated?
So when Brown and Brown, and I might need Renina's help on this one. So when Brown and Brown was here to present to council, they did a complete analysis. They went out to market on all of our benefits, right? So the numbers that you have are this year's numbers. They also went through the benefits in the program to see if there was any alignments that needed to be made as far as, pharmacy or co-pays or maximum out-of-pockets. So they analyzed our entire health plan to maximize any savings that we could really take advantage of. So the plan that they presented to council is the plan that is budgeted for. Now, there will be an actual action item that will come to council as a resolution to engage in those benefits for the year.
So I hope it's a fair question, but is there any incentive for Brown and Brown to be conservative or to be, overestimate these numbers?
An incentive? No, the
In other words,
incentive for them is to
they
be
make some
correct on.
assumptions. They make some assumptions, I assume.
Yes,
So
they do.
that
I'm assuming that they
their
use some
assumptions could be
actuarial numbers.
conservative or aggressive. So I don't know where we are in there, but I'm sure it's a fairly big swing of dollars. So I guess I'm challenging you, Helena. Give me a comfort level on their numbers are what we're going to actually realize when we start the next budget cycle. And the reason I ask is because we're in a very difficult period of time for healthcare insurance, other insurances as well. So anybody that's got this crystal magic ball that can predict these numbers is really very special, because I can't do it.
Renina Fuller, Director of Human Resources. Let's put it this way. We had an unprecedented amount of high claims this year. So, and they had to do reforecasting for us 2 different times because of that. So I think they're being conservative because they've already had to come back to us twice, certifying and reanalyzing our costs.
So they reeled in those I don't know what the right, those anomalies, let's call it.
Yes, they've accounted for the ones that we have now and moving forward into next year.
And
Those high
there
claims.
is an expectation that we won't suffer those anomalies going forward to that extent.
Correct.
So they backed off of that part way, but
Correct.
probably not all the way.
Probably not all.
I have a quick question on that too. I mean, I see that the amount of claims is $6.6 million. Do we know about what we've been in years prior, roughly?
So last year we saw an increase of 1.2 million over the previous year. But as Renita stated, it is unusual for the number of high claimants that we have this year. So what happens is we have reinsurance. So once it gets to a certain point, the reinsurance reimburses the city. I think 175?
175.
105.
We have 3, I think, that are very close to that 175.
Okay.
But also having the higher claims pushes our reinsurance costs up also. So you see that reflected in the budget.
I think that answers the question. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone have any additional questions? No? Elena, thank you. And thank you.
You're welcome.
We move now to agenda item number E8, which is the presentation for Backyard Chickens pilot program.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Barbara Grossman, Code Enforcement Manager. I'm here today as a follow-up to your request on the proposal pilot program on backyard chickens. Staff met with stakeholders and made several changes to the proposal after meeting with the stakeholders. We do have a presentation available for you today, which include a community co-op proposal, but I want to, on the community, expressed that the stakeholders were not interested in having community chickens, and at this time the city really doesn't have any land that would accommodate community chickens. There is one private individual that has approached us concerning having some property that's agricultural, so we really based most of our presentation today on backyard chickens. Okay? We have it if you want to hear about community, but there are very few. I researched, I found one in Austin, Texas, and I also, like I said, when speaking to the stakeholders, they weren't really interested in going elsewhere. They would prefer to have their backyard chickens.
Council, so we'll move forward and listen to the backyard presentation. That's what I'm hearing. Is that okay with everyone? So just so I understand, there were obstacles to the other program that were unable to overcome.
Yes, at this time. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll also add in, we researched it too, from a legal perspective as to how to do it, and we're unable to find other instances where this had occurred in Florida and how it was done. So I just wanted to follow up on what Barb said, that my office looked at it too.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a presentation available, and we are going to go ahead and start with the backyard chickens, and participate in the community co-op chicken garden is going to be next for right now, if you're okay with that, and it sounds that way, so we're available.
So
to
you have a consensus on that?
Yes. Okay. All right. The proposed regulations for pilot criteria: a 2-year program, a permit fee of $50 is set by resolution. The city is proposing the lowest fee of other cities. County staff researched, and for example, Volusia County was $134 for a permit fee. Okay. The coop is to be set up prior to allowance of chickens on the property. Permit allows animal control officer access to the chickens for inspections once initially, and then issues such as complaints. Limited to 25 permits, issued citywide. This is increased from 15 after we met with the stakeholders, but kept it in a range so staff can easily manage without increasing staff. Limited to homesteaded single-family residential, SFR, parcels, owner-occupied, no rentals, and not enforced within homeowners associations within MPDs. Limited to 4 hens allowed per single-family residential parcels for the council's consideration. And to go into that, 7 of the locations that we went to had 4 hens. 1 unincorporated Volusia County had 5. Provide a letter to neighbors stating participation in the chicken pilot program. Requires passage and certificates of 2 courses: care and raising of the chickens through the agricultural extension, and manure management. And they are available here through Flagler County.
Barbara, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Letter informing neighbors.
Yes, sir.
So we're not seeking neighbors' approval?
At this point, I'm just requiring the passages, providing the letter to neighbors. That would be a decision up to City Council. Requires a fly retardant bin from a manure daily cleanup. And that is, for odor, flies, things of that nature. Submit a site plan with the proposed setbacks. On the next slide, the additional requirements will be the size of the coop, the setback specification, not to exceed 100 square feet per single-family residential lot, and coops shall be located behind the front and side street building facades of the principal structure. So it would be in the rear of the property. Setbacks at least 10 feet from the rear property line and shall meet the interior setback requirements of the zoning district. In no event shall a coop or any part thereof be permitted within an easement. Maximum coop height would be 8 foot. No slaughtering, no fighting, no selling of chickens, eggs, or no selling of fertilizer, and eggs are for personal consumption only. A pilot program set date, option for a good standing resident with existing permit and backyard chickens to retain permit as a non-conforming use of the property until attrition. Life of the hen is 6 to 8 years, as per my conversation with stakeholders. Non-conforming use permit remains as existing property not transferable until attrition. And then, of course, we have the benefits. Again, we've spoke about this. Self-sufficiency, produces quality eggs, reduction in pests, free from chemicals, pesticides, better tasting, healthier eggs. Per UF study, some of the pilot program benefits will be the same as mentioned before, but in addition, it will allow the city to measure the program with respects to how many complaints did the city receive, did property values depreciate in areas where chickens were allowed, was the increase in animal control issues, Costs associated to run the pilot program. Did the city turn away any requests for a permit? And were any permits revoked? So at this time, the options are to keep the code as is, implement the 2-year pilot program via ordinance. Any questions?
Okay, questions?
No, I think it's more discussion, probably.
Well,
than
yeah, discussion,
questions.
sure.
So I've spoken to a bunch of my neighbors, and I asked them what they thought. I'm curious. I couldn't find a single neighbor within a large part of my where I live, and I walk my dog all the time, so I talk to a lot of people. I couldn't find anyone that favored this. They were concerned about having this next to their home. They were concerned about their home being devalued. They had lots of concerns, smell, noise, whatever. And the reaction I got from all of them was, you know, this is not why we moved to Palm Coast. Otherwise, we'd live out in the country. And that was their honest reaction. I'd be more in favor of entertaining this if we put it on a ballot, because this is a big issue for this community. Because we go through this program, it will just grow. It's not going to get smaller. It's going to grow, and it's going to grow, and so it's something that affects everyone that lives in Palm Coast that bought a home here for a specific reason. And that's where I stand on this. I'd like to see it on a ballot. Rather than us decide it, let's put it on a ballot, let the public decide. But I also think we'd have to have a couple of things in place. Again, like a letter to a neighbor, informing them is one thing, but I would want the surrounding neighbors, we could define what that is, whether it's the house next door or 2 houses or whatever, I would want them to have to sign on for it, and have that option to do that every year, or to say no after a year. I think it's only fair to the people that live here that don't want to have livestock. So that's kind of where I stand on this.
I thank you for your work on this. I know this has been an ongoing project for you, so I really appreciate it, Barbara, that you've done this. A couple questions I had. The slide where it's page 227 in the packet. I don't know what number slide it is, I'm sorry, but it says size and setback specifications.
Yes, ma'am.
The third bullet point that says setback at least 10 feet from rear property line and, quote, shall meet the interior setback requirements of the zoning district. Can you explain that for me?
Okay, there are different size lots, different size setbacks. So the minimum, at least 10 foot from the rear, and then it would, depend on the size. So they'd have to come in, and they'd have to be in the rear of the property, meet the accessory structure setbacks, just
Okay.
as a shed would in anybody else.
So the accessory setbacks?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. And then the slide right before that, where it says pilot program for backyard chickens, and you're talking about kind of the requirements, the letter, things like that. Are we not requiring a metal bin that locks for the food in order to keep rodents out? Was that discussed?
Yes, and that's where you're hearing from the requirements of the fly retardant bin for the manure.
Okay, those aren't two separate things?
2 different ways of doing it, but they want to have it so that it's not affecting the neighbor. It doesn't become a public nuisance.
Okay. I'm 100% in favor of this. So, and I don't think that's earth-shattering news. I think that making it a pilot program prevents it from what you're concerned about, Vice Mayor, which is growing. I mean, we're limiting it to 25 permits citywide. We have a city of 100,000 people. I would be in favor of more permits. So I think that, but that's my point. We're entering into a resolution that keeps it at 25 permits for a city of 100,000 people. As far as a letter to neighbors, I think that's sufficient as a courtesy, because quite frankly, it's my property, and I'm a property rights person. As long as you're not being a nuisance, and people could say that dogs that are incessantly barking are a nuisance. So
They are.
yeah.
20 minutes or longer consecutive is a nuisance, yes.
Yeah, and it, you know, people can make complaints, and they could very well make complaints against people with chickens. And if things are not being required, a barking dog, we as a city cannot make somebody get rid of their barking dog. That's not something that we can do. So I likewise don't think that, you know, we should have the ability to tell somebody who has a chicken that's being kept in a coop or a run, more contained arguably than a dog or a lot of cats, that, you know, they're not enjoying their property rights the way that they should. So, I mean, I think what you have crafted here is something that does what we established we would want to do, which is truly see how it goes. And this is reasonable. It's very limited, again, to 25 people for 2 years. For 2 years, we get to see what 25 permits for backyard chickens looks like. I think that that's a very reasonable way to approach this. It's a very conservative way to approach this. And I guess we have very different neighbors, because my neighbors are in favor of it.
Your neighbors are on a canal, aren't they?
That's irrelevant.
Okay, I'm just not quite sure you got quite the property for it.
Is there a fence?
But I did have a
Is there a
question
fence on
about
a
the
canal?
fence size, though, or the coop size. It's 8-foot backs?
The height is 8 foot, no more than 100 square feet.
Don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but the average height of our fences are, what, 6 feet?
6 foot. Our sheds are 12 foot.
Okay.
We're saying 8 foot on a shed, on a coop,
All right, I just wanted
So
to
accessory
understand.
buildings can be 12 feet, but we're limiting this to 8.
to 8 foot,
And I
yes.
think that's perfectly reasonable.
Do you have any idea of the current fences that are installed in the, I would say, stakeholders' backyards, whether it's 6 feet or 8 feet?
I would imagine most people have 6 feet, but you can
The
have it.
maximum by code is 6 foot.
Yeah, but I mean, you can have a 12-foot accessory building inside of a 6-foot fence right now, and they can be on the sides, actually.
That is
So, I
correct.
mean, right now, we're talking about a coop that has to be behind a house, whereas a 12-foot shed can be beside it.
And shielded from all the adjacent neighbors.
Right.
So my comment is this. I had the opportunity to meet with this fine group of young people, the stakeholders here, and was very impressed by their presentation that they made with me personally. However, I did take the time to go out in the community. I spoke to several people in the community, and for the majority of them, like Vice Mayor Danko expressed, were not actually for this program, and for several reasons. One of them, for instance, told me that one of the neighbors down the street from him, because we know that there are several people already in the community that have chickens in their backyard that we may or may not be aware of, but they told me that this particular neighbor, a couple of doors down from them, had chickens, and he also had goats. His children were out in his garage one day, and they turned around, and there were 2 goats in his garage. So to me, that's something really to take notice to. Also, they've seen chickens in the street. My feeling about this is I love the idea of a pilot program, but it has to be managed very well and very closely. There has to be a lot of criteria met when it comes down to this. The neighbor thing, I do feel that neighbors have a right to have a consent and a say-so in whether they want to allow chickens next door to them. I know I would. I don't know how many other people would, but I know a lot of the people that I spoke to, outside of not only wanting the chickens there, I'm sure they would want to have some say-so as to whether they want to have chickens next door to them. The other feeling that I have about the program, and I expressed all of these feelings to these young people, so it's not the first time it's coming out. I'm concerned that most of the time, if we give people an inch, they take a mile. So, if we give 25 people the permit to have chickens in their backyards, you're going to end up with 100 people that want chickens in their backyards. How are we going to manage that? How are we going to control that? Is that something that code enforcement is ready to take up and add to their already overextenuating workload? I would love to see a pilot program in Palm Coast, but I think that it needs to be managed differently. And also, if it's going to cost the city any money, I would like to see where this pilot program also gave something back to the community other than being allowed to have chickens in your backyard. I don't know if we discussed that when we met, but I would like to see this program perhaps allow some type of education to the children in the community, offer some kind of program where we have children with special needs and disabilities, that we might offer something through this particular pilot program back to the children, back to anyone with special needs that this program might benefit. So those are basically my feelings about it. For the most, I think this needs to go on the ballot, as Vice Mayor Danko expressed. I think that it's a serious issue, and I think that the community really should have a say-so in this. So I'm all about it possibly being placed on the ballot. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I'm questioning, if it was put on the ballot, I think it loses 85 to 15. I think it's that severe of a compare and contrast. I think there's a duality in, I've had people approach me, probably like everybody on here, talking about the chickens. Now, when we've had Andrew up here, Andrew's very convincing. He told me that he hasn't had anybody say that they don't like the chickens, and I believe that. I believe that, and I don't not believe that no one has said that to you, Councilwoman Pontieri. But it is my belief that the majority of people, since this is basically a regressive, pilot program allowing more things in your backyards. And I only mean that regressive in the sense where people who have bought their property in Palm Coast have an expectation of why they moved here. You know, that you can't paint houses certain colors, you can't have chickens in your backyard, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't have cars broken down in your front yard. Since it's impacting the plots of land around them, I do believe that it is also incumbent upon us to make sure that the neighbors are properly notified, but also some type of almost like an allowance, like Councilmember Danko was speaking of, because they were here first, and I don't know if they were here first, but they were here under the expectations that the ordinances and everything don't allow this type of facilitation for backyard chickens. Now, the other thing is, I want these people to have chickens. I think that they have been here enough times, and they have made enough of a kerfuffle, I don't know if that's a pun, but they deserve, probably to have chickens. And my question to them was, why don't you just have the chickens? Why does this need to, become an issue? Because I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, an 85-15% split on this, I would say. And I mean that honest to God. But we need to find a way. Why don't we just allow these individuals to have chickens? There's maybe 5 households that have chickens, just to see if it works out, just to see if it's not. I'm afraid that if we do any type of pilot program, the headline is going to be Palm Coast allows chickens. And that is just not us. And I've had chickens. I'm the minority where I know chickens wouldn't be a problem, but also the public perception of how it would be perceived. But I am with these people from my stance of having the chickens, that chickens provide a valuable thing in our backyards. It's just not something that Palm Coast is ready for yet, which is a wild thing to say. But it is the reality of it, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I would like to, allow these people to have chickens. They're good people. They're in here. They're actually interacting with our government. I'm impressed. I mean, the fact that they have been persistent enough to be able to come through here, have our staff produce a report like this is real traction. I just fear that there's a duality in individuals who are willing to say no chickens to Andrew and Councilwoman Pontieri versus people who have, willingly approached me outside of council to say, hey, enough with the chicken business, But again, Mayor, if you have something that, sways my mind, I feel like those are the God's honest facts from my stance and just my experiences. But I'm open to any type of suggestions. It would need to be much more rigid, but at the end of the day, I think we just need to solve this problem. There's there are citizens who come here and talk about, Florida Park Drive and how we solve that problem. We can't unless we cut the road in half and put a cul-de-sac in. We could give these people chickens and it's pretty much the end of the story, I believe. But that's just me.
So the expense associated with this over the 2-year period to the city, to your department?
Well, as I said, if we started it at the 25, which we thought that we could handle at this point, without any additional staff, without anything, but that is based on the fact that I don't know how many cases I'm going to receive from the city. I don't know. I'm not a realtor, so I don't know about the depreciation of the property and the values. where there is an increase in animal control, understand that we have animal control. We have 3 animal control officers for the city. We do have 5 reserve officers, but they're also in their zones. So I can't tell you exactly. That's why with a pilot program, those are the answers that we'd have to evaluate once we know what's going on. So I can't, right now, I can't give you an exact cost value, and I mean, I could have 25 and I could find out that these people are responsible and I'm not going to have a problem with them. But there are existing chickens out there now that we've had to deal with, and structures that don't meet.
So let me ask a question. I guess, Counselor, this is more for you. So if we acknowledge the fact that there are chickens out there, and then we go through this to create a pilot program, is that a legal issue for us?
No, I mean, if there's chickens out there
Is that
now,
we're not
that's a
enforcing the
code.
current code?
Well, it's complaint-based,
Well,
so.
right, our code's.
Well, everybody here has seen them and complained, so it seems to put us in a compromising position. So we're on both sides of the fence here.
Well, I mean, I don't know the history of enforcement of people with chickens through code enforcement. Maybe Barb can speak to
Well,
that.
they won't, they're not a use in a single-family dwelling. It's livestock. It's not permitted use within the single-family dwellings. And then, of course, the ones that have coops, most of them do. Some of them are not, they allow their chickens to free roam, but they don't meet the requirements of an accessory structure. They don't meet, so they're in violation of, the type of material that they're using. It's not matching the house. It's not meeting the setbacks. So there are several different routes that we go when we go for farm animals within this single-family residential areas, with the exception of Estate 1 and 2 and agricultural, but within the city, they're in violation of the existing code as it is now.
State 1 and 2, they're also in violation, if I'm not mistaken, because it's very specific on State 1 and 2.
Our attorney, I also have a question for you. Since, if we allowed, and I like, on the surface, I like Councilman Clufus's proposal that we solve the problem, let these 5 people have it. What happens if a 6th person come along and wants to do it? Are we going to be facing any legal situation because we gave 5 people special permission, but we're not going to let the 6th person or the 7th or the 10th person?
Well, this is why it's set up, this is why the proposal is set up to be a pilot program with a maximum limit on the number that can be issued. It's on a first-come, first-served basis, which that's fine. If you miss that and you don't come soon enough, then it's not available to you. And from a legal standpoint, there's nothing discriminatory about that.
So we could shave it down to 5 people.
You could set the number at whatever number that you wanted to.
But then let's go a little further, and I'll ask Councilwoman Hyder, because you're a real estate agent. Do you think this will hurt sales, prices?
I think that individuals that are making plans to move here from other states, particularly the northern part of our country, I think that it might influence whether they will decide to purchase here, yes.
Or could it possibly devalue a property? Like, say the house was worth $500,000, but because there's chickens next door, maybe it's worth $475 to a buyer.
I think possibly that could happen.
And then would we, from a legal perspective, be responsible for that decline? I'm curious. We allowed this to happen.
I don't see why, I don't think there's any legal
If we didn't get permission of the homeowner next to the house with chicken, are we opening up any liability on our part? You came in, you allowed this, it valued my property, I want to take you to court now.
I'm not aware, I mean, the backyard chickens are permitted in numerous jurisdictions across the state, and I'm not aware of any liability. Obviously, the city's immune from liability for certain decisions that they make, permitting and legislative decisions being one of them, as long as we're not exempt. So I don't foresee that as being a potential issue? I mean, could there be some personal liability for the property owner if something
That's
happened
really what I was
and the
speaking
chicken's
of.
gotta- I
Personally,
mean, something happened potentially for those private property owners, but I don't see it being for the city on a legislative
But
matter.
this could hurt real estate values. At least that's my thought.
My thought, that very well could be, but that's a slippery slope. I mean, there's a ton of things that could hurt property values. I think what staff has crafted here is a pretty strict yet robust program. At 25 permits, it's a reasonable number. Yes, it allows this handful of people, but, you know, I've had family already text me and say, hey, you know, I really hope this goes through, you know, because we would apply for a permit. So I know that there's people on both sides of this. I think that while we've gone through this process, to say that we're only going to give these folks a permit, knowing that, you know, let's try it. We're here, let's try it. It's very limited, and it could be an enforcement mechanism for people who are currently breaking our code. Because right now, we don't have any mechanism, so people are going out, they're doing it anyways. Maybe with this, it encourages people to actually follow the law and actually do it the right way and not be, you know, under the possibility of getting code violations. My other thought, though, if it'll allay your concerns, Vice Mayor, and what I think you might have voiced, Councilman Clufus, perhaps we kind of find middle ground on this notification to the neighbors. I don't think I don't think that consent should be required, but maybe provide them a letter as a part of the permit that says you have 10 days to object. And as a part of the permit, the people who are applying say, we gave notice on this date, and there were no objections as of this date. And maybe that's a middle ground, because we don't know. The neighbors could be perfectly fine with it, but we don't, you know, to say that you have to get consent, I think is a little ridiculous, but I get what you're saying about, as a part of this pilot program, maybe making sure the neighbors are okay with it. If they don't object within that time, then the permit gets approved. If they do, you know, that's something that has to be figured out. But I mean, I'm just trying to find some middle ground here. But otherwise, I think that the program makes perfect sense. And at 25 permits, it's pretty limited.
Just one note, I just want to interrupt 1 second. Please understand that the people that are out there with chickens, they are in violation, and they are cited, and they do go to code board or animal control, and that party would have to come in at first come, first serve, permit, and start the process. But if you're not permitted, it is a code violation, and you would be required. And we do have code violations with people that have farm animals.
So we know right now that there are citizens out there that want this. And right now, we are forcing them to violate our code because we're not at least entertaining it. So at least with 25 permits, we can try to alleviate some of the issues that currently exist. But it's manageable. It's 25 permits over 2 years.
By default, do you assume that people are at least neutral, if not don't want chickens in their backyard? Is that what we're assuming? Because it's 25 people for sure, but are you assuming the whole universe of Palm Coast doesn't mind having the chickens? Or are you coming from a place where if you were to survey 100 people right now, that there wouldn't be any issues?
I think that if people were properly educated, in other words, I think if they realized that we were managing it, we were requiring certain containers for food and manure, we were requiring a certain coop, that, you know, it was actually it was something that was managed and has to be permitted correctly, I think that most people would be fine with it. The concept of, oh my gosh, there's going to be chickens flying around my neighbor's backyard, that's what people don't want. That's, I think, what people are thinking, because we know, how could they possibly know that we're requiring all of these things? They probably don't. But I think if most people knew, they would be okay with it. I really do. That is my genuine thought.
I think we should give them the opportunity up front to say that.
Well,
they're okay with it.
Well, and if you're speaking about a ballot, I can understand that position, but otherwise, I think that if we said in the permit process, there has to be a line that says, I provided neighbors notification and an opportunity to object on this date, they didn't object by this date, that should be sufficient.
So what if we take that a step further? I provided neighbors on this date, they had so many days to respond, they did respond, and they said, no, thank you, and then we say, okay, that place will not be qualified. I think neighbors need to have a firm say. Not just a option to object, and then what happens? Well, nothing happens.
If that's the only way that we can garner consent then I would be fine with adding that in. But I'm very hopeful that our council recognize that we have property rights in this country, and that property rights are one of the most important things we have.
But we also have laws. We also have codes.
Yeah.
I would think if you now, we went through a battle, what, a year and a half ago on commercial vehicles.
Yeah.
I would think if you put that on a ballot, we don't know where that'll fall.
I would agree
It's
with
about 50-50.
I agree.
But we ended up, I was opposed to it because I felt that people that own businesses have rights. But that was a decision we made. We already had the code in place, and that was up to council. It was a 3-2 vote, I think. And that's fine. That's the way this system works. But again, if you put that on the ballot, I don't know where that would fall. It would be pretty close.
Yeah,
But I certainly think that before we do anything on this, before we even put it on a ballot, let's do a survey. Let's see what that response is. And we did that with the work vehicles. We did a survey. It was pretty detailed. It explained in detail what the vehicles would look like, what the signage would look like, the fact that there wouldn't be dump trucks in the driveway, there'd be vans and things of that nature. And our survey came back very evenly split. It was very close. So I think that would give us a great indication as to where the public stands without putting it on the ballot first.
I concur with that, because my like I said earlier, and I may ask, because I agree, I think the signage thing was very close to 50-50. Vice Mayor, would you think this one is closer to 85-15 at this point?
I would think it's probably around there. But until I can't predict the future, but a survey would certainly give us an opportunity to see a response from the public.
Agreed.
And would cost us money. So now we're talking
Yeah, it's
about
going to
costing
cost us money, but if you put chickens next to my house and I'm not happy and I sell my house and lose money, that costs people money too. Everything costs money.
Well, my question was going to be to Councilwoman Pontieri. If it was on the ballot, what do you think the result would be?
I think that there would have to be an education campaign in place, and that's part of my hesitancy about putting it on the ballot. Is, are you going to be able to put on the ballot all of the requirements that would come into play, for this? And I don't think you could. I mean, how long is the ballot, right? So my point is, for something like this, while I otherwise would be okay with putting this on the ballot, commercial vehicles is a little bit different. I think that you can specifically, in a pretty bullet point fashion, say what kind of commercial vehicles or signage you're allowing for ballot purposes. But there's so many requirements, and it's so stringent, and we are keeping it to 25 permits. I think it's too lengthy for a ballot proposal. But I mean, that's also part of why I'm saying this is a test, right? Like, this is a test case. This is not something that is completely out of control and is going to, tick off tons of residents, because there's only so many residents that this can actually affect in the current state.
But right now, it could impact anyone in our city who's not in a CDD, right?
Yeah.
Or an HOA, I'm sorry. Or
Potentially, yes. But that's why I'm saying if in order to get consensus up here, we say we have to change the notification requirement, Vice Mayor, to say if a neighbor objects, then you don't get a permit. Okay, if that's what we have to do in order to push this forward and put this pilot program into place, that's something that I'm willing to bend on. But I really do think that at 25 permits for a pilot program, we need to give this a shot for property owner rights. I think that's huge, especially for what is supposed to be a conservative board.
So, Mrs. Grossman, are you saying that the people that already have chickens in their backyard, that they would be considered first for the permits? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm not.
Oh.
They would not be first. They already have been. They would have to come forward. If they're already in
Would have to come
non-compliance and it's a code case, they'd have to come forward and meet the pilot program.
And see, that's kind of my point too, Councilwoman, is that this is a mechanism to get those people in compliance, because right now they are violating our code and there's nothing for them to follow.
I understand that too, Councilwoman Pontieri, but there are so many people that violate our codes on a daily basis. And I mean, we do everything that we can to bring them into compliance. And I have some right across the street from me that I don't think they're ever going to be compliant. I don't care how many warnings they get from code enforcement. The other thing that I want to share too is I have a very dear friend of mine who probably is not real happy with me right now because she made it very clear to me that Florida is a right to farm state. But my comment to her was that, well, the city of Palm Coast is not. So our citizens have to have a say-so as to whether they want to allow this in their city and in their backyard and next door to them. So I think the only way that we really can make that happen is by giving them the opportunity to vote on it.
And, you know, if you mentioned.
Or a survey.
Yeah, you mentioned educating the public. I think with the survey, we would be able to do a real good job of that. We can show them pictures of the coops. We can outline all the rules. We can outline that it's a test program. Probably a lot easier than putting it on the ballot first.
At what cost?
Well, I don't know what the cost is to do a survey. Our city manager could probably, or staff could give us an idea at some point. What a
I mean,
survey
at
would
what
cost.
cost to set up these educational programs also?
Yeah, but I think we need to get some sort of public feedback en masse before we proceed. Because
I
again,
agree with
I don't
that.
think if you put it on a ballot, I think it dies very quickly. I think this is a better way to present the case fairly. And again, yes, the minimum I require is, for me, would be consent from neighbors. But that's just the minimum. That doesn't take care of the other problems of homes being devalued if you're next to a chicken, so on and so forth. So I want to hear from the public on this before we proceed.
So what I'm hearing and trying to translate is we certainly do not have a consensus to move forward with the pilot program as presented today. There has been some discussion, regardless of how I would vote on it, doesn't make a difference. Would you be willing to take this out to your town halls and make it a part of your agenda to solicit the community?
Could be a part of that, absolutely. But I just think we need to inform the public.
I mean, I
I
need to hear from
we need to
everybody.
educate.
If one of our strategic action priorities is to have these town hall meetings. Is this something that you're willing to
I'm willing to do that.
to discuss and share your feedback at
For
City
sure.
Council?
Yep. But I'll be honest, outside of the group of advocates for chickens, I haven't met anyone who wanted chickens in their backyard.
One of my neighbors actually said the only backyard chicken is on my grill.
Yeah.
I'm serious, and I don't mean that as a joke,
So-
but that was the response.
I'm being honest.
To your point, we haven't had a single person in here besides Mr. Liguori who's spoken out against it. Not a single person, and we've had a lot of people in this room over the past several months, and not a single person. And our folks from these different groups have spoken about chickens during the meeting, and no one has come up and said, oh, and by the way, I also don't want chickens.
Yeah, but
So-
silence doesn't represent support.
I think it's a
I un-
small representation.
I understand what you're saying, but to the point of, where does the public stand on this? I mean, we've talked about this, it's been in the paper. I mean, this is not something people have been very quiet about, and we haven't had any outcry against it. So I don't know where it would end up on a ballot, but, and I understand, Mayor, I think I know where you're going. Survey's going to cost us money. If that's where we have to go, that's where we have to go. Of course, I'm willing to talk about it at town halls, but I just think that the pilot program, which we all said that we would entertain, is the best way to move forward at this point, to actually see how in practice this would work. And to our council's point as well, there are a lot of cities around the state that have backyard chickens. And last time I checked, they're all doing fine.
Can I just make one statement? Whenever you all hear land use cases and someone comes in for a variance or a rezoning, where they're asking for a change in use of their property. So it's akin to this because it would be asking for an additional use to the property that's not currently permitted. What the process is to notify, residents within a certain area, depending on what kind of change you're making. So the suggestion by Councilmember Pontieri that you notice your adjacent property owners, whoever that is, and you see if there's an objection, that is consistent with how land use changes are done at this time, how we typically do them. So I just wanted to point that out, that that's not something that, from a legal standpoint, would be out of the ordinary because it's required for all of our land use applications, some type of notice to surrounding or neighboring residents.
I would suggest survey, ballot, something, but unless, I just get the sense we have no consensus here on moving forward with this.
So without consensus to move forward with the pilot program as you presented it, there would be no reason at this time to author an ordinance. I think that's the direction you were looking for today.
Yes.
What if we did something where people who do have chickens, if we ever had a pilot program, we'd be the first ones administered into it? I mean, something like that. I just feel that we're not going to give a benefit for them to do the right thing if they were choose to do it outside the bounds of our code enforcement. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's, very viable from us all to stand behind it, but I think something like that, basically, I think there's so few people that this problem could be solved, because honest to goodness, no one came up to ask for chickens in the past 6 years before that. So if we want to talk about silence for support, I mean, these individuals have been.
So let's call it out. So is each council member willing to agree to have staff prepare an ordinance as written, except limit the number of permits to 5 as the test program?
I can't get behind, I'm sorry. I'm not.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
extend it to 10.
So you don't have consensus at 5?
Well, okay, but that's from two, Councilman Clufus, where are you at with this? If you're okay with this group, you said no?
Yeah, I'm looking to just have them with chickens without ordinances, because this is going to be, I can already tell you the headline is going to be that the city of Palm Coast allows chickens. Even though it's only 5 permits, that's the fact, is that the city of Palm Coast now allows chickens.
And I don't mean to, this is not to be facetious, but why do you care?
Well, the same reason, because you can send emails the same type of way that have been sent in the past, where all of a sudden Nick Clufus supports chickens in Palm Coast, which I can almost guarantee you is an 85-15 vote. That's why.
So is your concern that prior inflammatory and false statements that have come from this dais are going to come from here again, and that's why you're voting no?
No, what I'm saying is that the public's opinion is 15% of people may be okay with chickens, 85% of people wouldn't. And the headline, which is not false, that Palm Coast would allow chickens, is something that I can't have my name attached to. And I bluntly told them this because I can't have my name attached to chickens are allowed in Palm Coast. And I'm not certain that you're in the minority here, and I'm quite certain the only one that would be okay with that, because I'm that confident it's an 85-15 issue, and I feel like the rest of us also agree it's 85-15. You haven't said where you actually come off on that. Is it 70-30, 50-50, 45-65?
I really don't know. I don't
55?
think I can opine on something like that. And
ballpark
yes,
it?
I would absolutely attach my name to property rights in this country.
Well, property rights and
So
chickens
with
are
that
two
said,
different things.
Counselor, is there anything preventing any of these folks from applying for, it would be a variance or an exception? It would be an exception, right?
I don't think that that's not a permissible thing you can get a variance or special
Why?
exception for. Because that has to be written into the code that you're allowed to get a variance
It's written
for
into
that.
the code that you can't have it.
Right. And there's no allowance in the code that says to have it.
So
You
what
can
about an
come in
exception
for a
then?
variance or a special
So
exception.
what about an exception? And you have, so there's a difference between a variance and exception.
Yes,
So which one could they apply for?
neither.
Why? Because if it doesn't exist in the code,
It's not permitted in the code.
right?
Because it's not permitted. Because to be able to have something, to be able to vary from something or get a special exception from something or
Right.
have a conditional use, you need to have that, the code needs to say you can, this is one of the things that you can get a variance from or get a
Okay.
special exception from. There's nothing in our existing code that says that at this point.
So can we move forward with going that route? And saying that we can make an amendment to the code in order to allow an application for a variance based on if these criteria are met? So you can apply for a variance specifically if these criteria are met, worked into the code.
So you're back to your comprehensive plan again.
Well,
Well, basically you
so
are,
I
right?
think- Well, part of this would require a land development code change. I don't know that a variance would be the best method, because variances require a hardship, and I don't know how the hardship standard would apply to having backyard chickens. This would more be, a special exception or some type of conditional use permit that's reviewed. The level of review of those types of requests is, does it go to city council? Does planning development board make the decision? Does staff make it on a staff level?
Understood.
It could be done. The answer is yes. I don't think a variance is the right thing, but I think it could be done in another method with a change to the code.
I think that if these stakeholders might consider doing this as a community project, pilot program, where they said, and I know you're saying no, and you're totally out, but just hear me out for a minute. If you might reconsider doing it as a community pilot program and maybe take advantage of the offer that's being made for the use of the land that someone has offered here in Flagler
Right.
County? The
He has a
agricultural.
name and number, yes.
Yeah, if they might consider doing that and set up a pilot program, whereas you can show the community as a whole that, hey, this is a great program, this is what it's doing for the children, this is what it's doing for our disabled individuals in the community, this is how it's helping them, this is really enriching for the community. Then we might be able to go back and take a look at it and say, hey, you know, maybe this is not so bad, and think about it again and bring it back to where, let's try to do this program with backyard chickens.
So the decision at hand right now, and I appreciate your suggestion that keeps the door open to some extent and offers some opportunity for the future, but without consensus, then City Council does not agree to prepare an ordinance according to the pilot program that you presented before.
So then, Mayor, can we pursue a survey as an alternative to see what the appetite or lack there is of our residents?
I think you can make a comment and ask for consensus among City Council. Yeah, sure.
I think what we would want, though, is for staff to come back with the cost of survey and nature of we want to get some idea of what we're spending on this.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So if they could come back and say, okay, if you're going to do the survey, here's how we're going to do it.
And how many
this is what
surveys
it's
have
gonna
been
cost.
Councilman,
sent
do you
out?
want us, we'll get some data from staff and we'll run it through one more time.
I mean, do we need to do a survey, or do we just instruct our staff to do a Facebook post and do a poll? I mean, is that something that is like out of the question? I mean, it's quick, easy. I don't know if you.
Could start there,
and
then if it was close,
that's what I'm saying.
then go
It's
to the
just,
next level. I'm good with that.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think that my only issue with that is when we get with social media is, you know, lack of information.
Sure. Yeah, 'cause
Actual,
it's hard
real
to-
information.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same thing. That's the problem with putting it on ballot.
So the direction that we do give is to, as soon as you can, let us know what a survey would cost and what the time frame for that might be.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Councilman? Okay, all right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to item F, which is final public participation for today's
We have
meeting.
CBDG.
Sorry, did I miss one?
CBDG.
Oh,
Mr.
shoot, gee,
Pappas.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Nice try.
Oh, is they bringing up?
I was going to let it slide.
Just a resolution, though. I don't think it's a presentation.
Would you like me to read it into the record, Mayor?
Please.
Okay. A resolution regarding the Community Development Block Grant, fiscal year 2023 Annual Action Plan. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for fiscal year 2023, fiscal year 2023, 2024 Annual Action Plan, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. Sitting next to me is Ms. Jackie Gonzalez, who is our day-to-day manager of the housing program that's funded through CDBG. But our item here is basically to approve the annual action plan, which we're required to provide, complete and provide to Housing and Urban Development in order to access our CDBG allotment. Just to provide some background, in order to receive that CDBG funding, there are a couple of things that need to be completed. One is a consolidated plan / strategic plan. This is a analysis of what we think our community development needs might be over a 5-year period. That was completed last year. Within that, a strategic plan, which includes certain types of actions or activities that should be or could be funded with CDBG. On an annual basis, we're required to do an annual action plan. And this is basically a statement to HUD about how we're going to use the allocation that we have. Other documents that we have include the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, which is typically completed prior to the adoption of a 5-year consolidated action plan. And at the end of every year, about December, we'll be back to provide you with basically the end-of-year report for stating how we used our CDBG funds and how we're progressing with implementing activities that we said we were going to implement. So further background on CDBG. Any activity funded with CDBG must meet one of the following national objectives of the program. 1, it needs to benefit a low moderate income person or a low moderate income area. 2, it's there to prevent or eliminate slum or blight. Or 3, address urgent community development needs, typically as a result of an emergency. Typically, these are national disasters, nationally declared disasters or state declared disaster, which leads to an urgent community development need, whether that's typical if a roof blew off a house or if we had a weir that might have been overwhelmed by floodwaters, we can use CD funds to repair those types of things. Some examples of projects and programs that have been funded with CDBG funds include housing-related activities, public services, but it is limited to 15% of the grant allocation. Certain economic development activities may be funded. Infrastructure improvement within a qualified area, that is a low-moderate income census tract, you may use CDBG funds. And finally, planning, administration, and monitoring of the CDBG program, but that is limited to 20% of your total allocation. Within the City of Palm Coast, this is a sort of a summary of previous year's activities. The bulk of our funding of CDBG funds goes into our housing rehabilitation activities, and that includes the monitoring of those programs and setting up a scope of services and other things like that. That's part of that activity. We do have a first-time home buyers program. $100,000 was allocated for that in 2021. We've had 4 closings since then, so there's still about $30,000 remaining within that $100,000 allocation. The program proposes, based on recommendation by our advisory board, to allow the maximum amount for public service activities, which is 15%. And in this case, that's to be allocated for a service mini-grant, and this allows the nonprofits within our community to apply for that 15% amount of our allocation, which I'll go through in the next slide. And finally, there are a certain amount of allocated to cover general administration, monitoring, publicity, any required notice that we need to have, and those are funded through our the general administration portion of CDBG. So this is the recommendation from our Citizens Advisory Task Force, these allocations. So again, the bulk of it, housing activities. They've recommended allocating $259,092 for, again, to continue with financial assistance for home repair of scattered site single-family homes. $100,000 for the first-time home buyers program. For public service activities, again, the maximum 15% of the allocation, So that comes to $69,545, which will be made available to any nonprofit providing a service to residents of the city of Palm Coast. And $35,000 for planning administration. Again, that's to cover a portion of staff salary when we put in hours working on the CDBG program. And so the total allocation for federal fiscal year 2023, which will be spent on 2023-2024 fiscal year, is $463,037, and that formula amount provided by HUD. That's not anything that we apply for. It's there as a block amount. And again, I mentioned that our Citizens Advisory Task has reviewed the plan and recommends that City Council adopt the 2023-2024 action plan. And for next steps, we're here at the public workshop. It'll be here again next week as a public hearing. We do require a public hearing in order to adopt that action plan. And that gives us time to submit to HUD. August 16th is the deadline, so we are right at the limit there. I forgot to mention that we make this document available on our website for a 30-day comment period as required by HUD rules. It's been on our website, and we have not received any comment at this time. And that 30-day comment period ended at the end of July, so it was available through the month of July. I'll be happy to answer any
Just a
questions.
question, was the pie sliced in a similar fashion last year?
Yes, sir. Typically, our advisory board would always recommend that we allocate the full 15% of that amount. And again, with the bulk of it going to some housing activity, and the two that we have.
So other than
Yes, sir.
the slices have pretty much maintained
Yes, sir.
consistency over the last several years, right?
Yes, sir. And in terms of dollar amounts, the administration is the same, has been pretty steady. Yes.
Any questions from City Council?
Just really quickly, Mr. Papa, the financial assistance for home repair last year, was that all utilized?
We have enough applicants. It's going to be utilized coming up. I think we're in the final rounds of closing with the homeowners on the work, and we will use all of that. And in fact, we do have program income, when people sell their homes and we're able to recover the assistance amount, we expect that we would be using those also. If we don't have enough funds to assist with CDBG funds, as you know, we have a partnership with the county through the SHIP program, and we've been able to refer them to that if we run out of funds.
So it looks like the first-time home buyers program, the allocation wasn't fully utilized last year. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So it wasn't utilized?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Let me get this right.
No, I know that was a poor question.
It was not fully utilized.
I know. So I backed you into a corner there. So does it make sense, or is it even impossible to put more monies towards the home repair rather than the first-time home buyers assistance?
At this point, it is you do have the final.
Well, it sounds to me that the home repair monies are being maximized, which is great. And we have a lot of aging homes here in Palm Coast, and we have an elderly community as well that I know battles with that. Rather than putting $100,000 and letting money sit there for the first-time buyers, because I think this happened last year as well. I think I remember this being a similar pattern last year.
I will say though now that we only have 30,000 available, and it's always hard to say how many homes will close on or how many households would request assistance through the first-time home buyers program. The range of assistance we've been able to provide have been typically either $10,000 or $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's $30,000 in there right now, if we don't add any more to it, and we get more than one, and it's for $25,000, I would say that we've sort of limited ourselves to being able to assist more than one potential homeowner.
Yeah, no, I do think we should add more money to it. What I'm curious though is the percentage of allocation based on the community need would change. So if we know we didn't use $100,000 last year, and I'm fairly certain we didn't use the year before, should we maybe allocate more towards home repair, which seems to be getting maxed out, rather than, I'm asking for your opinion, and that's all it
If you were
is.
to ask me for my opinion, I'd like to keep $100,000
Okay.
in the first-time home buyers assistance.
Okay.
Given that there's $30,000, maybe this is a compromise, maybe since there's still $30,000 left in there, maybe $70,000 to bring it to $100,000, starting off this fiscal year, and we put $30,000 into the
For me,
housing
that's
rehab.
just what makes sense, based on what we've seen pattern-wise. I mean, I would like to keep it funded at 1,000 as well. But if I look at, I'm concerned about our elderly community that has, a lot of home repair issues. I've gone into a lot of houses from our elderly, and they cannot afford to repair their homes, and that's a concern of mine. So that's looking more, if we can maybe keep 100,000 net rather than another 100,000 to the first-time home buyer and the rest for repair, that would be my suggestion.
Of course, the other part I mentioned is that though you're adopting this next week, throughout the year, we always have the opportunity to come back and reallocate those funds.
Okay.
So based on demand, a lot of this has to do with helping folks, identifying, getting them to go through the work process. I used to chair the committee. So there is that ability, so we don't lose out or be locked in. I mean, I think the point taken, I don't know any longer what the demand on the peer side is. It's the first time home, I can't balance those two. Certainly go with recommendation, knowing that we could be more flexible, come to us at mid-year, say, hey, thought we with regard to the time, and maybe we should look at that would be appropriate.
I think that would be great. I mean, if we could just state it with regard to what we are of versus people requesting the money for years, just meeting people need
Date, time.
I have a quick question. Was that $3,000 of into the budget?
Yes, ma'am. DBG that identified for really years.
I also agree with Council that the huge need and concern for our community and housing. So, cause a lot of time, at this it's every. So I think within guys.
Flexibility today, you'll know. I can. We'll go
a mid, we know where you
back with being a back.
We get sorry.
is
Thank you for that. Participate